Chapter 3469. Fong Qin didn't know what the final test was. A palace appeared out of thin air on the white jade square, according to the red-haired old man and the others. All the tests were in this palace. You'll know when you go in, the old men said. Fong Qin took a step forward and entered the palace. Buzz! When he stepped through the gate of the palace, he suddenly felt that the half-perfect bloodline in his body was agitated. What's going on? Fong Qin frowned and tried to suppress his agitated bloodline. However, it was useless. The more he tried to suppress it, the more agitated his bloodline became. In the end, even he felt helpless. Bloodline matches. Pass. Suddenly, a mechanical voice entered Fong Chen's ears. Fong Chen was stunned and somewhat incredulous. Shouldn't the last test be the most difficult? Why did he pass it so easily? Wait, the mechanical voice just said that the bloodline matches. Could it be that this test is the bloodline? Thinking of this, Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at his bloodline. At this time, the half-perfect bloodline was no longer agitated. It flowed gently, and layers of blood-red halos escaped from his blood vessels. It was very strange. What's going on? His half-perfect bloodline came from the Bloodline King's plan. What did it have to do with the god corpse abyss? Master left behind 3 successors. They all have special secret techniques. Although they don't have half-perfect bloodlines, they have the secret techniques to create half-perfect bloodlines. The mechanical voice sounded again. But later, 2 of his disciples died, and the last one went missing. You must be that person's successor, right? Hearing this, Fong Qin suddenly understood. At the same time, he was also very shocked. He didn't expect the Bloodline King to be the successor of the god corpse abyss master. No wonder his half-perfect bloodline met the requirements and passed directly. Master always thought that there was a perfect bloodline in the world, so he devoted himself to research and create a perfect bloodline. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. After listening to the mechanical voice, Fong Chen finally understood. Although the god corpse abyss master died, he mastered a secret technique and taught it to his 3 disciples. He was the Bloodline King. This was also why Fong Qin had followed the Bloodline King's guidance step by step and possessed a half-perfect bloodline. Master said that the perfect bloodline is the key to becoming a primal chaos sovereign. What? Fong Qin exclaimed. However, the mechanical voice did not answer his question. You have successfully passed the Master's test. You can be considered the successor of the Master's bloodline. Remember, the Master's name is Xue Qi Saint. He is an invincible saint. Finally, the mechanical voice informed Fong Qin. After passing the test, one would be able to obtain some benefits. In fact, this was what Fong Qin really cared about. Before Master died, he paid a great price and risked his life to research the perfect bloodline. As a result, he basically used up all of his cultivation resources, and there aren't many left. The mechanical voice said, You can obtain 3 opportunities. 3 opportunities? Fong Chen was a little tempted. The opportunities left behind by the invincible sage were not simple. He had gained enough from the abyss of god corpses over the years. The first one is the Master's comprehension of the origin. As the voice fell, a golden book appeared in front of Fong Qin. He took the book and flipped through it. He was stunned. This was a complete record of the origin of gold. It was also the life's work of Xue Qi Saint. Fong Qin held the book tightly. His heart was surging with emotions. An invincible saint's comprehension of the origin was of amazing value. If he could learn and comprehend it, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort on his path of origin comprehension. In this book, all of the Master's comprehension of the origin of gold are recorded. Study it well. After that, a puppet suddenly appeared in front of Fong Qin. That's not right. Fong Qin was suspicious. It was obviously a puppet, but why could he feel its qi and blood? It was a little unbelievable. This is the saint puppet. Master personally refined it. It has the battle strength of the saint realm. Fong Chen was speechless. He did not expect the puppet in front of him to have the battle strength of the saint realm. To control the saint puppet, you need blood crystals. Before the master died, he used up most of the blood crystals, leaving only 10. If you put in 1 blood crystal, the saint puppet would have the battle strength of a first-level holy king. If you put in 2, the saint puppet would have the battle strength of a second-level holy king. If you put in 9, the saint puppet would have the battle strength of a 9th-level holy king. If you put in 10, the saint puppet would have the battle strength of an invincible saint. It would be almost invincible below the primordial chaos. Fong Chen's eyes were burning. This was the real killer weapon. The only pity was that there were only 10 blood crystals in total. Every time he used one, there would be 1 less. He could not waste it. There are countless opportunities in the God-perishing battlefield. You can try to find them and see if you can get a blood crystal. Fong Chen shook his head. He probably could not find it. How could such a heaven-defying crystal, like the blood crystal, be found so easily? Even if there was, with his strength, he would not be able to compete. When he had the strength to compete, he probably would not need the saint puppet. Fong Chen pursed his lips. The saint puppet was indeed a great help at this stage. With the help of the saint puppet, he could kill a 3rd-level holy king and even challenge a 4th-level holy emperor. The 5 Elements Holy Realm was a general name for a major realm. Warriors in this realm were called true saints. True saints from 1st to 3rd level were called holy kings. True saints from 4th to 6th level were called holy emperors. True saints from 7th to 9th level were real saints. Fong Chen put away the saint puppet and blood crystal. At this time, the mechanical voice sounded again. Your half-perfect bloodline is very special. Under special conditions, it is possible to condense a blood crystal. This news caused Fong Chen's heart to tremble. His bloodline could actually condense a blood crystal? It was unbelievable. But don't think too much. The blood crystal is too precious. The conditions to condense it are very harsh. It can only be found by chance. Finally, the mechanical voice informed him. Unless it was a last resort, he should not let others know that he had a blood crystal. Otherwise, he would be killed. Fong Chen guessed that the death of the blood cavalry saint was most likely related to the perfect bloodline and the blood crystal. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he did not ask and waited for the 3rd opportunity. The 3rd opportunity is an opportunity to transform. It is very likely that your half-perfect bloodline will transform into a real, perfect bloodline. Hearing this, Fong Chen was dumbfounded. The perfect bloodline was the most powerful bloodline in the legends. However, you are too weak now. You have not comprehended the origin. You cannot try it. The mechanical voice informed him that he had to comprehend at least 3 origins before he could try it. Fong Chen curled his lips and felt a little regretful. Now he had only barely comprehended the origin. He did not know when he could truly comprehend the origin. Therefore he gave up. I can only come back after I comprehend 3 origins. Fong Chen was very curious about the perfect bloodline. He made up his mind to come back in the future. Buzz! Suddenly, the pictures on the wall in front of the palace moved. Fong Chen saw a battlefield filled with smoke. There were women and children, the old and weak, sick and disabled, and children. They were innocent, but they were mercilessly killed by the knights riding the blood dragon. We Star Knights are the strongest knights. Our bloodline is the most noble. You are just a mixed blood. How dare you try to study the perfect bloodline? Ridiculous. Kill them, the leading Star Knight ordered. The entire area instantly turned into a hell of a jura. Dong! Fong Chen was shocked. He looked at those arrogant Star Knights and grimaced in hatred. They're all old, weak, sick, and disabled people who don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Too cruel. Rip. In the picture, Blood flowed like a river, and bones were piled up like a mountain. The Star Knights said that they would hunt down all the descendants of the Blood Knight Saint and then left. The picture was cut off here. Fong Qin took a long time to recover from his anger. Huff! He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Star Knights? He guessed that the Star Knights should be the enemies of the Blood Knight Saint, and listening to their words, it seemed that they were also studying the perfect bloodline. The Blood Knight Saint was most likely from their force. Fong Qin clenched his fists. No matter what, these Star Knights should be killed. Your emotional fluctuations meet the requirements. The mechanical voice came. Fong Qin looked down, and a blood-red token appeared in his hand. After you have comprehended the 3 types of origin, activate the token, and you can come here. Fong Qin understood. It turned out that the picture just now, in addition to letting him know the enemies of the Blood Knight Saint, was also a test for him. Seeing the old and weak being mercilessly killed, if he didn't hate, he was most likely a devil. The Blood Knight Saint would never allow such a person to transform into a perfect bloodline and harm the world. Huff! Fong Qin took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and bowed deeply to the wall. Okay, you can leave. The mechanical voice said, Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Outside the palace, several old men waited anxiously. Creak! Suddenly the door opened. He's out. Seeing Fong Qin coming out, they hurried over. Coming out so quickly, did he fail? Sigh, what a pity for such a genius. They all thought that Fong Qin failed and didn't pass. Little friend, no need to be sad. Although you didn't pass the last round, your potential is unparalleled. In the near future, you will definitely dominate the world. Yes, little friend. Fong Qin was stunned. When he came out, his mind was recalling the old and weak that were killed. His emotions were erratic, and he was actually misunderstood by them. Seniors have passed. Fong Qin smiled. What? They didn't believe it. Little friend, it's okay to fail, The black-haired old man comforted Fong Qin. I really passed. Dong! At this moment, the palace shook and thundered. After the old men heard it, their bodies trembled, and they looked at Fong Qin in disbelief. Their eyes burned with passion, as if they were about to devour Fong Qin. Ha ha ha! I already said that, little friend. With your talent, you will definitely pass. Little friend, tell us, what is the test of this round? What benefits did you get after passing? Chapter 3470. The old men stared at Fong Qin with burning eyes. The latter shrugged and gave a simple explanation. As for bloodline compatibility, he skipped over it. After hearing this, they couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect Fong Qin to pass the test. Amazing! The red-haired old man gave Fong Qin a thumbs up. They increasingly believed that with Fong Qin's potential, it was very likely that he would step into the chaotic supremacy level in the future. If someone is destined to become the chaotic supremacy in this era, it will definitely be you. The vast battlefield of God-fall had developed rapidly over the countless years. There were countless geniuses in the heaven-defying alliance. However, the old men were extremely confident in Fong Qin. The guy in front of them was a monster that even their master, the Blood Cavalry Saint, recognized. His potential was even more unprecedented. I dare say that even the heaven-defying alliance doesn't have a genius with yin-yang essence of 3,000 feet. The black-haired old man stroked his beard and chuckled. In the following time, the old men chatted a lot with Fong Qin. They even mentioned the Heavenly Knights. In the white jade square, Fong Qin sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. After he left, the abyss of god corpses would disappear again. He wouldn't be able to come here again until he mastered the 3 origins. Therefore, he didn't want to waste time. The environment of the abyss of god corpses was very suitable for his cultivation. As time passed, Fong Qin's strength also improved by leaps and bounds. However, his cultivation was still unable to break through to the Saint Realm. 100 years later, Fang Chen woke up leisurely. Sword Qi crisscrossed his body. A terrifying sword hum resounded through the sky and startled the old men. Whoosh! The void flickered and the old men instantly appeared. "You're out of seclusion." The red-haired old man stared at Fang Chen curiously. He increasingly felt that Fang Chen was unfathomable. "How was it?" the black-haired old man asked. Fang Chen ran the chant of the origin sword art in his mind. After 100 years of cultivation, he had completely comprehended the origin sword art and cultivated 3 moves of the second level. So far, he had cultivated 6 moves of the origin sword art. Who? Fang Chen took a deep breath as primordial chaos sword qi circulated on the surface of his skin. He sighed to himself. The Hunyuan swordsmanship was extremely powerful. If he mastered 6 moves, it would be enough to kill a normal 3rd level Holy King. However, the same could not be said for Saint Kings who were equally monstrous. For example, the monstrous geniuses of the Heaven-defying Alliance. Of course, other than the Chaos Origin sword art, he also comprehended the Heaven-slashing alchemy technique. This was an extremely powerful secret technique. He had only cultivated a small part of it, but he could already feel its terrifying power. "Senior." Fang Chen rolled his eyes and looked at the red-haired elder. "I've gained something from my cultivation. I wonder if I can test it out." "Of course you can. You can attack me directly." The red-haired old man's strength was at the level of a Saint Emperor. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast power swept out. "There's no need to hold back. Just attack." Fang Chen nodded and performed the primordial chaos sword art. Whoosh! One sword after another. The terrifying sword radiance became faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a rain of swords. In the rain of swords, there were 6 dazzling sword radiances that blended together. They emitted a dazzling light and shot toward the red-haired old man. "Condense!" The red-haired old man shouted and spread out his hands. The void around him fluctuated. In the next moment, he clasped his hands together, trying to catch the 6 sword radiances. Crack! When the red-haired old man's hands came into contact with the sword radiances, there was a crackling sound. Origin energy circulated around the red-haired old man and crushed the sword radiances. Break! The power of a Saint Emperor was undoubtedly revealed. The terrifying origin energy bombarded the sword radiances wildly. Right at this moment, Fang Chen seemed to have expected this. He found the right opportunity and activated the last sword radiance. He skillfully avoided the red-haired old man's restraint and stabbed toward the red-haired old man's head at lightning speed. Seeing this, the red-haired old man was also stunned. He immediately freed a hand to block it. Crack! The sword radiance was forcefully diverted and slashed across the red-haired old man's shoulder. Hiss! Hiss! When the others saw this scene, they sucked in a deep breath of cold air. At this moment, the red-haired old man's shoulder was bleeding. Apparently he was injured. Wonderful. Knowing that he can't fight back, he found a chance to avoid the origin energy attack and hurt the red-haired old man. It's unimaginable that a yin-yang origin realm can hurt the red-haired old man, who is a Saint Emperor. They knew that the red-haired old man was afraid of hurting Fang Chen and did not use his full strength. However, Fang Chen could do this. It was already very terrifying. Bang! The last sword radiance exploded not far behind the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man was surrounded by origin energy. His domineering aura swept across the sky. Not bad. The red-haired old man nodded. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's combat strength. With your current strength, you are almost invincible among Saint Kings. Senior, I still have one more move. Fang Chen shook his head. He was a little disappointed. The 6th move of the Hunyuan sword art had only injured the red-haired old man's shoulder, and it was obvious that the red-haired old man had not used his full strength. This move is my strongest killing move so far. Senior, be careful." Hearing this, the red-haired old man's eyes lit up. "There's more?" The red-haired old man chuckled. "Bring it on." Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. The aura of metal origin energy spread out. However, compared to the red-haired old man's origin energy, it was obviously much weaker. Sky-severing alchemy technique. Fong Chen growled. His wrist shook and the hidden star sword danced. In the sky, a terrifying sword shadow appeared out of thin air. Feeling the power of this sword, the red-haired old man was actually a little flustered. What kind of secret technique is this? The shock this sword brought to the red-haired old man was simply too great. The pressure from the depths of his origin spirit made him lose his mind for a moment. Rip! The sword shadow, carrying an unparalleled aura of metal origin energy, whizzed past and blasted toward the red-haired old man. "Dong! Dong!" The red-haired old man waved his hands and collided with the sword shadow. Dust flew, and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. Old man read. The other old men exclaimed. They were also stunned. They didn't expect Fong Chen to have such a heaven-defying method. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Chen retracted his hand and felt the vibration brought by the blood. His heart rippled. The sky-severing alchemy technique was too powerful. Moreover, there was an indescribable power that suppressed the red-haired old man, allowing him to succeed easily. After the thick smoke dissipated, the red-haired old man got up from the ground in a slightly sorry state. He ignored his injuries and quickly walked toward Fong Chen. "Young friend, where did you get the secret technique that you just used?" The red-haired old man asked hurriedly. The others also stared at Fong Chen intently. This secret technique was too strange. It could actually suppress their primordial spirits without them noticing. They were saint emperors, but in the face of this secret technique, they were actually in a trance. What if it was a weak saint ruler? They didn't dare to think about it. It was simply too terrifying. "I got it by accident," Fong Chen said. He naturally wouldn't say that he got it from the saint altar in his hometown. "Young friend, this secret technique is not simple. It can suppress my origin spirit with an invisible power. It is very likely to be the unique technique of the invincible saint." The red-haired old man concluded that this secret technique didn't belong to the blood cavalry saint. Then, did it mean that Fong Chen also got the inheritance of other invincible saints? Or was it a half-step supreme? With this secret technique, you can sweep away all saint kings. Even the prodigies of the heaven-defying alliance are no match for you. After a long time, the red-haired old man came back to his senses. However, don't use it rashly. This secret technique is too powerful. Even if an invincible saint sees it, he will be tempted. The slightest carelessness will lead to a fatal disaster. Killing and looting was the most common thing in the God's Fall battlefield. Thank you for your reminder. Fong Chen thanked him. After this battle, the old men were even more optimistic about Fong Chen. They even thought that Fong Chen could surpass their master, the blood cavalry saint, in the future. It had been a long time since he entered the abyss of God's corpse. It was time to leave. Before Fong Chen left, the old men kept telling him to master the 3 origins as soon as possible, and then come to the abyss of God's corpse. "I will." Fong Chen clenched his fists and nodded. With a flash of white light, Fong Chen found that he had left the abyss of God's corpse. He looked around and found that he was still on the Corpse Head continent. "This is the Blood King Palace. Leave quickly, or you will be killed without mercy." Suddenly, a reprimanding voice came. Fong Chen turned his head to look. There were a few martial artists at the Great Perfection stage approaching. There was a red mark on their clothes. It was the mark of the Blood King Palace. The Blood King Palace? Fong Chen frowned. Did the Blood King Palace come here for the primordial chaos? The people of the Blood King Palace surrounded Fong Qin, and a terrifying murderous intent spread out. Fong Qin looked calm as he stared at them. Since when did the scenic demon weave become the territory of the Blood King Palace? Fong Qin asked. Who do you think you are? How dare you question the Blood King Palace? Go to hell. The leader punched at Fong Qin's head. Fong Qin's eyes emitted a cold golden light. He stood motionless, and the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin flickered. When the fist of the man from Blood Palace came into contact with Fong Qin, he was instantly sent flying. Elder. The others turned their heads to look and sucked in a breath of cold air. Their elder's bones were shattered, and he had lost his vitality. You killed our elder. Damn you. You offended the Blood King Palace. No one can save you. The few of them glared at Fong Qin, wanting to take revenge. Only one of them was pale and trembling. Run. He didn't say a word and fled directly. The others were hot-headed and besieged Fong Qin. Bang, bang, bang. After jabbing out a few times, the head of the Blood Monarch Palace's disciple rolled on the ground. Condense. Then Fong Qin pointed his finger. Suddenly, the void around the fleeing man froze, and even his body was imprisoned. Senior, please spare my life. He was scared out of his wits and begged for mercy. Answer my question or die, Fong Qin said indifferently. Chapter 3471. The man from the Blood Palace was imprisoned. His face was dim and his heart was filled with fear. He widened his eyes and stared at Fong Qin. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He was also in the completion of Yin-Yang Origin Realm, and his strength was considered top in the Blood Palace. But how could the person in front of him suppress him so easily? He trembled and gave up resisting. Who are you? The man from the Blood Palace asked in a trembling voice. What has happened in the Blood Palace all these years? The man from the Blood Palace was puzzled. Fong Qin said the name of the Blood King. The man's eyes flickered, and he finally told him what had happened. He told Fong Qin that the Blood King had been in seclusion since his return. Not long ago he had successfully come out. It was said that he had the support of the ancient experts in the Blood Sea territory to invade the primordial chaos. After knowing the whole story, Fong Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing had happened in the primordial chaos these years. Thinking of the Blood King, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Humph! I haven't gone to find you, but you come to find me? Fong Qin sneered, and then he killed the man from the Blood Palace with a finger. Then he waved his hand again to set up a formation to seal the space crack. After cultivating for 300 years, his strength had reached an unprecedented level, and his understanding of formations was deeper. Even at the 3rd level, Holy King would find it difficult to break the formation. There are basically no 3rd level Holy Kings in the nearby territory. Very few people know about this. As long as I kill the Blood King, the primordial chaos will continue to be peaceful. Not long after, Fong Qin came to the sacred fire continent. Stop right there. In front of a floating palace, a guard shouted at Fong Qin to stop. At the same time, many warriors in the completion of Yin-Yang Origin Realm flew out of the mansion. They surrounded Fong Qin in an aggressive manner. Humph! You bastards from the Demon Vision Palace. Even if the sacred fire continent dies, we will drag you down with us. One of them said angrily. Another person held a long spear and pointed at Fong Qin with murderous intent. What? Did the Scenic Devil Palace only send you? You want my sacred fire continent to merge with your Devil Scenic Palace, then slowly weaken our strength before finally destroying us all? Your devilish Scenic Palace is truly scheming. Cut the crap. Since you're here, you can stay here forever. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the spear took the initiative to attack. With a low roar, the long spear in his hand pierced through the sky, shooting out a bright spear light that pierced straight towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little stunned. He had not expected the sacred fire continent to be in such a state. The scenic Devil Palace master, Mo Tao, had already been slain by him. Unless the 3 experts behind the scenic Devil Palace intervened, no one could stop Yang Kun. But now, the sacred fire continent was heavily guarded. They were prepared to engage in an internecine struggle with scenic Fiend Palace. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. He didn't dodge. Seeing that the spear light was about to reach him, he lifted his palms, and under the shocked gazes of the crowd, 2 of his fingers caught the terrifying spear light. Crack! He exerted a little force, and the powerful spear light shattered with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, the people of the sacred fire continent were completely stunned. Even the person who had attacked was filled with shock. But at this moment, he could no longer stop. Let's die together. He activated the energy in his body and prepared to self-destruct. Swoosh! Fang Chen stomped his feet and his figure disappeared into the void. In the next second, his palm pressed down on the shoulder of the man with the long spear. The energy that was about to explode in the latter's body instantly quieted down. Buzz! A terrifying wave of energy rippled out. Stop! The crowd roared furiously. They thought that Fang Chen was going to kill someone. I'm not from Scenic Fiend Palace. Fang Chen's voice rang out. The crowd was stunned. Humph! If you want to fight, then let's fight. The people of the sacred fire continent aren't cowards. With that, they prepared to continue attacking. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and threw the man with the long spear out. The crowd caught him, and Fang Chen's voice rang out again. If I wanted to kill someone, would you still be standing here? Fang Chen shrugged. The crowd's expression changed, especially the man with the long spear who had just survived. He was even more confused. Are you really not from Scenic Fiend Palace? After a while, someone stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, Where is Yang Kun? Fang Chen asked directly. Tell him that Fang Chen is here. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing if Fang Chen was telling the truth. A person in the crowd patted his head and quickly walked to Fang Chen's side. Greetings, sir. The man's body trembled, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He recalled what Yang Kun had said. He had mentioned Fang Chen in an extremely respectful tone. What? The others exclaimed. They didn't expect the person in front of them to be Yang Kun's master. They were shocked. They had just wanted to surround him. After some explanation, the crowd finally knew Fang Chen's true identity. Sir Fang, we are truly sorry, the leader said apologetically. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Scenic Fiend Palace wants to annex the sacred fire continent. Fang Chen went straight to the point. When he first arrived, the sacred fire continent was like a frightened bird, threatening to fight to the death with Scenic Fiend Palace. Thinking about it, there must be something that no one knew. The crowd chimed in and told Fang Chen the truth. It turned out that 300 years ago, not long after Yang Kun returned, he met the remaining expert of the sacred fire continent and obtained a secret technique that could allow a peak Yang essence realm martial artist to reach the level of great fulfillment in a short time. After that, Yang Kun used this technique to continuously recruit independent martial artists to strengthen the sacred fire continent. Finally, one day, Yang Kun believed that the sacred fire continent's strength was enough to contend with Scenic Fiend Palace. He led the crowd and declared that he would enforce justice and flatten Scenic Fiend Palace. In the war that followed, Scenic Fiend Palace was forced to retreat. As their only Saint Realm expert, Mo Tao, had fallen, no one could withstand Yang Kun's might. In just 3 months, Yang Kun led the crowd to Scenic Fiend Mountain and threatened Scenic Fiend Palace. At that time, everyone in Scenic Fiend Weave believed that the world was about to change. From then on, Scenic Fiend Weave would belong to the sacred fire continent. However, at the critical moment, An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the forbidden area behind Scenic Fiend Palace. Smoke filled the air, blocking everyone's vision. When the smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked to discover that the strongest expert of the sacred fire continent, Yang Kuin, was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The entire world was shocked. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Only then did they realize that Scenic Fiend Palace's foundation was unfathomable. Yang Kuin was seriously injured, and Scenic Fiend Palace began to counterattack. The sacred fire continent was no match and finally retreated here. As for Scenic Fiend Palace's power, it was rapidly increasing. Some said that one of the 3 remaining experts behind Scenic Fiend Palace had recovered from his injuries. He had successfully recovered and attacked Yang Kuin. Others said that the person who had attacked was another saint from Scenic Fiend Palace. For a time, Scenic Fiend Weave was in turmoil. Recently, Scenic Fiend Palace publicly announced that the Sacred Fire Continent had betrayed them. Within a month, if they did not surrender, they would besiege the city and slaughter them all. Fong Qin frowned and asked about Yang Kuin's whereabouts. Everyone told him that after Yellow Ox and his brothers escorted Yang Kuin back, they entered the forbidden area behind Scenic Fiend Mountain and were isolated from the world. They had not come out since. They could not even send a message. Now that the Sacred Fire Continent was in great danger, they could only fight to the death. Fong Chan guessed that Yellow Ox and his brothers had sent Yang Kuin into the forbidden area behind Scenic Fiend Mountain to seek help from the remaining expert. This is getting more and more interesting. Fong Chen's eyes were cold. After killing Mo Tao, he thought that Scenic Fiend Palace would crumble. He did not expect the 3 remaining experts to attack. Let's go see Yang Kuin first. Although he was furious, he still held it in. He wanted to see how Yang Kuin was doing. Boom! However, at that moment, a terrifying aura surged from the distant horizon, sweeping across the land in an instant. Oh no! The people from Scenic Fiend Palace are here. Everyone's expression changed as they cried out involuntarily. Fong Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a power that could destroy the world surging over from the sky. Oh well, since you've delivered yourselves to me, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back and gestured for everyone to retreat into the mansion. Then he waved his hand and set up a formation to protect the mansion. A moment later, a crowd of people came through the air and landed in front of the floating mansion. The leader was a half-step saint. His body flickered with the image of origin and his aura shook. When he saw Fong Qin, he was also stunned. What? Are all the people from the Sacred Fire Continent dead? Are you the only one who came out? The 1-month deadline is up. Have you people from the Sacred Fire Continent made up your mind? Yang Kuin is destined to die. Don't follow him to the end. That's a mistake. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Scenic Fiend Palace's lineup was very strong. Based on their strength, the Sacred Fire Continent was no match for them. Everyone in the mansion was very nervous and prepared to die at any moment. Outside the mansion, Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back. He was calm and collected. Are you done talking? When the people from Scenic Fiend Palace finished speaking, Fong Qin asked. The people from Scenic Fiend Palace were furious. You're courting death. A martial artist at the peak of the Yang Essence realm attacked, like lightning, wanting to kill Fong Qin. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Everyone turned to look, and their expressions changed. Fong Qin stood motionless. The martial artist at the peak of the Yang Essence realm from Scenic Fiend Palace was already dead. Looks like the Sacred Fire Continent has already made a decision. The leader's eyes flowed with golden light. The Sacred Fire Continent is the true ruler of the Scenic Fiend territory. Scenic Fiend Palace is not enough to convince the masses and is excessively cruel. We will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. If you continue to be so foolish, only death awaits you." Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that Fong Qin would dare to say such words. Last time, Yang Kuin led a group of people to attack Scenic Fiend Mountain. What was the result? Everyone knows. The leader sneered. "You're not even at the Saint Realm, yet you want to shake my Scenic Fiend Palace?" Scenic Fiend Palace's foundation was unfathomable. They were proud of it. That was in the past. From now on, Scenic Fiend Palace's legend of invincibility will end. It might even disappear in the long river of history. Fong Qin said arrogantly. Chapter 3472. The experts of Scenic Demon Palace had arrived at the Sacred Fire Continent with great momentum. More than half of the Sacred Fire Continent had fallen into the hands of Scenic Demon Palace. Only the floating mansion was resisting stubbornly. The people of Scenic Demon Palace were aggressive. Their violent aura shrouded the entire floating mansion. They were determined to raze the Sacred Fire Continent to the ground today. Even Yang Kuin has become a deserter. Do you still want to resist? I advise you not to make a mistake. Some of you are quite strong. If you surrender, you can join Scenic Demon Palace and even hold important positions. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the mansion broke out into a commotion. Clearly, compared to their lives, the conditions offered by Scenic Demon Palace were very tempting. "Foolish," someone berated. "Scenic Demon Palace is trying to sow discord. They want us to have internal strife and lose without a fight. After the Sacred Fire Continent is destroyed, they will definitely settle the score." That's right. Scenic Demon Palace has suffered a crushing defeat. They have wild ambitions. The Sacred Fire Continent will resist them to the death. Moreover, someone mentioned Fong Qin, believing that he could help them. Of course, there were also some who were skeptical. After all, although Fong Qin was strong, he might not be able to resist the army of Scenic Demon Palace. It's time to make a choice. You have no other choice. The foundation of Scenic Demon Palace is not something you can compare to. The group of people was extremely arrogant. They looked at the floating mansion as though they were looking at prey. They did not take Fong Qin seriously at all. Perfect yin-yang origin realm was considered the top in the Sacred Fire Continent. However, it was nothing in Scenic Demon Palace, which was full of talents. Moreover, they were here under orders to kill Yang Kuin and destroy the slumbering place of the remaining expert behind the Sacred Fire Continent. This was the intention of the three. With this order, they were even more unscrupulous. Fong Qin swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled coldly. "Since you have given the Sacred Fire Continent a choice, I will give you a way out. Join the Sacred Fire Continent and I will spare your lives." Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back. He was still calm in the face of the army. "You are courting death." Fong Qin's repeated insults had thoroughly infuriated everyone in the Scenic Devil Palace. "What? You're allowed to raise conditions, but we're not?" Fong Qin shrugged. "Humph, you ants. My Devil Scenic Palace has already shown you the greatest grace by giving you a way out. What right do you have to raise any conditions?" Shao Qi was very angry. As the leader of this expedition, he wanted nothing more than to flatten the floating mansion. Since that's the case, there's no other choice. As Fong Qin's words fell, the hearts of everyone in the floating mansion rose to their throats. It could be imagined that there would be a fierce battle, and there might even be deaths. However, they couldn't care less now. "Commander Shao Qi, I request to go out and kill this kid." Du Zhong stepped forward and requested. He had just entered the perfected yin-yang origin realm, but he was extremely talented. He was even known as the strongest person of the Scenic Demon Weave's younger generation. He was the genius who had the highest chance of entering the Saint Realm in the future. Although he had just broken through, his strength wasn't any weaker than the veteran experts of the Scenic Devil Palace. He had never been defeated in the same realm. Shao Qi nodded in agreement. He could use this opportunity to test Du Zhong's strength and see how strong he was. Buzz. Du Zhong took a step forward and came before Fang Qin. He looked down at Fang Qin from above and sneered. "Foolish human, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Du Zhong spread out his hands, and a terrifying aura swept through the area, forming chains of laws that wanted to lock Fang Qin in place. Fang Qin didn't move, and his eyes were filled with mockery. "Humph, you're about to die, and you still dare to put on airs?" As soon as he finished speaking, Du Zhong struck. He used the scenic Devil Palace's ultimate technique. His hands quickly formed seals, and the chains of laws in the sky quickly intertwined and approached Fang Qin. "That's Du Zhong!" Everyone in the floating mansion exclaimed in shock. In the war between the Sacred Fire Continent and the scenic Devil Palace, they had suffered a lot at Du Zhong's hands. "This damned guy has killed many people from the Sacred Fire Continent. Will Lord Fang be all right?" Many people were worried about Fang Qin. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Du Zhong's strength was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the experts of the Sacred Fire Continent. Their hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but retreat. On the other hand, the people of the scenic Devil Palace laughed heartily. As expected of Du Zhong, his strength is really impressive. I'm impressed. I feel that my thousands of years of cultivation have been wasted. Some people shook their heads and sighed. Du Zhong's brilliance was too dazzling. Even Shao Qi thought that no one in the Sacred Fire Continent could stop Du Zhong. This guy, Shao Qi grinned. He could tell at a glance that Du Zhong's secret technique had reached a certain level. Even among the elders of the scenic Devil Palace, it wasn't considered low. Such potential further confirmed the words of the three. Recalling the words of the three, Shao Qi's heart was burning. Die. When the chains of law neared Fang Qin, the latter was still indifferent. Rip. Du Zhong's mind controlled countless chains of law, completely sealing Fang Qin's body. "It's over." Everyone in the floating mansion cried out in shock. "In my eyes, you're not even as good as an ant." Du Zhong sneered and was ready to personally crush Fang Qin's head. However, at this moment, Fang Qin spoke. He allowed the chains of law to bind him, but he didn't resist. In his opinion, this was child's play. If you knew that someone who's not even as good as an ant to you killed you, how would you feel? "You're still stubborn?" Du Zhong said. The people of the scenic Devil Palace also kept mocking Fang Qin. In the floating mansion, some people thought that Fang Qin would definitely die, while others were waiting for a miracle. "Bound by my chains of law, no one can break free unless they're in the Saint Plane. What combat strength do you have now? It's easy for me to kill you." Du Zhong walked step by step towards Fang Qin. With every step he took, the ground would shake as if announcing the arrival of the Grim Reaper. "Uft!" Fang Qin laughed and looked at Du Zhong seriously. The difference between a genius and an idiot is often just a thought. In the eyes of the world, you're a genius, but in my eyes, you're an idiot. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Du Zhong's body, pressing towards Fang Qin. Bang! At this moment, Fang Qin also made his move. His body swayed slightly, and the ropes binding him instantly broke. He patted his clothes. If this isn't child's play, then what is? Du Zhong was stunned, and so were the others. Only Shao Qi seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed loudly. "Retreat." However, it was already too late. Fang Qin reached out his hand, pressing towards Du Zhong. "Die." Du Zhong was unwilling to give up. He used his strongest technique, but when he faced Fang Qin, he was sent flying with a slap. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin pinched Du Zhong, who was covered in blood. At this moment, Du Zhong's aura was weak, and his vitality was negligible. He didn't look like a genius at all. How is this possible? The people of Scenic Demon Palace were shocked, unable to believe it. Shao Qi stared at Fang Qin angrily. "Stop it." Du Zhong was the future hope of Scenic Demon Palace, and he was the chosen successor of the three. How could he die here? In the floating mansion, there was a burst of applause. A miracle really happened. Too strong, really too strong. I thought he was scared out of his wits. But who would have thought that he didn't even bother to make a move against Du Zhong? Yeah, the attack that Du Zhong was so proud of was neutralized by Lord Fong with a wave of his hand, and even severely injured. Too strong. That was the thought in everyone's mind. Is this what a genius is like? Fong Qin shook his head. Du Zhong was too weak. So weak that even if he stood still, Du Zhong couldn't do anything to him. Put him down and Scenic Demon Palace will retreat. Otherwise, Shao Qi was really afraid. He didn't see Fong Chen's attack clearly. Could this person be a saint? He shook his head and rejected the idea. The three said that there were no saints on the sacred fire continent, and that was why they were sent to destroy them. But now, Fong Chen's strength was far beyond his imagination. Secret treasure. It must be some kind of secret treasure. Shao Qi muttered to himself. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fong Qin. The others of Scenic Demon Palace also came to their senses and threatened Fong Qin. Hey! Fong Chen's eyes swept across everyone, and he smiled coldly. In front of everyone, he twisted Du Zhong's head. You're courting death. Shao Qi roared and punched out. He has a secret treasure on him. Let's attack together and exhaust him. The people of Scenic Demon Palace rushed toward Fong Qin like a swarm of bees. Bang! 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 Facing thousands of people, Fong Qin didn't panic. Every time he punched out, a complete earthly sovereign would die. As for those Peak Yang Essence realm martial artists, they couldn't even get close to him. In just one move, he lost more than 20 experts. Pucci! Even Shao Qi was injured by the terrifying airflow and was forced to retreat. How can he be so strong? At this moment, Shao Qi didn't have the awe-inspiring aura from before. His heart was trembling, and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to escape. Run! His figure flashed, and he fled. Seeing this, the others scattered and fled. Since you're here, don't leave. With a thought from Fong Qin, the aura of the formation Dao spread out in all directions. A formation with a vast aura sealed off this place. Bang! Many people, including Shao Qi, were caught off guard and slammed into the array, bouncing back. Boom! Boom! They crazily attacked the array, but it was too sturdy and indestructible. No! Shao Qi panicked, feeling the threat of death. He wanted to send a message back, but he realized that the array had isolated the area. For a moment, his face was ashen. Pucci! Fong Qin began to harvest. These people had persecuted the sacred fire continent and killed Yang Kuan. They all deserved to die. Moreover, they were from Scenic Demon Palace and were destined to die. In the array, corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Chapter 3473. Du Zhong was dead. Shao Qi was also dead. This was especially so for Shao Qi. His death hastened the destruction of the Scenic Demon Palace's people. The remaining people were not in the mood to continue fighting. They only wanted to escape. The strength that Fong Qin displayed was too strong. No one could match him. Demon! He is a demon! Many trembling voices rang out, containing the fear of death. Pucci! Fong Qin did not hold back. Everyone in the array was from the Scenic Demon Palace. He killed them without mercy. After a while, the vast army of the Scenic Demon Palace was completely wiped out. Seeing the piles of corpses and the rivers of blood on the ground, everyone in the floating residence trembled in fear. Their hearts trembled. They simply could not imagine that this was the work of a consummation yin-yang origin realm cultivator. How did he do it? After a long time, a thunderous voice came from the silent floating residence. The vanguard of the Scenic Demon Palace was completely wiped out. On this day, the entire sacred fire continent celebrated. Withdrawing his killing qi, Fong Qin leaped up and returned to the floating residence. At this moment, Everyone looked at him with even more respect. The man in front of him looked gentle and refined, but in reality he was a peerless demon who killed without batting an eyelid. Lord Fong, thank you for saving our sacred fire continent. Someone took the lead and knelt on the ground, thanking Fong Qin for saving their lives. Fong Chen waved his hand, and an invisible force helped everyone up. There's no need for this. Since Yang Kuan is following me, I have to ensure his safety. In the following time, the matters of the battlefield were left to others. Fong Qin went to the forbidden land at the back of the mountain. Wang. A terrifying aura surrounded the forbidden land at the back of the mountain. This aura did not belong to the present. It came from the ancient era. What a terrifying aura! Fong Qin was shocked. Even after countless epochs, that surviving expert could still give off such a shocking aura. It was hard to imagine how strong he was in the ancient era. Before the forbidden land, there was a cave sealed by the terrifying aura. Fong Qin knew that Yang Kuan was inside. Yellow Ox and his two brothers had sent Yang Kuan inside and had not appeared. Dong! Dong! Fong Qin pondered for a moment and bowed deeply to the entrance of the cave. Senior, this junior has no intention of disturbing you. It's just that the situation has forced me to. With that, Fong Qin slowly walked forward until he reached the entrance of the cave. Boom! At this moment, a shocking power came from within the cave. Fong Qin's expression changed. Just as he was about to attack, he felt a tyrannical, attractive force. Before he could even react, he was sucked into the cave. Wang. After opening his eyes, Fong Qin steadied himself and hurriedly looked around. The cave was very spacious and the atmosphere was heavy, giving people a feeling of savagery. There were some complicated carvings on the surrounding walls that Fong Qin could not understand. Master. Suddenly, Yellow Ox and his two brothers appeared from the darkness. Seeing this, Fong Qin was overjoyed. Are you guys all right? We're fine. Brother Yang Kuan's injuries are quite serious. We've been protecting him, said the dark extermination leopard. Boss, you're too powerful. You actually wiped out the scenic Demon Palace's vanguard, laughed the python. Fong Qin came to a sudden realization. They must have seen everything that happened outside while they were in the cave. Fong Qin was even more impatient now, wanting to meet that surviving powerhouse. Boss, Senior Black has been waiting for a long time. Yellow Ox went straight to the point. The surviving expert already knew about Fong Qin's previous display of power. Otherwise, he would not have dragged him into the cave. Under the lead of Yellow Ox and his two brothers, Fong Qin passed through layers of spatial cracks and arrived at a strange space. This is, Fong Qin exclaimed. This was a folded space. He was very shocked. He did not expect to see the legendary folded space. What was a folded space? Its literal meaning could be understood. Countless spaces were folded together, and all kinds of attributes were mixed together to form an infinite folded space. There were two wonderful uses of folded space. If one was seriously injured or wanted to cultivate in seclusion and did not like to be disturbed, it would be difficult for anyone to find them if they hid in it. After all, the folded space had infinite possibilities. Unless one was the master of the folded space, even a saint would get lost in it. Other than that, it could trap the enemy. Once the enemy was trapped in the folded space, it would be difficult for them to escape. Phew! Fong Qin took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and continued forward. The folded space gave him a wonderful feeling. If it were not for the surviving expert waiting to see him, he would even want to sit down and comprehend his attainments in time and space. So strange. It's both real and illusory, Fong Qin muttered. As he walked, Yellow Ox suddenly stopped. Buzz. Fong Qin frowned and sensed carefully. There was no aura in this void, as if it was a dead space. He looked up and saw a skeleton in front of him. This. Fong Qin was shocked. Master, this is Senior He, Yellow Ox whispered. Senior Hay is just a skeleton. In fact, his primordial spirit is not destroyed. He has powerful means, the python reminded. The dark exterminating leopard also secretly sent a voice transmission to Fong Qin, informing him that this skeleton was the remnant expert of the Holy Fire Continent and was extremely powerful. However, because he was seriously injured, his body could not bear his primordial spirit. Therefore, his body turned into a skeleton. As long as his primordial spirit was fully recovered, his body would naturally recover. Gulp! Fong Chen's throat moved as he swallowed his saliva. He cupped his fists and said, "Junior Fong Chin greets, Senior Hay. It's a rare sight. Not bad." An ancient and hoarse voice came from the white bones. It was the voice of an invincible saint. Obviously, he saw through Fong Chin and knew his potential. He even saw his yin-yang primordial spirit. Senior Hay was seriously injured and could not use too much power to speak. He briefly explained Fong Chen's situation. Yang Kuan had told him all this. Finally, he told Fong Chin to deal with the scenic demon palace without worry. As for the 3 remaining experts behind the scenic demon palace, one of them had entered a deep sleep and could not wake up. As for the other 2, he would give Yang Kuan some means and secret treasures to stop one of them. The last one was not very powerful when he was at his peak. He was injured in the Battle of Gods. Now he could not even use the power of a Saint Emperor. According to Senior Hay's estimation, that person had the combat power of a 3rd-level Saint King at most. Fong Chen was relieved when he heard that. He could deal with a 3rd-level Saint King. Senior Hay took the initiative to appear because the 3 from the scenic demon palace had been eyeing him since a long time ago. They wanted to devour him. He was once an invincible saint. How could he be humiliated like this? Therefore, he chose to fight back. This time, to destroy the scenic demon palace, he only wanted the condensed power of the 3 after they died. He did not want anything else. He even made a promise. If Fong Chin could destroy the scenic demon palace and kill the 3, he would give Fong Chin an opportunity. The conversation between the 2 went smoothly. However, when Fong Chin asked about the Battle of Gods, Senior Hay avoided talking about it. Finally, Senior Hay told him that Yang Kuan would wake up in a month. The Devil Fire Continent was very close to the Sacred Fire Continent. There was a branch of the Scenic Demon Palace here. First Elder, we can't contact the advance party. The mighty army advanced. A great fulfillment ancient martial art practitioner quickly flew over from afar. The First Elder frowned. Shao Qi is leading the army. How can the remnants of the Sacred Fire Continent resist? The person wanted to say something, but stopped. Speak. There's news from the palace. Including Shao Qi, the life slips of everyone in the advance party have shattered. Boom! A terrifying aura soared into the sky. The First Elder was furious. What? Shao Qi is dead? The spy nodded and trembled. Du Zhong is also. Before he could finish, he felt a terrifying pressure that suffocated him. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Has the surviving elite of the Sacred Fire Continent made a move? After a long while, the First Elder suppressed his anger and said coldly. He rejected this idea. This time, he had a mission to destroy the Sacred Fire Continent. He had received instructions from the surviving elite. The latter had clearly told him that the one from the Sacred Fire Continent could not make a move. Only then could they relax and attack the Sacred Fire Continent. But now, before their main army had arrived, the advance party had been wiped out. Most importantly, Shao Qi and Du Zhong were in the advance party, especially Du Zhong. He was the most promising elite of the Scenic Demon Palace to enter the Saint Realm. He had even been personally appointed by that person. Du Zhong's death enraged the First Elder. No matter what means the Sacred Fire Continent has, no matter what elite they've invited, they'll definitely die this time. The First Elder raised his arms and shouted, "Let's hurry!" The next day, the main army of the Scenic Demon Palace arrived. Their mighty aura was extremely oppressive. All the warriors in the vast, scenic demon territory were paying attention. They knew that the final battle was about to arrive. In the floating mansion, the joy on everyone's faces disappeared completely. They're here. Quickly send a message to Lord Fong. This was the main army of the scenic demon palace. Compared to the advance party, they were many times stronger. The people of the sacred fire continent had heavy hearts. Whoosh! Fong Chen appeared at the critical moment. He stood in the air above the mansion and looked into the distance. No need to worry. No matter how many of them come, they won't be able to return. His domineering words echoed in everyone's hearts. They stared at Fong Chen with burning eyes. At this moment, they could only hope that Fong Chen could continue his undefeated legend. Remnants of the sacred fire continent quickly come out and die. You dare to wipe out the advance party of the scenic demon palace. You'll definitely die. A bunch of barbarians dare to challenge the scenic demon palace? Even from far away, countless curses and shouts could be heard. Everyone in the floating mansion was very nervous. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Dong! 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 A terrifying aura whistled over. Wherever it passed, astral winds trembled and tore through the sky. However, when it approached the floating mansion, the terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. Boom! The army of the scenic demon palace, led by the first elder, arrived at the city. The sacred fire continent betrayed the scenic demon palace and should be executed. You stubbornly refuse to realize your mistakes and resist the army of the scenic demon palace. You can't be forgiven, the first elder said coldly as he pointed at the floating mansion. Chapter 3474. The cavalry of scenic demon palace had arrived at the city gates. A terrifying aura filled the sky, suppressing the entire sacred fire continent to the point of suffocation. However, everyone's hearts were filled with fervor. They were anticipating the birth of a miracle. The last time Shao Qi had led his troops here, he had also said the same thing. However, the one who had died in the end was Shao Qi, not the sacred fire continent. Even the most outstanding genius of scenic demon palace, Du Zhong, had died at the hands of Fong Chen. It could be said that Fong Chen, who stood tall above the floating mansion, was already a totem in the hearts of all the warriors in the sacred fire continent. He was a hero. As long as he was around, the sacred fire continent would be safe. Scenic demon palace? Fong Chen tapped his finger gently, and a terrifying torrent appeared in the void. Within the torrent, there were purple flames. Whoa! The entire world instantly turned into a sea of fire. Countless fireballs charged towards the people of scenic demon palace with unparalleled sword chi, courting death. The great elder sneered. With a flick of his sleeve, a spotlessly white mirror appeared. A gentle light shot out from the mirror in an attempt to block the fireball attack. Humph! With the water sunglasses, there is nothing to fear from mere flames. Playing with fire in front of the scenic demon palace? Are you sure you are not courting death? The army of scenic demon palace looked at Fong Chen as though they were looking at a dead man. Extinguish! In the blink of an eye, the densely packed fireballs had already neared the great elder's water sunglasses. The great elder shouted in a low voice, and water ripples appeared in his water sunglasses, rippling outwards. Pucci! However, in the next second, the smile on the great elder's face froze. That was because the water curtain that he thought was indestructible had been destroyed by the fireballs. Kacha! His expression changed drastically. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he could feel the terrifying power of the fireballs. His figure flashed as he prepared to retreat. He clenched his fist and activated the water sunglasses to the maximum in an attempt to slow down the speed at which the fireballs were spreading. However, he was shocked to discover that the water sunglasses had unknowingly started to show signs of cracking. As soon as he activated it, it shattered with a loud bang. turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Boom! He was in a daze as he was sent flying by the lightning-fast fireball. His entire body was set ablaze. Ah! A miserable shriek came from within the fireball. The first elder continued to struggle, but the fireball's power was too strong. He was simply unable to resist. In just a few breaths of time, the great elder was refined by the fireball. Everyone in the floating mansion was completely stunned. They looked at the fireballs that filled the sky as they charged fearlessly at the scenic fiend palace's army. Their hearts were in turmoil. At that moment, there was no longer any arrogance or conceit on the faces of those from scenic Devil Palace. There was only endless fear. No, how is that possible? My scenic fiend palace is invincible. Damn it, who the hell is he? Countless miserable screams rang out. Flames spread out and burned the sky. Within the space of flames, not even a blade of grass grew. No one below the Saint Plain could resist it. The scenic Devil Palace's main force that had come with great grandeur was actually defeated by Fong Qin with a single move. This scene shocked the entire Sacred Fire continent. Too weak. Fong Qin shook his head. The scenic Devil Palace did not even have a Saint Plain cultivator. How could they resist him? It's time to end this, he said softly. With a stomp of his foot, his figure instantly appeared within the space of flames. Then he waved his palm and the flames surged even more violently, gathering wildly. Those who had been stubbornly holding on finally could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! In less than 15 minutes, the space of flames dissipated and peace returned to the world. However, everyone could still feel the terrifying aura of flames in the air. At a glance, the plains in front of the floating mansion had already turned into ruins. There were potholes everywhere and corpses piled up like mountains. Even the blood had evaporated. Is this real? Within the floating mansion, someone rubbed his eyes hard. He could not believe what he had just seen. Not long ago, the Sacred Fire continent had been threatened by the scenic Devil Palace and was in imminent danger. In the blink of an eye, the scenic Devil Palace had been completely annihilated while the Sacred Fire continent remained unscathed. This was simply a miracle. It was unimaginable. After the shock, everyone's gaze fell on Fong Qin. In their hearts, Fong Qin was like a god of war. Swoosh! Fong Qin leaped and disappeared from the world at the fastest speed possible. He struck across the world and traversed through the void. His destination was the scenic Devil Palace's lair. As for the aftermath of the Sacred Fire continent, it was left to the people within the floating mansion. The news of this battle spread very quickly. Countless ancient martial art practitioners in the entire scenic Devil Dominion side. A new era had arrived. An unparalleled expert had appeared and was about to destroy the scenic Devil Palace. Of course, there were also different voices. Some people clamored that Fong Qin was courting his own death. The scenic Devil Palace's foundation was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Some people even said that it would not be long before the 3 remaining experts behind the scenic Devil Palace appeared. When that time came, the Sacred Fire continent would be reduced to ruins. As if in agreement with these people's guesses, not long after, flames soared into the sky from the scenic Devil Palace's lair. Countless shocking phenomena appeared. Everyone in the scenic Fiend Dominion saw this horrifying phenomenon. This made those who supported the scenic Devil Palace even more excited. Their guesses were correct. Ha ha ha! The remaining experts behind the scenic Devil Palace are enraged. They want to destroy the Sacred Fire continent with their own hands. A mere broken continent dares to attempt to overturn the authority of the scenic Devil Palace. What a joke. Let's wait for him. That fellow will definitely seek forgiveness. These people became increasingly brazen and did not hide their true identities. Since Fong Qin was about to die, they were not worried about revenge. Whoosh! 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 On this day, Many ancient martial art practitioners saw a stream of light tear through the sky before disappearing. Just as everyone was puzzled, Fong Qin finally arrived at the scenic Devil Palace's lair. The scenic Devil Palace's lair was located on Mount Scenic. Mount Scenic was the highest mountain in the scenic Devil Dominion. It was also the most famous mountain and was known as a sacred mountain. Usually, no one was allowed to ascend Mount Scenic. But today, a beam of light shot over from the distant horizon and landed on Mount Scenic. Scenic Devil Palace. The beam of light dissipated as Fong Qin appeared. He stared at the scenic Devil Palace's lair with a cold glint in his eyes. Dong! Fong Qin walked step by step towards the peak of Mount Scenic. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. Who are you? Leave Mount Scenic at once. Pucci! Before the ancient martial art practitioner could finish speaking, he was killed by Fong Qin with a punch. From today onwards, there will be no more scenic Devil Palace. Although Fong Qin's voice was not loud, it spread throughout the entire scenic Devil Palace. In an instant, the ancient martial art practitioners in scenic Devil Palace panicked. A terrifying consciousness enveloped the entire scenic Devil Palace. Fong Qin was looking for the location of the remaining experts. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and completely destroy the scenic Devil Palace. Hee, a soul-stirring voice floated out. What arrogance! A gray-robed expert appeared out of thin air. His clothes were tattered and there was no aura fluctuation. He looked like a beggar. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding space began to fold, and even the flow of time was altered. The gray-robed expert slowly turned around. The moment he opened his eyes, Mount Scenic trembled. You're the one who destroyed the scenic Devil Palace's army? The person said gloomily. Fong Qin stared at the gray-robed expert. The latter's skin was covered in a thick layer of origin source. Such a method was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. That's right. It's me. After a moment of shock, Fong Qin came back to his senses and said coldly, You're quite bold. After killing the people of scenic Devil Palace, you still dare to barge into Mount Scenic? The gray-robed expert was not in a hurry to make a move. He was observing Fong Qin. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since it's already irreconcilable, why not just destroy them? Fong Qin shrugged. He was not afraid of the remaining experts. According to his speculation, the gray-robed expert should be the person mentioned by Senior He who asked Yang Kuan to stop him. His true enemy was the other peak stage 3 powerhouse who had survived. Ha! The gray-robed expert made his move. With a flick of his sleeve, scorching flames filled the world. That was the power of the origin source of fire. Hiss! The void was refined. The buildings on Mount Scenic were damaged to varying degrees. The remaining experts had always been the trump card of scenic Devil Palace. At this moment, Fong Qin had forced them out. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he would be recognized by the world. Humph! Seeing the purple flames on Fong Qin's fist, the gray-robed expert sneered. Playing with fire in front of him was truly laughable. His attainments in the origin source of fire had reached an unimaginable level. His flames could burn everything in the world and even refine the heavens. No matter how strong you are, you will eventually become a speck of dust under my flames. The gray-robed expert's aura was imposing as he controlled the scorching flames to attack Fong Qin. Crack! In just one exchange, Fong Qin's flames were defeated. Thud! 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 Fong Qin took a few steps back and took a deep breath. After recognizing the means of the remaining experts, he finally became serious. Today, I dare to step onto Mount Scenic because I fear nothing. You can't stop me. Buzz! The yin-yang origin source in his body circulated crazily as the mighty yin-yang qi dissipated above Fong Qin's head. In the blink of an eye, his yin-yang origin source was successfully condensed. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, Seeing this scene, The remaining experts exclaimed in surprise. What? When Fang Chen's yin-yang origin source stopped at 30,000 feet, he was completely stunned. His breathing became a little hurried. How is this possible? How can such a monster appear in this era? He shook his head vigorously and said excitedly, "Kid, I'll give you a way out. Acknowledge me as your master, and I guarantee that you will become an invincible saint in the future." The communication jade pendant vibrated as Yang Kuen's voice came out. He was on the way with Yellow Ox and his brothers and would arrive soon. Fang Chen looked up and narrowed his eyes at the gray-robed expert. "You think you're worthy?" As soon as he finished speaking, his yin-yang origin source stirred the heavens. He took a step forward and used his body as a sword to perform the origin sword technique. Retreat. Just as the gray-robed expert was about to attack, he suddenly heard a voice. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated and dodged Fang Chen's attack. When he steadied himself, an even stronger surviving expert appeared beside him. Chapter 3475. Fang Chen's body trembled. In that instant, he saw a white-robed powerhouse leaping into the air from the forbidden grounds of Scenic Mountain. Boom! A terrifying aura surged over. The moment the white-robed powerhouse appeared, the world turned into a blur as the light of chaos was faintly discernible. The void around him shattered, forming an extremely powerful black hole, as if it was going to devour the entire world. How dare an ant compete with the bright moon? He looked down at Fang Chen from above, like a god, looking down on all life. He was an ancient powerhouse who had once participated in the Battle of Godfall known as the Battle of Armageddon. The devastation of that battle was unimaginable if one did not take part in it. Countless Saint Realm powerhouses died on the battlefield. As for him, he had managed to survive. Mount Jing was the place where he slept. Here, he used the authority of Scenic Demon Palace to constantly collect treasures that were lost in the world to restore his strength. It could be said that Scenic Demon Palace was his right-hand man. Now, not only had the person in front of him destroyed Scenic Demon Palace, but he had also dared to attack Scenic Mountain. That was an unforgivable sin. The robes on his body fluttered in the wind, and a terrifying energy rippled outwards. Oh! Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at the white-robed powerhouse. That person gave him an oppressive feeling. He should be the surviving powerhouse with peak rank, 3 combat strength that Senior Hay mentioned. Kid, you should be proud to have 2 ancient powerhouses appear for you. Even if you die, you should be proud. The gray-robed powerhouse sneered. On Scenic Mountain, the surviving members of Scenic Demon Palace were shouting excitedly. In their opinion, the surviving powerhouses were supreme existences. They were invincible legends. With them around, Scenic Demon Palace would not be destroyed. This guy is dead for sure. It would be strange if he didn't die after alerting the 2 lords. Heaven and earth, no one can save him. Many people were whispering with a hint of schadenfreude in their words. As for Fang Chen, he shrugged and looked up at the white-robed powerhouse. An ancient powerhouse? Is he very powerful? No one dared to question the surviving powerhouses. Fang Chen was the first. Therefore, the people of Scenic Devil Palace were all stunned. Even the gray-clothed expert was stunned. However, he quickly came to his senses. His anger soared to the heavens, and he wished he could tear Fang Chen to shreds. Since I dared to climb Mount Jing, I'm not afraid of anything. Fang Chen's heroic spirit soared. Today, Scenic Fiend Palace had to be destroyed. You are courting death. The gray-robed expert finally couldn't help but make a move. His hands quickly circled, and a palm-sized silver ball appeared in front of his chest. The ball contained a terrifying amount of origin energy. Go to hell. This was an ancient technique that was extremely strange. Even Fang Chen was a little surprised. However, even though he was surprised, he was still very calm. You are too weak. The hidden star sword issued a resonant sword cry. The next moment, Fong Chen displayed the primeval chaos sword art. Whoosh! The terrifying sword radiance intertwined and blocked the attack of the expert in gray. Crack! The primordial chaos sword technique sliced through the silver ball in an unstoppable manner, forcibly slicing apart the origin source energy within. Get lost. The expert in gray was furious. He clenched his fists and punched out. Dong! Dong! The fist radiance collided with the sword radiance, causing the world to tremble. Come back. At that moment, the white-robed expert finally felt that something was wrong. He shouted and forcefully pulled the expert in gray back. He's a little strange. The white-robed expert's face was gloomy. He finally began to look at Fong Chen seriously. I didn't expect such a genius to appear in this era. How interesting. The white-robed expert sneered. No wonder you dared to set foot on Mount Jing alone. The expert in gray was forcefully pulled back. After calming down, his heart was filled with fear. He widened his eyes and stared at Fong Chen. He recalled the exchange just now and felt a lingering fear. If the white-robed expert hadn't stopped him, he would have acted on impulse and fought Fong Chen to the end. The latter's strength was clearly beyond his range. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. Damn it! He was furious. If he hadn't been injured in the Battle of Gods, he wouldn't have been humiliated like this. When I recover my peak cultivation, I'll wipe out your entire family. A cold aura enveloped the entire Mount Jing. The white-robed expert stared at Fong Chen with a smile. You have great potential. I don't even want to fight you. Fong Chen was silent. He stared at the white-robed expert warily. Mo Tao became the master of Scenic Demon Palace because of our support. He controlled the entire Scenic Demon territory and even entered the Saint Realm. For them, they had countless means. It was easy to help a yin-yang origin realm warrior enter the Saint Realm. After Mo Tao's death, he needed an assistant. The strength that Fong Chen had just displayed was far beyond his expectations. Therefore, he wanted Fong Chen to take over Mo Tao's position and become their new spokesperson. He would continue to help them search for treasures. You're only in the yin-yang origin realm, but you have the combat power of a second-level Holy King. Even in the ancient times, you'd be considered a genius. However, the path to the Saint Realm is long and full of thorns. If you walk alone, you might die. He paused for a moment and continued. If you have someone to guide you, you'll get twice the result with half the effort in your cultivation. No one in the yin-yang origin realm could refuse the white-robed expert's offer. However, he was Fong Chen. He relied on himself to cultivate. He didn't need anyone's help. If I can't even enter the Saint Realm, what's the point of having potential? Fong Chen spoke in a tone. I'll walk my own path. There was no room for discussion. He directly rejected the white-robed expert's offer. Hearing this, the white-robed expert's face darkened. If he couldn't become friends with such a genius, he had to kill him. In the ancient times, I've seen many geniuses with arrogance like you. They all had one thing in common. They didn't live long. They either died tragically or went mad. The white-robed expert's voice suddenly became louder. My favorite thing to do was to hunt geniuses. You're barely one. You're worth my time. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed expert attacked. As soon as he attacked, the entire Mount Jing was sealed. Ripples flickered in the void. The gray-robed expert also shouted and surrounded Fong Chen. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, a few figures broke into the sealed Mount Jing. You're here? Fong Chen saw Yang Kuan and the 3 oxen. Master, leave him to me. You just focus on that big guy. Yang Kuan said. He held a 5-pointed star holy object in his hand, which emitted a faint light. You're courting death. The gray-robed expert stepped forward and came to Yang Kuan. The 3 oxen quickly retreated and formed a triangle with Yang Kuan. At this moment, the holy object in Yang Kuin's hand suddenly trembled. 5 different lights intertwined and instantly enveloped the gray-robed expert. Chapter 3476. The 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation was the most powerful formation in the ancient times. It was also the most commonly used array formation by saints. The power of this array formation wasn't too strong. The key point was that it was very restrictive and could trap a saint for a short time. At that time, the 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation was also known as the 5 Elements Saint Fall Formation, because in a battle between saints, every second counted. Once one was trapped by the 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation, it was almost certain death. Of course, saints who had reached a certain level of strength could break through the formation with their bare hands. There were also some saints who had treasures that could tear the formation apart. But it was different now. In this era, the world was withering and resources were scarce. If the 3 remaining saints who were sleeping on Mount Jing joined forces in the ancient times, they might have a chance to break the 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation. But now their strength had not recovered to its peak, so there was nothing they could do. Don't panic. They can't do anything to you. The white-robed saint transmitted his voice and told him that after he killed Fong Qin, he would kill these idiots one by one. After a brief panic, the gray-robed saint calmed down. That old bastard from the Sacred Fire Continent is really haunting me. He actually gave you the 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation. The gray-robed saint gritted his teeth and hated Senior He. He stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. I'm standing right here. What can you do to me? Yang Kuin controlled the 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation to maintain it. Yellow Ox and his brothers assisted from the side. They had no desire to fight at all. Their purpose was to stop the gray-robed saint from attacking Fong Qin. Everything else was left to Fong Qin. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, attracting their attention. On another battlefield, the battle between Fong Qin and the white-robed saint had reached its climax. Boom! 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 Both sides exchanged blows. Sword light and fist light collided, erupting with shocking power. Rip! Fong Qin's sword tore through the void and stabbed the white-robed saint. The latter could not dodge in time, and his robe was torn. Thump! Thump! The white-robed saint took a few steps back and steadied himself. 3rd level Saint King. He took a deep breath and said coldly. He did not expect that Fong Qin's true combat ability had reached the level of a 3rd level Holy King. This was the same level as him. His eyes were filled with shock. Holy flame, heavens scorching. Without any hesitation, he waved his sleeves, and the origin of fire in his body erupted, burning the sky. The scorching flames blotted out the sky and pressed down on Fong Qin. Fong Qin frowned. Was this the power of a 3rd level peak Holy King? He spread out his arms and felt the power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Time immemorial sword art. It was still the primordial chaos sword art, but this time when it was used, it gave people a very profound feeling. Origin. No, to be precise, it should be the crumpled form of the origin. Metal origin. Feeling the sharpness of the sword chi, the white-robed expert increased his strength and took a step forward, arriving in front of Fong Qin. Chaotic origin sword body. Fong Qin raised his physical defense to the maximum, and the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin shone brightly. His primordial spirit, golden elixir, also released a terrifying aura, shrouding his entire body. At this moment, his defense was at its strongest. Come on, let me see how strong a 3rd level peak Holy King is. Fong Qin was full of pride. He held the hidden star sword in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist, facing the incoming attack. Bang! 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 The hidden star sword was the first to come into contact with the scorching flames. When it collided with the flames, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The origin of fire was very strong, and it seemed to be refining the hidden star sword. Not good. Fang Chen realized that the termination spiritual liquid in the hidden star sword had evaporated. This was a terrifying phenomenon. From the side, it could be seen that the white-robed expert's comprehension of the origin had reached an incredible level. Boom! Fang Chen hurriedly punched out, blocking the attack of the scorching flames, and pulled out the hidden star sword. Not far away, in the 5 Elements St. Locke formation. Seeing this, the gray-robed expert sneered. I became a saint in the ancient times, and I have comprehended the purest energy in the world. My comprehension of the origin has reached the point of perfection. How can the people of this era compare to me? He mocked mercilessly. I admit that the guy's combat power is very strong. It is rare to see a 3rd-level Holy King in the Yin-Yang origin realm. But so what? Won't he die in the end? Lao Bai was born with a flame physique, and his perception of fire is very strong. After he entered the saint realm, he was respectfully called the god of fire. His origin of fire can refine everything. It won't be long before you see that the master you respect so much will be refined alive by Lao Bai. After saying this, he laughed wildly. In the void, countless thoughts flashed through Fang Chen's mind. He curled his lips, feeling helpless. The origin of fire, and it is the purest. It is too strong. Fang Chen sighed. After all, he was not in the saint realm, but in the Yin-Yang origin realm. The biggest difference was in the origin. His origin of fire can suppress my swordsmanship, and it can also burn the termination spiritual liquid in the hidden star sword. Fang Chen pondered. He had thought of using the saint flame. Don't be in a hurry to use it. I will use it when I am no match for him. After all, there were very few energy crystals, and they would be gone if he used them. So, Fang Chen did not want to use them unless he had no other choice. Saint Flame, sky-scorching. The white-robed expert roared and continued to urge the origin of fire to suppress Fang Chen. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrible power surged in Fang Chen's body. Endless aura broke out of his body and condensed into a majestic yin-yang origin in the void. The yin-yang origin appeared, releasing a biting cold yin and yang qi. It rushed into the origin of fire and began to destroy it. Seeing the yin-yang origin, the white-robed expert's pupils shrank and his body trembled. He swore that he had never seen a martial artist's yin-yang origin that could reach 3,000 feet. How is this possible? What is going on? He screamed in his heart. Even the gray-robed expert in the 5 Elements St. Locke formation was completely stunned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even in the ancient times, such yin-yang origin could not have appeared. He screamed hysterically. Fang Chen's yin-yang origin had overturned his understanding of the yin-yang origin realm. Yang Kuan trembled and was extremely excited. Yellow Ox and his brothers looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. They had inadvertently witnessed a miracle. At the beginning of the chaos, Yin and Yang were divided into the 5 elements. The basis of the 5 elements was Yin and Yang Qi. People rarely knew about Yin and Yang Qi because their yin-yang origin was too weak. Fang Chen's yin-yang origin had reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet, so it gave birth to Yin and Yang Qi. Chapter 3477. In the sky, 2 completely different auras blended with each other, releasing a shocking power. The unprecedented 3,000 feet yin-yang primordial qi gave birth to the legendary Yin and Yang Qi. This is Yin and Yang Qi. The white-robed expert cried out. His eyes were filled with shock, and he almost shouted hysterically. Hiss! As soon as the Yin and Yang Qi appeared, the white-robed expert's unstoppable origin energy was instantly restrained. In the sky, the scorching flames turned into a sea of fire, like thousands of horses galloping. Below the sea of fire, a layer of Yin and Yang Qi formed a barrier, blocking it. Buzz! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt relaxed. His dark eyes looked at the white-robed expert and sneered. The reason why a Saint Realm expert was powerful was because of the powerful origin energy. Without the support of the origin energy, their strength would not be too strong. Take my sword. Fang Qin shook his wrist, waved the hidden star sword, and performed the Chaos Primordial Sword technique again. Now he had completely grasped the 3 swords of the first level of the Primordial Chaos Sword Art. He brandished 3 swords in a row, and the power of each sword was superimposed. In the void, the sword Chi Light folded and turned into a sea of swords, sweeping through the world like a tornado, blasting toward the white-robed expert. Life is burning. The white-robed expert was an ancient expert, and he had participated in the Battle of Gods. He knew better than anyone what the 3,000 feet yin-yang primordial chi meant. How is this possible? He shook his head and exclaimed in disbelief. However, the attack did not stop, and he continued to perform his unique skill. Pucci. In just one exchange, his flaming palm print was penetrated by the Chaos Primordial Sword Light. Thud! Thud! The white-robed expert retreated quickly, and a small hole appeared on his white robe. As expected, Fang Qin looked over and grinned. Just now, he had only used 90% of the Chaos Primordial Sword technique, and it posed a threat to the white-robed expert. Bang! 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 In the following battle, Fang Qin gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed the white-robed expert. However, the white-robed expert was an ancient expert after all, and his means were incredible. By relying on these strange methods, he managed to endure Fang Qin's powerful attacks. Phew! Fang Qin took a deep breath and stared at the white-robed expert with narrowed eyes. I can completely suppress him by performing the Chaos Primordial Sword technique, but it's still not enough to kill him. Fang Qin's eyes flashed, and he was ready to end the battle. Buzz! Under Fang Qin's guidance, the half-perfect bloodline in Zhang Xin's body began to stir, and under Fang Qin's guidance, it was infused into the hidden star sword. Fang Qin took a step forward, and the star-hidden sword pierced out like lightning. The primordial chaos sword art, which had fused with the half-perfect bloodline, had suddenly increased in power by at least 30%. You can't do anything to me. At this moment, the white-robed expert had already given up on killing Fang Qin. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He Fang is the white-robed expert. Seeing Fang Qin's attack, the white-robed expert sneered. He clenched his fists and charged forward. However, the moment his fists touched the star-hidden sword, his complexion changed greatly. No. The white-robed expert roared angrily and struggled desperately. But it was useless. The Chaos Primordial Sword technique with the half-perfect bloodline increased its power by 30% with the support of the Yin-Yang Primordial Sword technique. The power of this sword was enough to crush any third-level Holy King. Hiss! Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the Chaos Primordial Sword technique pierced through the white-robed expert's defense and drilled into his body, destroying his organs. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He burned his essence and blood, trying to escape. But it was too late. Pucci! He spat out blood. His face was pale, and his organs were broken. His aura was weak, and he instantly lost his ability to fight. No, I can't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. It wasn't easy for him to survive the Battle of Gods. He slept on Mount Jing and slowly recovered. Who would have thought that he would be killed by a yin-yang primordial realm ant? Brother, save me. In a moment, he couldn't hold on any longer. He roared into the sky, and his voice spread to the forbidden ground of Mount Jing. Pucci! The sword flashed, and his head fell to the ground. Crack! After the white-robed expert died, the terrifying power of fire origin in the sky also dissipated. The yin-yang primordial sword technique quickly shrank and drilled into Fang Qin's body. Yang Kuan, who was controlling the 5 elemental sacred lock formation, was completely stunned. From the beginning to the end, they were in a state of shock. Someone as strong as a third-level peak, Holy King, had died at the hands of their master? They couldn't imagine it, and their hearts were in turmoil. No, no, the gray-robed expert, who was trapped in the 5 elemental sacred lock formation, felt fear. He screamed hysterically, trying to awaken his brother from his slumber. Die. With a slash of his sword, he died. At the peak of Mount Jing, a terrifying aura gradually spread. The surviving members of Scenic Fiend Palace were even more dumbfounded. The 2 remaining powerhouses had actually fallen. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a stir in the entire scenic demon territory. Master! After a long while, Yang Kuan swallowed his saliva and came to his senses. Fang Qin put away the sumer rings of the 2 surviving experts, deep in thought. No matter what, they are still ancient experts. Scenic Demon Palace should have collected many good things for them over the years. However, now was not the time to check the sumer rings. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the forbidden ground of Mount Jing. In the forbidden ground there was a tomb. On the tombstone there were 4 words, Tomb of the Fallen Gods. Fang Chen walked to the tomb, deep in thought. This tomb was built by the sleeping expert for himself. Yang Kuan said he had obtained a lot of information from Senior He. He was seriously injured back then and almost died. His primordial spirit was shattered. Over the years, his primordial spirit has been recovering, and it is very difficult to recover. Hearing that, Fang Chen nodded. Yang Kuan knew what his master meant. In fact, before he came, Senior He had also warned him. As long as we destroy this tomb, as well as the longevity pill in the tomb, the sleeping expert will die forever. Fang Chen was moved. He had also heard of the longevity pill. It was a legendary pill that even saints coveted. He did not expect that the surviving expert underground was actually relying on the longevity pill to prolong his life. Come to think of it, his injuries were really serious. Boom! Fang Chen punched out, and the tomb exploded, shattering the tombstone. Stop! Some fanatics tried their best to stop him. Pucci! Yang Kuan, Yellow Ox, and Yellow Ox attacked at lightning speed. A moment later, all the remaining experts on Mount Jing were killed. At this point, Fang Chen stepped into the tomb. The tomb was very simple. In the center, there was a coffin. Hiss! Hiss! Around the coffin, there was a terrifying blue light. Be careful! This is the extreme blue divine light. Even saints are wary of it. No one below the 7th level saint can block it. In other words, a 6th level saint emperor would die instantly if they came into contact with the extreme blue divine light. Fang Chen took a deep breath. He did not expect the blue light to be so powerful. This extreme blue divine light is extracted from the extreme blue divine stone. It's specifically used against the saint's primordial spirit. In ancient times, the extreme blue divine stone was very rare. Only the invincible saints had it. It's almost extinct in this era. Yang Kuan said he should be using the extreme blue divine light to protect himself. But as time passed, the extreme blue divine light in the extreme blue divine stone has been exhausted. The problem now was how to penetrate the extreme blue divine light and destroy the longevity pill in the coffin. Let me try. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out. Just as it touched the coffin, it was blocked by the extreme blue divine light. Dong! His body retreated as his heart trembled. What a terrifying, extreme blue divine light. At that moment, he felt that his primordial spirit was about to be torn apart by the extreme blue divine light. Fang Chen looked at the extreme blue divine light with some fear. If you can destroy the extreme blue divine stone, the extreme blue divine light will naturally dissipate. Yang Kuan curled his lips. This information came from Senior He. But Senior He didn't have anything on him that could suppress the extreme blue divine light. They could only rely on them. Master, if it doesn't work, let's retreat first. After all, saving their lives was more important. Fang Chen was a little unwilling. Since they were already here, if they didn't destroy the longevity pill, the consequences would be unimaginable once the sleeping expert woke up. Do we have to use the sacred fruit? Fang Chen was very reluctant, but there was no other way now. I have an idea. Fang Chen decided to use the sacred fruit. However, just as he was about to take out the sacred fruit, the copper bowl in Immortal Cave Mountain suddenly began to vibrate and then flew out uncontrollably. Fang Chen saw the copper bowl emitting a dazzling light as it floated toward the coffin. Buzz! Under Fang Chen's gaze, the copper bowl came into contact with the extreme blue divine light above the coffin. What? In the next moment, Fang Chen exclaimed, because the copper bowl actually suppressed the extreme blue divine light. Rumble! The extreme blue divine light flickered incessantly. The extreme blue divine stone in the coffin kept trembling as if it was resisting the suppression of the copper bowl. However, the sound was getting softer and softer. In the end, the extreme blue divine light was completely suppressed. Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the copper bowl on the saint's altar to be so powerful. Master Yang Kuan was dumbfounded. Yellow Ox and his brothers were dumbfounded. They looked at the copper bowl, their hearts trembling. So powerful, they couldn't help but step back. It's suppressed? Fang Chen poked his head and observed carefully. After confirming that the extreme blue divine light was suppressed by the copper bowl, he controlled the copper bowl with his mind and opened the coffin. Creak! The coffin lid was opened, and a figure lay quietly in the coffin. On his forehead there was a dazzling pill. In his palm there were 2 extreme blue divine stones. One of them was dim, and its extreme blue divine light had been consumed. The longevity pill! Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. He had finally seen the legendary longevity pill. He quickly walked toward the coffin. Under the suppression of the copper bowl, the extreme blue divine stone couldn't move at all. The extreme blue divine light was almost extinguished, and it posed no threat to Fang Chen. He could easily take the longevity pill away. Buzz! For a moment, Fang Chen felt that he had entered an illusion. How about we make a deal? A voice that seemed to have existed for a long time sounded in his mind. This voice seemed to have crossed the river of time and was erratic. Chapter 3478. How about we make a deal? The voice was like the sound of the great Tao. It drilled into Fang Chen's ears and made him tremble. His heart raced and his blood boiled. Condense! He roared and forcefully circulated his half-perfect bloodline throughout his body. Only then did he calm down. Whoosh! He took a deep breath. His forehead was covered in sweat. His deep eyes stared fixedly at the coffin. He was extremely shocked. Just a voice was enough to make him fall into an illusion and almost lose his consciousness. How strong was the remaining expert in the coffin at his peak? Fang Chen sighed and involuntarily took a few steps back. Crack! The copper bowl seemed to have sensed the figure in the coffin. Its aura fluctuated, and the copper bowl released an even more terrifying power, completely suppressing the extreme blue divine light. Following a crisp sound, the blue extreme godly stone that had lost its luster long ago shattered into pieces with a loud bang. Immediately after, the blue extreme divine stone in his other hand also gradually dimmed and the blue extreme divine light dissipated. The copper bowl suppressed the 2 blue extreme divine stones, making the remaining expert in the coffin unable to move. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to make a deal with you. At this moment, the voice sounded again. But this time, the voice no longer had that powerful power. It was no longer targeting Fang Chen's primordial spirit. It seemed that the remaining expert had given in. A deal. Fang Chen was indifferent. If not for his half-perfect bloodline and the copper bowl suppressing the blue extreme divine stone, he might have fallen into this guy's trap. He did not have a good impression of this person at all. You were bewitched by that old fart from the sacred fire continent to kill me. The remaining expert said calmly, as long as you don't destroy the longevity elixir, I can give you an ultimate technique. This ultimate technique is enough for you to establish a true orthodoxy in this era. Establishing an orthodoxy was a feat that only an invincible saint could accomplish. The ultimate technique, passed down by the remaining expert in the coffin, could actually allow Fong Qin to establish an orthodoxy in this era. Fong Qin was shocked. Your potential is hard to find since ancient times. You are very suitable for my ultimate technique. If you can establish an orthodoxy, you might even reach the chaotic supremacy level in the future. The remaining expert was tempting Fong Qin step by step. He believed that no one could resist this temptation. After all, it was an ultimate technique that could establish an orthodoxy. What do you think? The remaining expert asked Fong Qin. As far as I know, that old fart is heavily injured and has been in a deep sleep. If you bring these 2 pieces of blue extreme divine stones back, he will believe me. In this way, you'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You'll be able to obtain both my ultimate technique and the benefits of that old bastard. Why not? Fong Qin stared coldly at the coffin and remained silent. Seeing this, layers of complicated ripples appeared on the surface of the remaining expert's skin. However, he could not move at all under the suppression of the copper bowl. Fong Qin raised his head and glanced at the copper bowl. He could feel that the remaining expert seemed to be afraid of the copper bowl. If I kill you, I can have everything you have. Fong Qin's voice was very calm, but it contained an extremely strong killing intent. Are you crazy? You don't even want the ultimate technique? The remaining expert roared. Let's not talk about whether you can kill me. Even if you kill me, you won't get the ultimate technique. Fong Qin waved his hand, and a vast power was injected into the copper bowl. Suddenly, the suppression of the copper bowl became stronger and closer to the longevity elixir. No, you can't do this. The remaining expert roared angrily. Once the longevity elixir shattered, he would be completely dead. He had survived the most tragic battle of the gods in the ancient times and had been in a deep sleep for countless years. He finally saw the hope of recovery. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a thing? At this moment, he hated Mo Tao to the core. The copper bowl was too strange. He could not resist it at all. The longevity elixir on his forehead kept pulsing, and its connection with him became weaker and weaker. At this moment, the remaining expert finally began to panic. He put down the airs of a sage and humbly begged Fong Qin, "Young friend, we can work together. Young friend, if you help me, after I recover, I will recognize you as my master and be your servant." It was indeed very tempting to have a former sage as a servant. Unfortunately, Fong Qin had already made up his mind. No matter what you say, it's useless. Fong Qin controlled the copper bowl and continued to press down. Crack! Slight cracks appeared on the longevity elixir. In just a short while, the elixir's effect was greatly reduced. The remaining expert was furious. Although he could not move his body, he could still control it with his mind. Buzz! 2 beams of unimaginable light suddenly shot out from his eyes. These 2 rays of light condensed all his efforts over the years. He was determined to kill Fong Qin. Go to hell! Bang! 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 However, the 2 terrifying rays of light were crushed by the copper bowl before they could leave the coffin. Seeing this scene, the remaining expert's heart turned cold. How could this be? He murmured. Fong Qin ignored him and controlled the copper bowl to continue pressing down. Although the remaining experts were unwilling to give up and continued to struggle, it was to no avail. In the end, the copper bowl shattered the longevity elixir. Crack! The moment the longevity elixir shattered, the remaining expert's primordial spirit turned into ashes. I can't accept this. An angry roar resounded in the tomb. Rip! In a moment, the body of the remaining expert had already turned into a pile of white bones. A breeze blew past and scattered them. Master, although the longevity elixir has shattered, its fragments are invaluable to you at this stage. Yang Kuan reminded. Fang Qin picked up the fragments of the longevity elixir scattered in the coffin and put them into his bag. Then he picked up the fragments of the extreme blue divine stone. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light shot out from the copper bowl and illuminated the entire coffin. Around the coffin, densely packed, words appeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened, and he was a little excited. Is this a legacy of Taoism? Fang Qin said hurriedly. Under the effect of the copper bowl, it took a full hour for the words around the copper coffin to become completely clear. What are these words? Fang Chen found it unbelievable that he did not recognize these words. Master, these should be words used in ancient times or even longer ago, Yang Kuan said. Senior He should know. Fang Chen waved his hand and imprinted these words into his mind, forming a picture scroll. Boom! The moment he put away the copper bowl, the coffin shattered. After checking carefully and confirming that there was nothing else in the tomb, Fang Qin left. After the destruction of Scenic Demon Palace, the leader of the Sacred Fire Continent, Yang Kuan, announced the establishment of Sword Palace. He was the deputy palace lord of Sword Palace, and Fang Qin was the palace lord. After that, Sword Palace successfully replaced Scenic Demon Palace and controlled the entire Scenic Demon Dominion. The remaining members of the Scenic Fiend Palace, who had been hiding in the dark, were all dug up and found. When this news spread to the Blood Sea Dominion, even the Blood King was shocked. He had not expected the Sacred Fire mainland to have such a strong foundation. They had been able to destroy the Scenic Devil Palace completely without a sound. My lord, it is said that a shocking battle took place on Scenic Mountain that day. Some suspect that the 3 remaining experts behind Scenic Demon Palace have already fallen. The deputy palace lord of Blood King Palace said, The remaining experts have fallen. The Blood King's expression turned even gloomier. He thought of the primordial chaos and the terrifying Saint Altar. Could it be that some important figure knew about that place and killed them to completely control the spatial passageway? Looks like I have to speed up, the Blood King muttered to himself. For more than 300 years, he had been cultivating in seclusion. With that person's help, he successfully broke through to the 2nd level, Holy King level. That altar is too evil. With my current strength, I can't explore it at all, the Blood King said. Continue cultivating in seclusion and break through to the 3rd level. Then he ordered seclusion. In just half a month, Sword Palace had reorganized the chaotic Scenic Demon Dominion. All the factions, big and small, had submitted. No one dared to disobey Sword Palace's orders. Sword Palace's deterrence had reached its peak, and Fang Qin, the palace lord of Sword Palace, was the talk of the world. Fang Qin did not care about the outside world. As soon as he returned from Scenic Mountain, he found the floating mansion's forbidden cave. Senior He. In the folded space, Fang Qin cupped his fists. At the same time, he sent 3 balls of light to Senior He. Hiss! 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 The moment the 3 balls of light touched Senior He's body, they were instantly absorbed. After absorbing the power of the balls of light, Senior He's aura was clearly stronger. Good. As expected of the person I chose. You did not disappoint me. Senior He was very happy. He did not expect Fang Qin to really kill those 3. That old fart thought that by using the longevity pill to prolong his life and the blue extreme divine stone to block the danger, he could successfully recover? What a joke! He was very happy when he thought of that old fart's death. He looked at Fang Qin. The longevity pill fragment is a holy medicine for healing. As long as you still have a breath left, you can quickly recover by consuming the longevity pill fragment. Senior He said, with Fang Chen's current realm, the longevity pill fragment was the most effective. As his strength increased, the effect of the longevity pill fragment would become weaker and weaker. Then he mentioned the blue extreme divine stone. A complete blue extreme divine stone is rare in the world. After it shatters, its value will be greatly reduced. The fragments you obtain can be smelted into weapons. If you're lucky, you can make the weapon contain a trace of blue extreme divine light. Fong Chen nodded. He took out the copper bowl and asked Senior He. When Senior He saw the bowl, his expression changed and his body trembled. No, he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. His face was full of horror. It was not until Fong Chen put away the copper bowl that he gradually calmed down. Where did you get this copper bowl? Senior He's breathing changed. Fong Chen did not mention the primordial chaos, but vaguely mentioned it. I really did not expect that there would be such a treasure in the world. It's too terrifying. He told Fong Chen. Although he did not know what the copper bowl was, he was sure that even an ordinary invincible saint would not be able to have it. Chapter 3479. Senior He played with the copper bowl for a long time, but could not recognize it in the end. However, he told Fong Chen with certainty that the copper bowl had a great origin. It should be a treasure owned by the invincible saints who stood at the top of the world. He was also very curious about how Fong Chen got it. Could it be a treasure of the invincible saints? Fong Chen frowned. He recalled the saint altar at the bottom of the primordial chaos sea. Could that saint be the legendary invincible saint? Were those sacrifices to worship him? At the same time, he also thought of the supreme expert hidden in the demon emperor's mausoleum. He was very likely to be the mastermind of the battle of gods. His strength should not be weaker than the invincible saints. Could it be? A bold idea flashed through Fong Chen's mind. However, it only lasted for a fleeting moment. After all, looking at the long river of history, even the most ancient mythological era, chaotic supreme was very rare. Not to mention that two chaotic supreme appeared at the same time. Fong Chen shook his head and threw away the thoughts in his mind. Senior He handed the copper bowl to Fong Chen and said, "This copper bowl should be sealed. If you can unlock its seal one day, you will be famous in the world." At the same time, he told Fong Chen not to expose it in front of others. There were many old monsters left in the battle of gods. If the invincible saint saw it, it would lead to a fatal disaster. Buzz! The 3 balls of light in Senior He's body had been completely refined. Dense words appeared in one of the balls of light. These words were extracted and reorganized by Senior He. In the end, he exclaimed, "This was a Taoist supreme technique, and it was very terrifying." Whoosh! Senior He opened his palm, and a layer of light appeared. "This is..." Fong Chen was a little puzzled. "That guy has a Taoist supreme technique. I can't get all of it. I can only extract part of it for you," Senior He said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was a little surprised. "Part?" His breathing became a little hurried because the words on the coffin had been imprinted in his mind the moment it shattered. He had once studied it seriously and always felt that the absolute arts of the Tao orthodoxy lacked a part of the core chapter. Who would have thought that Senior He would be able to refine it? "Senior," Fong Chen told Senior Black about the Taoism supreme art that he had obtained, and the latter was happy for him. "Impressive." Fong Chen of the Black Seniors gave him a thumbs up and praised him repeatedly. "I was worried that you wouldn't be able to cultivate, but from the looks of it now, there shouldn't be any problem." Fong Chen slowly displayed the scrolls that he had condensed. After Senior He finished looking at them, he nodded in satisfaction. This Tao lineage lost art is known as the frightening dragon lost art. The supreme art of startling dragon was an orthodoxy level inheritance. Once successfully cultivated, he could establish his own orthodoxy. From this, it could be seen how powerful this ultimate skill was. Senior He had told him that even in the ancient times, the ultimate techniques of Tao orthodoxies were extremely astonishing. Even saints would personally make a move to snatch them. Of course, Those invincible saints were already standing at the top of the world and would not make a move. The supreme art of startling dragon was an ultimate technique of the origin of metal. When cultivated to the extreme, one could cultivate 1,000 dragons, and their comprehension of the origin would also reach the extreme. However, you can't cultivate it now. Senior Hay said. Fong Chen's cultivation had not reached the Saint Realm, and he had not completely comprehended the origin, so he could not cultivate it. This ultimate technique needed to be cultivated with the origin of metal. When you reach the Saint Realm, you can try to cultivate it. After cultivating this ultimate technique, one could evolve into thousands of ordinary ultimate techniques. This was also why it was called the ultimate technique of Tao orthodoxy. Fong Chen was shocked. The ancient times were the last glory of this world. At that time there were many saints. Those who had not reached the Saint Realm were not qualified to cultivate in the sacred lands. Those giants would occupy some of the sacred lands and occupy more cultivation resources. Once they occupied the sacred lands, they would establish their own sections. They would have to accept disciples, and the disciples would definitely learn the ultimate techniques. If one did not have enough ultimate techniques, how could one support a faction? The supreme art of startling dragon was known as the ultimate technique of Tao orthodoxy. It could evolve into thousands of ordinary ultimate techniques, and was definitely the first choice for establishing a Tao orthodoxy and sect. You are really lucky to have obtained this ultimate technique. However, even if you cultivate this ultimate technique in the future, don't easily establish a sect. Senior Hay chatted with Fong Chen for a long time. In the end, Fong Chen left the sacred fire continent. Master, Yang Kuan walked over. What's the situation in the Blood Sea Weave? Fong Chen asked. Only 2 people knew the secret of the primordial chaos, Mo Tao and the Blood King. Mo Tao and the scenic demon palace behind him had been destroyed, and only the Blood King was left. Therefore, Fong Chen's target was very clear, and that was the Blood King. Ever since the Blood King returned more than 300 years ago, he has been in seclusion. Yang Kuan told Fong Chen what he had heard. Fong Chen nodded. I will travel alone to the Blood Sea Weave this time. You will oversee the scenic demon weave and be in charge of the Sword Palace. I will get Yellow Ox and his brothers to assist you. Yes, Master. Yang Kuan firmly believed in Fong Chen's words. Fong Chen did not want to attract too much attention, so he chose to travel in a low-key manner. If he angered the Blood King and let him know that he was the one who had killed the 3 remaining powerhouses, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. It would be troublesome if he leaked the news. After leaving the sacred fire continent, Fong Chen arrived at the Han continent in the far north. As soon as he entered the Han continent, he sensed an icy aura. Fong Chen took a step forward and arrived at the place where Yuan Venerate Han was living in seclusion. What's wrong? Brother Fong, are you preparing to participate in the Heaven-Defying Alliance's test? Yuan Venerate Han had sensed Fong Chen's arrival and personally welcomed him. Brother Han. Fong Chen cupped his fists and sensed the icy aura coming from Yuan Venerate Han. Congratulations, Brother Han. You have broken through to the Sage Realm. Yuan Venerate Han was a genius of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He had been able to fight against a Sage Realm powerhouse when he had been at the Yin-Yang Origin Realm. Now he had broken through the bottleneck and become a 2nd-level Sacred King. My strength is nothing compared to Brother Fong's. Although he lived in seclusion, how could anything that happened in the scenic demon territory be hidden from him? When he learned that the 3 remaining powerhouses behind the scenic demon palace had been killed by Fong Chen alone, he had been very shocked. Now, after seeing Fong Chen, he was even more convinced. Fong Chen already possessed the combat strength of a peak 3rd-level Sacred King. Yuan Venerate Han smiled bitterly at this thought. He was known as a genius of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, but he was not worth mentioning in front of Fong Chen. Brother Fong, How about we have a spar? Yuan Venerate Han's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He was now a second-level sacred king. If he went all out, dealing with a third-level sacred king would be a piece of cake. He wanted to see how strong Fang Qin was. All right. Fang Qin nodded and took out the hidden star sword. Wang. Yuan Venerate Han made the first move. He took a step forward, and wherever his foot passed, the void froze. An icy aura engulfed the area and sealed Fang Qin's surroundings. Water origin source. Fang Qin sighed. He was indeed a genius of the heaven-defying alliance. A second-level sacred king could comprehend the water origin source to such an extent. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged blows, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Whoosh! Yuan Venerate Han retracted his icy aura, and the area returned to normal. He looked at Fang Qin with a burning gaze. Although he had a slight upper hand in the battle with Fang Qin, they were merely exchanging blows. However, he knew very well that they were only sparring and not fighting to the death. Fang Qin also did not use any killing moves. Otherwise, he would have lost without a doubt. Whoosh! Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yuan Venerate Han said, "No one below the fourth-level Sacred Emperor is a match for Brother Fang." If the geniuses of the heaven-defying alliance knew that Yuan Venerate Han had given this evaluation to a yin-yang origin martialist, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. "Brother Han, you are mistaken." Fang Qin grinned. Yuan Venerate Han waved his hand and calmed down after a long time. The two of them sat on the stone bench, and Yuan Venerate Han asked, "Given Brother Fang's strength, you can easily join the heaven-defying alliance and be valued by the higher-ups. Are you ready, Brother Fang?" Fang Qin shook his head. "Brother Han, I came to find you because of this. I might not be able to participate in the heaven-defying alliance's test for the time being." "Why?" Yuan Venerate Han was puzzled. "The blood monarch of the Blood Sea Weave has an irreconcilable feud with me. After I bid you farewell, I will head to the Blood Sea Weave for revenge," Fang Qin said. Upon hearing this, Yuan Venerate Han grinned and shrugged. "I thought it was something big, but it turns out to be a small matter." Indeed, this was a small matter for the geniuses of the heaven-defying alliance. Yuan Venerate Han waved his hand. "Brother Fang, if you don't mind, I will accompany you. If the two of us join forces, we will have nothing to fear even if there are remnants of powerhouses behind the Blood Sea Weave." After witnessing Fang Qin's heaven-defying growth with his own eyes, Yuan Venerate Han wanted to make friends with Fang Qin. Therefore, he wanted to lend a hand. Fang Qin pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. "In that case, thank you, Brother Han." The Blood Sea Weave was adjacent to the Scenic Demon Weave. Its geographical area was much larger than the Scenic Demon Weave, and its overall strength was much stronger. In particular, the Blood Monarch Palace dominated the Blood Sea Weave, and no one dared to resist. In the Blood Monarch Palace, there were 3 saints. One of them was the Blood Monarch, while the other 2 were Grand Elders. There were many legends about the Blood Monarch Palace in the outside world. Some people said that there were 5 remnants of powerhouses behind the Blood Monarch Palace. Some people also said that the Blood Monarch Palace had the backing of an unrivaled saint. In short, the Blood Monarch Palace made people shudder. There were a total of 108 cities under the Blood Monarch Palace. Every dilapidated city was considered a small relic that was firmly controlled by the Blood Monarch Palace. Whoosh! At the edge of the Blood Sea Weave, near a relic called Black Blood City, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. "Phew! We have finally arrived at the Blood Sea Weave." The bloody aura in the sky was very oppressive. "I have been to the Blood Sea Weave before and know a little about this place. The relic of Black Blood City should be in front of us." Yuan Venerate Han introduced the situation of the Blood Sea Weave to Fang Qin as they hurried along. "Brother Fang, are we going to attack the Blood Monarch Palace directly?" Yuan Venerate Han asked. Fang Qin shook his head. If they really attacked, the Blood Monarch would definitely hear the news in advance and be scared away. To deal with the Blood Monarch, they had to kill him in one blow and not give him any chance to speak or even send a message. Chapter 3480. Blood, Sea Territory. The Black Blood City ruins were the remains of Enyang origin realm elite that had perished during the ancient battle of the fallen gods. Logically speaking, the ruins of Enyang origin realm elite should not be so popular. However, these ruins were not ordinary. It was said that the fallen Enyang origin realm elite had been a super genius. He had once killed a sage while still at the Enyang origin realm. Of course, this achievement alone was not enough to attract so many martialists to explore the ruins. Fang Chen and Yuan Venerate Han stopped in front of the Black Blood City ruins. Brother Fang, do you know the origin of the Black Blood City ruins? Yuan Venerate Han asked with a smile. Fang Chen shook his head, and the latter explained. The owner of the Black Blood City ruins was one of the top 100 elites in the Enyang origin realm during the ancient era. He was known as the Black Blood Sacred King. Saint King was a title only given to powerhouses of the first to third level of the Saint realm. The Black Blood Sacred King was only at the Enyang origin realm, yet he was known as the Black Blood Sacred King. One could only imagine what kind of level his strength had reached. Fang Chen was slightly tempted when he heard this. Black Blood Sacred King? Yuan Venerate Han nodded. The Black Blood Sacred King once killed a level 3 Sacred King by himself when he was at his peak. Fang Chen was even more curious about the Black Blood Sacred King after hearing Yuan Venerate Han's introduction. Bloodline. Fang Chen frowned. The Black Blood Sacred King had been able to kill a level 3 Sacred King just by relying on his powerful bloodline. He was really curious about what kind of bloodline it was. Look at those people. They are all hoping to get lucky and obtain the bloodline inheritance of the Black Blood Sacred King. Yuan Venerate Han pointed ahead at the figures walking back and forth in the Black Blood City ruins. From time to time, martialists could be seen entering the dilapidated Black Blood City. What do you think? Yuan Venerate Han pointed ahead as though he could sense Fang Chen's interest. Shall we go in and take a look? Then, the two of them entered the Black Blood City one after another. Although it was called a ruin, it was actually a dilapidated city. It was rumored that the Black Bloodline was hiding in a corner of the broken city. Therefore, everyone named this place the Black Blood Ruins. The streets were extremely dilapidated and the ground was covered in dust. Even from afar, one could see that the half-missing plaza was packed with people. Have you heard? The Blood King Palace's young palace master is here. Oh my God, what is he doing here? Could it be that he has already grasped the secrets of the Black Blood City ruins? Let's go and take a look. Xiao Chen could vaguely hear the cultivators hurrying by mention the Blood Sovereign Palace's young master. The young master of the Blood King Palace? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and slowly walked to the front of the dilapidated square. On the dilapidated square, there were 3 stone pillars. Each pillar was covered in dust. At first glance, it looked very ordinary. It was only after carefully studying them that he realized that the 3 stone pillars most likely contained the inheritance of the black blood. Whoa! At this moment, in front of the first stone pillar, a man in golden armor approached the stone pillar with great difficulty. With a bang, a terrifying ripple appeared around his body, resisting the rejection of the stone pillar. He sat down cross-legged under the stone pillar. He did it! Exclamations came from the crowd. This man was called Jin Zhong, and he was an expert at the peak of the Yang Essence realm. He was one of the strongest among the younger generation of the Blood King Palace, second only to the Blood King Palace's young master. No wonder he is as famous as the Blood King Palace's young master. He is really powerful. He is comprehending the secrets of the stone pillars. Many people were jealous, but there was nothing they could do. Before Jin Zhong, more than one person had tried to break through, but they had all failed. The stone pillars contained monstrous power. Once someone got close, they would be rejected. The stronger one was, the stronger the rejection. Ada, the Blood King Palace's young master, looked at Jin Zhong, nodded with satisfaction, and then called out. Behind him, a rough man walked out, emitting a fierce aura. He walked step by step to the second stone pillar. Dong! Every step he took caused the ground to crack. What a strong power! Everyone exclaimed. This man's power was comparable to the Saint Realm. Ha! When he got close to the second stone pillar, he roared and resisted the rejection of the stone pillar. He sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, everyone was tongue-tied. The 3 stone pillars contained Black Blood's inheritance. No one below the Saint Realm could get close. They did not expect Blood King Palace to take all of them. Dang! 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 As everyone was talking, the Blood King Palace's young master leaped and sat down in front of the 3rd stone pillar. He turned his head and glanced at everyone. He seemed to be telling the world that Blood King Palace had taken the Black Blood City ruins. Ah, what a pity. Blood King Palace is too strong. They did not give us any chance. There was a helpless atmosphere in the crowd. Idiot. Suddenly, an extremely harsh voice was heard. The 3 stone pillars only contain a trace of the quintessence that Saint King Blackblood had comprehended when he was alive, yet they are treated as treasures. How laughable! Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. He saw through the essence of the 3 stone pillars at a glance, so he spoke. Huh. Everyone's eyes fell on Fong Qin. Kid, who are you? Humph, what do you know? Obviously, Fong Qin's words had angered everyone, even the Blood King Palace's young master, who was about to comprehend, raised his eyes and looked at Fong Qin. Trash as small as an ant is qualified to point at our young master? Jin Zhong said coldly, full of murderous intent. Ada, who was in front of the 2nd stone pillar, roared angrily. He was furious. Fong Qin ignored them, turned around, left the square, and came to a broken building near the corner. Interesting. He stared at the broken building, and the half-perfect bloodline in his body began to stir. To be able to cause the half-perfect bloodline to stir, it is enough to show that this black blood bloodline is indeed capable. Fong Qin took a step forward and entered the dilapidated building. Pretentious. Does he really think he is so great? How dare he disrespect the Blood King Palace's young master in the blood sea weave? I think he wants to die. He dares to refute the young master. I want to see how capable he is. Many people mocked Fong Qin, thinking that he was playing to the gallery. How can you short-sighted fellows understand how powerful my brother Fong is? Yuan Venerate Han was a little angry. The true black blood inheritance is not worth mentioning in the eyes of my brother, yet you all treat it as a treasure. Besides, the 3 stone pillars you all treat as treasures are just 3 ordinary pillars. My brother will soon obtain the true black blood inheritance. Yuan Venerate Han's words completely angered the crowd. Everyone started to mock Yuan Venerate Han. Some people even wanted to attack him. Young master. Jin Zhong and Ada looked at the Blood King Palace's young master. They could not sit idly by and watch such a great humiliation happen. The Blood King Palace's young master looked calm, as though he did not care about Fong Qin at all. It doesn't matter. He is just a clown. Since the Blood King Palace's young master had spoken, the others naturally agreed. Rumble. However, at that moment, a thunderous sound was heard from the broken building. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the atmosphere was stifling. In a short while, Fong Qin walked out of the broken building. His body was surrounded by a layer of black halo that gave off a very mysterious feeling. What's going on? Why do I feel that he has fused with the Black Blood City ruins? Could he really have obtained the Black Blood inheritance? Someone exclaimed. He was clearly right in front of them. yet they could not sense Fang Chen's presence. They shuddered as they thought of a possibility. Whoosh! Everyone turned to look at the Blood King Palace's young master. After absorbing the black blood bloodline, his half-perfect bloodline has become even more perfect. Fang Chen murmured, "Congratulations, Brother Fang. You have obtained the black blood inheritance." Yuan Venerate Han cupped his fists and congratulated him. He knew that the black blood inheritance was of no use to Fang Chen. What was really useful was the legendary black blood bloodline. This black blood bloodline is indeed magical. Fang Chen sighed. "You have obtained the black blood bloodline?" The Blood King Palace's young master got up, left the third stone pillar, and walked towards Fang Chen. Jin Zhong and Ada also got up and approached Fang Chen. The others also walked over with unfriendly eyes. They were still mocking him earlier, but now they all looked solemn. It was about the black blood inheritance and the most important black blood bloodline. Everyone put down their pride and was ready to work together. "Yes, I got it." Fang Chen shrugged and admitted it directly. "I have already said that the 3 stone pillars have no inheritance at all. What can I do if you insist on taking it as a treasure?" Fang Chen shook his head. His expression seemed to be saying that they were too stupid. The Blood King Palace's young master smiled. "My name is Xueqianjia. My father is the Blood King." He announced his identity, and it sounded like a threat. "I want to be friends with you. How about that?" He reached out his hand, but Fang Chen ignored him. "I hate your aura, so I won't be friends with you," Fang Chen said. "If you want to take the black blood inheritance from me, you can try." "You are courting death." Ada could not help but make a move. A violent aura rushed over, and a monstrous force turned into a fist radiance that blasted toward Fang Chen. Boom! However, before it could get close to Fang Chen, it was blasted away by an even stronger force. Bang! Ada's burly body crashed to the ground, and he died on the spot. "Ada!" the Blood King Palace's young master exclaimed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his anger had reached its peak. "You killed Ada? I want to avenge Ada." Jin Zhong also made a move. With a bang, he was killed in an instant, just like Ada. 2 consecutive punches had killed 2 Pekyong Essence martialists. Everyone looked solemn. "All of you have to die," the Blood King Palace's young master said angrily. Noisy. Yuan Venerate Han sent the Blood King Palace's young master flying with a slap. "My name is Yuan Venerate Han. Come and take revenge on me if you have the ability. However, I think you won't be able to leave this place alive." Yuan Venerate Han. The crowd instantly became restless. A man's shadow was like a tree's name. Yuan Venerate Han had a prominent reputation in the surrounding territories. This was because he was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Oh my God, he is a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. No wonder he could kill Ada and Jin Zhong so easily. The Blood King Palace's young master has kicked an iron plate this time. The Heaven-Defying Alliance is not afraid of the Blood King Palace. Based on his tone, it seems like he is going to kill the Blood King Palace's young master as well. The Blood King Palace's young master, who had fallen to the ground, opened his eyes wide in disbelief. "You are from the Heaven-Defying Alliance." He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 3481. At first, Fang Chen had only wanted to see how strong the legendary black bloodline was. However, he changed his mind when he saw the young master of the Blood King Palace. His goal was very simple. He wanted to use the young master of the Blood King Palace to lure the Blood King over. "Have you finished sending the message?" Fang Chen smiled and walked over to Yuan Venerate Han. Everyone was shocked. Yuan Venerate Han was already strong enough. Could someone who could be on par with him also be a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Everyone was dumbfounded at the thought of this. Yuan Venerate Han glanced at Fang Chen and gestured for him to deal with the young master of the Blood King Palace. Kill him, Fong Qin said nonchalantly. Since the message had been sent, the young master of the Blood King Palace no longer had any value. No, you can't kill me. My father will be here soon. If you let me go, you will become an honored guest of the Blood King Palace. The young master of the Blood King Palace had not given up and wanted to use the Blood King Palace to intimidate the two of them. Blood King Palace? Yuan Venerate Han smirked and killed him with a punch. Drip! There was dead silence in the ruins of Black Blood City. Everyone held their breaths. That was the young master of the Blood King Palace. Who in the entire Blood Sea territory would dare to go against the Blood King Palace? Were these two guys crazy? It's over. Even if he is a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, the Blood King will definitely not let him off for killing the young master of the Blood King Palace. That's right. The Blood King only has one son. He will definitely go crazy if he dies here. Many people were discussing this while retreating to a safe area to avoid being affected by the battle. Brother Fong? Yuan Venerate Han seemed to know Fong Chen's intentions. Are we just going to wait here? Fong Chen nodded. He could tell from what others were saying that the Blood King valued his son very much. He would definitely rush over personally once he knew that his son was in danger. Blood King, it's time for you to die. He was furious when he recalled that the Blood King and Mo Tao had joined forces to invade the Primordial Chaos. The Primordial Chaos was his hometown. All the family and friends he cared about were there. He wouldn't allow anyone to touch the Primordial Chaos. And now, in the God's Fall battlefield, there were many ancient powerhouses remaining. Once they learned of this, the Primordial Chaos would definitely be destroyed. At that time, even he would be powerless to reverse the situation. Therefore, no matter what, they had to silence him. I hope you didn't leak the news. Otherwise, Fong Chen's eyes flickered coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Somewhere in the void outside the Black Blood City ruins, a violent tornado suddenly appeared. Everyone looked up and their hearts trembled. The Blood King had come. Blood chi filled the air as a group of people walked out of the void crack. The leader of the group was dressed in a brocade robe and emanated a murderous aura. Where's young master? He walked out of the void crack and stepped into the Black Blood City ruins with a boundless aura. He looked around and finally saw a head in the dilapidated square. Young master! His expression instantly darkened as his heart burned with rage. The others did the same. They took out their weapons and surrounded Fong Qin and Yuan Venerate Han. You killed the young master. The man in the brocade robe said angrily. Outside the Black Blood City ruins, someone recognized the man in the brocade robe. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace and also the right-hand man of the Blood King. He was a bona fide Saint Powerhouse. Fong Chen pursed his lips and felt a little regretful. He had thought that the Blood King would come, but he had not expected that he would not come in the end. Could it be that he doesn't even care about the life and death of his son? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Yuan Venerate Han directly admitted to it in the face of the Vice Palace Master's interrogation. How dare you kill the young master of the Blood King Palace? All of you must die. As soon as the man in the brocade robe said that, the people of the Blood King Palace attacked. You are all too weak. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head and took Fong Chen's place to fight with the people of the Blood King Palace. Rumble. The man in the brocade robe was shocked as soon as they exchanged blows. How could this be? They were all saints, but why was the gap so huge? Boom! The Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace was blasted away by Yuan Venerate Han. You are! He recognized Yuan Venerate Han's ultimate move and kept retreating. Dang! 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 After stabilizing his body, he stared at Yuan Venerate Han with wide eyes. You are Yuan Venerate Han of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air. They were dumbfounded. Heaven-Defying Alliance? The battle came to an abrupt end. The Heaven-Defying Alliance's name carried too much weight. In the huge God's Fall battlefield, the Heaven-defying alliance dominated the entire battlefield and controlled the vast majority of resources. There were also countless geniuses under the Heaven-defying alliance. Countless martialists felt proud to have joined the Heaven-defying alliance. Any disciple of the Heaven-defying alliance was invincible within the same cultivation level and could even easily fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Not bad. Yuan Venerate Han smiled at the Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace. The Blood King is really calm. He doesn't even care about the life and death of his son. The people of the Blood King Palace looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The other party was the Heaven-defying alliance, so they did not dare attack them. Outside Black Blood City, everyone sighed. The Heaven-defying alliance was indeed worthy of its name. Even the Blood King Palace had to bow their heads before it. A mere disciple of the Heaven-defying alliance could force a powerhouse of the Blood Sea Weave to retreat. What about the entire Heaven-defying alliance? It was unimaginable. Even Fong Qin was slightly moved. It seemed like the Heaven-defying alliance was much stronger than he had imagined. Furthermore, he even suspected that the Heaven-defying alliance had most likely participated in the Battle of the Gods during the ancient era and had grasped the secrets of the Battle of the Gods. Phew! Fong Qin took a deep breath, regained his composure, and looked at the Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace. So, it's a genius of the Heaven-defying alliance. Sorry for the disrespect. The Blood King Palace Master's expression changed. Eventually, he restrained his aura and cupped his fists at Yuan Venerate Han. The young master only has himself to blame. Yuan Venerate Han has helped the Blood King Palace clean up. The Blood King Palace had compromised. They were powerless against the Heaven-defying alliance. Why? Are you not going to avenge the young master? The Vice Palace Master shook his head awkwardly in the face of Yuan Venerate Han's questioning. Where's the Blood King? Why didn't he come? The Palace Master is cultivating in seclusion. After a long while, two figures walked out of the ruins of Black Blood City. Many martialists who were hiding in the dark did not even dare to breathe. It was only when their figures disappeared that everyone revealed themselves. How terrifying! Even the Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace was killed. The situation in the Blood Sea Weave is about to change. Let's go and spread the news back to the sect. Soon, a piece of news spread rapidly with the ruins of Black Blood City as the core. The Blood King Palace had offended the disciples of the Heaven-defying alliance, and it wouldn't be long before they were destroyed by the Heaven-defying alliance. The situation in the Blood Sea Weave was about to change. For a time, many factions were ready to make a move. The Blood King Palace dominated the Blood Sea Weave and occupied 90% of the resources. The remaining 10% was divided among thousands of factions. They had long been dissatisfied with the Blood King Palace, but they were not strong enough and did not dare to go against them openly. Now, the opportunity had come. A major faction like the Heaven-defying alliance would definitely look down on the Blood Sea Weave and destroy the Blood King Palace entirely, because they had offended the disciples of the Heaven-defying alliance. After the Heaven-defying alliance was destroyed, the Blood Sea Weave would become an ownerless weave and chaos would ensue. Many factions had already begun to make preparations. Along the way, Fong Qin and Yuan Venerate Han were speechless when they heard the news. Brother Fong, you are really cunning. Yuan Venerate Han had taken the initiative to kill the young master and deputy palace master of the Blood King Palace in order to attract everyone's attention and draw the hatred of the Blood King Palace. He had hidden Fong Chun in the dark so that the Blood King would not know. It can't be helped. The Blood King is too treacherous. He clearly remembered that the Blood King had hurriedly fled back to the God's Fall battlefield after discovering that something was wrong with the saint's altar in the primordial chaos. Such a vigilant person would definitely have a backup plan. Therefore, Fong Qin would either not make a move or kill the Blood King with a thunderous blow. He would not give the Blood King any breathing room. He did not even come when his son was in danger. It seems that the Blood King must have reached a critical juncture in his cultivation. Fang Chen guessed that the Blood King should be related to the remaining powerhouses behind the Blood Sea Weave. I wonder if the Blood King leaked the news about the Saint's altar. This was what Fang Chen was most worried about. By the way, did you really obtain the Black Bloodline? Yuan Venerate Han asked curiously. Buzz, with a thought, a layer of black blood appeared on the surface of Fang Chen's skin and shrouded him. This layer of black blood rippled and exuded a terrifying aura. Yuan Venerate Han was astonished when he saw this. What an amazing bloodline! Yuan Venerate Han was even more curious about Fang Chen. Could this fellow be the reincarnation of a saint? Otherwise, how could he have achieved this in such a short time of cultivation? They traveled all the way north and finally arrived near the Blood King Palace's lair half a month later. The Blood King Palace was heavily guarded. Deputy Palace Master, the appearance of a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance in the Blood Sea Weave is somewhat unusual. Do we really not need to inform the Palace Master? Someone asked. Yes, Yuan Venerate Han's killing of the young princess is fake. I'm afraid his real intention is the Blood King Palace. The Blood King Palace cannot afford to offend a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. The Deputy Palace Master stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at the distant horizon. That fellow is indeed very strong. He is at least comparable to a third-level Sacred King. The current strength of the Blood King Palace is not enough to deal with him, but the Blood King Palace is not a pushover. Once the Palace Master breaks through and masters that secret technique, his strength will definitely soar. When that time comes, a mere disciple of the heaven-defying alliance will be nothing. The Deputy Palace Master was already filled with murderous intent. But everyone was still a little worried. The Deputy Palace Master waved his hand. Although the heaven-defying alliance protects its disciples, there are also rules. If a disciple is killed in a one-on-one battle, the heaven-defying alliance will not say anything. They will only blame their own disciples for not being skilled enough. This was a rule that had been passed down by the heaven-defying alliance a long time ago. It was fine to kill their disciples in a one-on-one battle, but if it was a conspiracy or a group attack, no matter who it was, the heaven-defying alliance would investigate to the end. Recently, increase the number of troops in various places and note down the names of those restless forces. We will settle the score with them after we have dealt with Yuan Venerate Han, the Deputy Palace Master said. Chapter 3482. There were 3 top forces in the Blood Sea territory. Among them, the Blood King Palace was the leader. The other 2 forces combined were no match for the Blood King Palace. Therefore, most of the cultivation resources in the Blood Sea territory were occupied by the Blood King Palace. So far, there were a total of 3 saints in the Blood King Palace. However, one of the Deputy Palace Masters had been killed not long ago, leaving only the other Deputy Palace Master to oversee the Blood King Palace. The Blood King had been in seclusion for a long time and was said to have reached the most critical juncture. Therefore, he had not come out even though his son had asked for help. Buzz. Just as Deputy Palace Master Jean Shui finished making arrangements, he suddenly felt a terrifying force approaching. He frowned slightly and looked up. At that moment, there were 2 figures in the sky. They were approaching from afar, arriving above the Blood King Palace. Who dares to break into the Blood King Palace? Before Deputy Palace Master Jean Shui could speak, a loud shout was heard. Several elders leaped into the sky and surrounded Fang Chen and Yuan Venerate Han. Who are you? The leader of the elders sensed the terrifying aura coming from Yuan Venerate Han and Fang Chen. This was especially true for Yuan Venerate Han, who was a bona fide sage. Yuan Venerate Han. Yuan Venerate Han announced his name and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Buzz. Below, Deputy Palace Master Jean Shui waved his hand and activated the protective array without hesitation. Damn it, why are they here? Yuan Venerate Han was very strong. Even he was not a match for him. Right now, the Blood King Palace simply did not have the power to fight back. Terrifying array formation aura intertwined in the sky and formed an incomparably powerful invisible barrier that trapped Feng Chen and Yuan Venerate Han. Is this how the Blood King Palace treats its guests? Feng Chen remained silent. Yuan Venerate Han said coldly, Yuan Venerate Han, the Blood King Palace has never offended you. I also heard that you were cultivating in seclusion in the Han continent of the scenic demon territory and did not care about worldly affairs. Why are you colluding with others to kill the people of the Blood King Palace? Vice Palace Master Goldenblood asked in a low voice. This protective mountain array was personally passed down by a surviving expert. It was extremely powerful, and according to that expert, no one below the 4th level Saint Emperor realm could break it. Therefore, Vice Palace Master Goldenblood had some confidence in being in the array formation and was not very afraid of Yuan Venerate Han. The Blood King Palace has nothing to say about the fact that the Vice Palace Lord was killed by you in the Black Blood City ruins. Vice Palace Lord Zhang went to investigate the situation and was killed by you. Our Blood King Palace knew that you were a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, so we tolerated it. But now, you actually came knocking on my door. Do you really think that my Blood King Palace is afraid of you? If they were really pushed to the edge, the Blood King Palace would not mind fighting to the death. Feng Chen sneered. The Blood King Palace had suffered a crushing defeat. Under their rule, the people of the Blood Sea territory had no way of making a living. Now, Vice Palace Master Goldenblood had actually said such laughable words. Where is the Blood King? Feng Chen said indifferently with his hands behind his back. And who are you? Obviously, Vice Palace Master Feng Chen snorted disdainfully. In his opinion, how strong could a Yin-Yang origin realm martialist be? Since he dared to look down on the Blood King Palace, he was most likely a fox assuming the majesty of the tiger. I am here today to destroy your Blood King Palace. Feng Chen said boldly. Let the Blood King come out. You are too weak. Feng Chen's words completely infuriated Vice Palace Master Goldenblood. He was so angry that he directly pushed the great protective mountain array to the extreme. Buzz! Intricate runes flickered within the array formation. Each rune contained an extremely strong power. An ordinary saint would have been scared out of his wits. However, Vice Palace Master Goldenblood was facing two monstrous geniuses. One was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, while the other was an even more monstrous genius. This array formation should have been created by a surviving elite, right? Feng Chen said. It seems that the surviving elite behind the Blood Sea Weave is much stronger than the one behind the Demon's Spectacle Palace. He should have been an unrivaled saint when he was alive. Another unrivaled saint. Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the means of an unrivaled saint were. However, Brother Feng, don't worry. The surviving elite must have been seriously injured and is in a state of deep sleep, Venerable Han Haonen said. Yuan Venerate Han said. Feng Chen nodded and exchanged a glance with Yuan Venerate Han before taking a step forward and trying to tear apart the array formation with his bare hands. Vice Palace Master Goldenblood sneered even more disdainfully when he saw Feng Chen make a move. Yuan Venerate Han couldn't be killed. After all, he had the Heaven-Defying Alliance behind him. However, who was Feng Chen? If you hadn't made a move, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Now that you have made a move, you are simply courting death. Vice Palace Master Goldenblood controlled the rune power within the array formation to besiege Feng Chen. Bang! 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 Sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of Feng Chen's skin and formed a suit of armor in an instant, blocking the rune power. The instantaneous power of this rune already has the power of a 3rd-level Sacred King. Feng Chen said, Unfortunately, his strength was far above that of a third-level sacred king. The rune power was ineffective against Fong Chen, which shocked Vice Palace Master Golden Blood. Go to hell! He urged his origin source power and blasted a punch at Fong Chen. Uft! However, before he could get close to Fong Chen, he felt his chest being torn apart and blood spurting out. Bang! His body swayed and crashed to the ground. He looked down and was filled with fear. No! He screamed miserably and looked at Fong Chen in horror as if he were looking at a demon. One move, just one move, was enough to destroy the heart of a Saint Realm expert. How terrifying was that? Whoosh! A cool breeze blew past as Fong Chen stood in the air and looked down. Vice Palace Master Golden Blood knelt on one knee as blood flowed out. He lowered his head as his vitality faded away. What is the Vice Palace Master doing? The Vice Palace Master is injured. No, the Vice Palace Master should be accumulating power. Many disciples, who did not know what was going on, were discussing. Boom! However, they were completely dumbfounded after a few seconds. Vice Palace Master Golden Blood's body stiffened and fell to the ground. He had already lost his vitality. The second saint of the Blood King Palace was dead. In an instant, the Blood King Palace was in an uproar. Countless martialists flocked and fled. Their hearts were filled with horror. Demons, they are demons. Countless screams were heard. Fong Chen and Yuan Venerate Han had no intention of making a move. These ordinary martialists were innocent, so there was no need to kill the innocent. There, Yuan Venerate Han sensed where the Blood King was in seclusion. At that moment, the Blood King, who was in seclusion in the forbidden area, saw everything clearly through the water screen. He bared his teeth, especially after seeing Fong Chen. He was incomparably shocked. How is this possible? How could he become so strong in just over 300 years? The Blood King shook his head. No, give me a little more time. I will definitely be able to break through. When the time comes, they will all die. The Blood King gritted his teeth and continued to refine his terrifying power. At the same time, at the edge of the distant Blood Sea territory, an old man stepped out of a spatial rift. Chapter 3483. The place where the Blood King cultivated in seclusion was the forbidden area of the Blood King Palace, where the blood ancestor had died. Under the protection of the sacred blood, it was very difficult for ordinary people to get close. Fong Chen and Yuan Venerate Han looked at each other and pondered for a moment. The sacred blood is here, and the will of the Great Path shrouds it. One would need at least a peak rank 3 or even rank 4 combat power to break through the restriction. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head. At the very least, he was powerless. Let me give it a try. Fong Chen said softly. Whoa. The chaotic sword body was activated and sword chi revolved around him. In his body, the yin-yang source energy revolved frantically, and a terrifying power swept across the land. A moment later, he took out the hidden star sword and executed the chaos origin sword technique. Swoosh! On the hidden star sword, the metal origin was faintly discernible. It was perfectly integrated with the immemorial sword chi, greatly enhancing the power of the immemorial sword technique. After he finished accumulating power, he roared and the hidden star sword cut through the sky. Sword chi dissipated and condensed into a dazzling sword light that followed closely behind the hidden star sword. Boom! The chaos origin sword light struck the restriction and the sacred blood was activated, releasing a terrifying fury. What a strong resentment! Fong Chen said and slashed with his sword again, severing the resentment that approached him. Since you're already dead, let ashes return to ashes and dust return to dust. Fong Chen leaped up and raised his sword. The power of the chaos origin sword technique was getting stronger and stronger. His combat power soared and reached the peak of rank 3. This, Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed. He had always been proud of being a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. He even believed that martialists from the outside world simply couldn't be compared to them. However, he was completely shocked when he saw Feng Chen's current strength. There was actually such a monstrous genius in the world who could actually unleash peak, rank, 3 combat power in the yin-yang origin realm. It was too terrifying. Gulp. Yuan Venerate Han gulped. Feng Chen's strength had overturned his understanding of the yin-yang origin realm. Such potential is enough for him to enter the Origin Palace to cultivate. The Heaven-Defying Alliance was the strongest faction on the God's Fall battlefield. It was said that there were super powerhouses who had survived the ancient times behind it. For countless years, the Heaven-Defying Alliance had always been a network of geniuses on the God Fall battlefield. Even among genius disciples, there were differences in strength. The Tao Palace was the strongest branch of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Anyone who could enter the Tao Palace was a monstrous genius that had never been seen before. Such a person would definitely become an invincible saint in the future. He might even have a chance to become a primal chaos supreme. It's too scary. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head. Boom! While he was still in shock, Feng Chen had already blasted open the restriction. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sacred blood let out an angry roar, trying to stop Feng Chen. However, when he released the aura of his half-perfect bloodline, the sacred blood instantly quieted down. Crack! The restriction was broken, and the Blood King seal appeared in front of him. Blood King. Upon seeing the cultivating Blood King, Feng Chen's killing intent surged. Boom! The Blood King suddenly opened his eyes as the terrifying energy ball in front of him started to burn. All of you must die. He fell into a frenzied state, refining the balls of light like a madman. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The balls of light were being refined at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stop him. Feng Chen also realized that something was wrong and joined forces with Yuan Venerate Han to stop the Blood King from refining the balls of light. A power from the ancient era? Yuan Venerate Han sensed a terrifying ancient power after just one exchange. Attack the balls of light together. Feng Chen executed the primordial chaos sword technique without hesitation. Sword light after sword light pierced toward the balls of light. Yuan Venerate Han also pushed his origin source to its limits and joined forces with Feng Chen to suppress the balls of light. This is a power from the ancient era. The consequences will be unimaginable once it is refined. The Blood King was already a second-level sacred king. Once he refined the ancient power, he would definitely reach the 3rd level or even the 4th level. Rip! The Blood King roared and tried his best to block. One of his arms was severed by Feng Chen's sword. Uft! He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. The ancient balls of light collided with Yuan Venerate Han's origin source power. SSSS. The origin source power drilled into the balls of light and caused the balls of light to mutate instantly. No. The Blood King roared angrily, unwilling to accept this. However, in just a few seconds, the balls of light completed their transformation and broke free from the Blood King's control. Damn it! The Blood King got up abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot as he wanted to kill Feng Chen and Yuan Venerate Han. Uft! However, without the ancient balls of light, his strength was greatly reduced, and he was no match for Feng Chen. He stabbed the Blood King's leg tendons twice in a row. Plop! The Blood King fell to his knees, his body covered in blood. Feng Chen's palm sucked the mutated balls of light into his hand. Suddenly, a strange aura drilled into his palm. Feng Chen hurriedly used his half-perfect bloodline to expel it. The Blood King stared coldly at Feng Chen. He hated that he had not destroyed that realm and killed Feng Chen back then. Now he had ended up like this. What do we do? Yuan Venerate Han asked. Kill him. His purpose for coming here was to kill the Blood King. The secret of the primordial chaos could only be preserved if the Blood King died. Rip! Just as Fong Qin was about to make a move, a voice was suddenly heard. "Why are you two children so murderous?" A black-haired, white-browed old man stood in the void and said with a smile. Fong Qin and Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed in surprise. They had not sensed the appearance of the black-haired, white-browed old man. What did this mean? Fong Qin's primordial spirit had already formed a golden core. He could even sense the presence of Saint Emperors. However, he could not sense the black-haired, white-browed old man at all. This meant that this person was at least a 7th-level sacred emperor. Who? Fong Qin took a deep breath and stared at the black-haired, white-browed old man. "Senior, may I know your name?" "I am a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I am here to eliminate evil and promote good." Yuan Venerate Han mentioned the Heaven-Defying Alliance to see the old man's expression. The Heaven-Defying Alliance. The black-haired, white-browed old man said, "Since you are a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, I will not make things difficult for you. Leave that ball of power behind, and you may leave." "Senior," Yuan Venerate Han still wanted to speak, but was stopped by the old man. Fong Qin and Yuan Venerate Han exchanged glances and chose to compromise. They handed over the ball of power and quickly left the Blood King Palace. However, before they left, Fong Qin shot out a sharp aura that penetrated the Blood King's head. "Old Shua, why did you have to do this?" The black-haired, white-browed old man said helplessly as he looked at the ball of power after Fong Qin and Yuan Venerate Han left. "You were injured by the ultimate Venerate's fiendish aura during the Battle of the Gods. It was a miracle that you survived," the old man muttered to himself. Chapter 3484. The Blood King had fallen and the Blood King Palace had been destroyed. The remaining powerhouse, hidden in the Blood Sea territory, had wanted to use the body of the Blood King to revive, but had failed in the end. The Blood King did not even have a chance to fight back when Fong Qin and Yuan Venerate Han joined forces. If the black-haired, white-browed old man had not appeared at the last moment, the ball of power would have been completely destroyed. The news of the Blood King Palace's destruction spread like wildfire throughout the entire Blood Sea territory. Countless martialists were shocked. The top factions that had been prepared for a long time began to harvest and occupy the Blood King Palace. For a moment, the Blood Sea territory was in chaos. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Fong Qin. Although he had established the Sword Palace and controlled the entire scenic demon territory, he had no intention of expanding. The current Sword Palace was not strong enough to control 2 large territories. Once it entered the Blood Sea territory, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the major factions. "Brother Fong, doesn't your Sword Palace intend to control the Blood Sea territory?" Yuan Venerate Han asked. Fong Qin shook his head. "The Sword Palace has just been established and has already controlled the scenic demon territory. It's not good to be in the limelight. I need to lay low for a while." With Fong Qin around, controlling the Blood Sea territory would naturally be a cinch. However, the problem was that Fong Qin could not be at the Sword Palace all the time. After all, this was a small stage, and he would have to leave one day. After returning to the Sword Palace, Fong Qin arranged everything properly, especially sending a large number of troops to guard the Corpse Head continent to prevent the spatial tear from being discovered. Then he followed Yuan Venerate Han to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. "Brother Fong, you probably don't know much about the Heaven-Defying Alliance, right?" Yuan Venerate Han introduced Fong Qin along the way. The Heaven-Defying Alliance is the oldest and most powerful faction on the God's Fall battlefield. It occupies more than 90% of the cultivation resources in the entire God's Fall battlefield. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance were all talented people. Therefore, everyone was shocked when they heard about the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I'm not too sure where the headquarters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance are, because I'm not qualified to enter the headquarters. However, I know that the Heaven-Defying Alliance has a total of 108 divisions. There were 108 divisions on the massive Godsfall battlefield. There were countless monstrous geniuses in every branch. Fong Qin sighed, as expected of a force that recruited all the monstrous geniuses in the world. The Bloodsea Weave and the Scenic Devil Weave are considered relatively remote weaves. They don't have any heaven-defying alliance branches. The closest branch to here is called the Nine Regions Branch. The Nine Territories Division, according to its literal meaning, was a division made up of 9 territories. The Nine Domains Division is located within the Nine Saints Weave and is responsible for the selection of disciples from the surrounding 9 domains. Obviously, the Bloodsea Weave and the Scenic Devil Weave both belong to the Nine Saints Weave. This place is too desolate, and there are no teleportation portals here. We can only walk to Frostbite Weave and then take a teleportation portal to the 9 regions. With the Heaven-Defying token, Fong Qin could participate in the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciple assessment. The place where he would be tested was the 9 regions branch. Time passed in a hurry. With their speed, it took them half a year to arrive at the victorious Frost territory. Who? Yuan Venerate Han exhaled and said, "Up ahead is the victorious Frost territory. There is a teleportation portal here. As long as you pay a sufficient price, you can head to the 9 regions branch." After saying that, he led Fong Qin into the victorious Frost territory. It said that a powerhouse called the Wintry Saint once appeared in the victorious Cold Weave. He was very famous among the saints. At that time, the victorious Cold Weave was named after him. It's a pity that he died in a vendetta, Yuan Venerate Han added. By the way, the victorious Frost Saint was also a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Oh, Fong Qin was slightly moved. After listening to Yuan Venerate Han's introduction, he was still a little curious about the victorious Frost Saint. Boom! Suddenly, a turbulent aura came from the distant horizon. Then, a group of martialists rushed over. The leader of the group carried a long sword on his back and had a stern expression on his face. He was a pseudo-saint powerhouse. His dark eyes stared at Fong Qin and Yuan Venerate Han. "Did you see someone escape from here just now?" he asked coldly. Yuan Venerate Han restrained his aura and looked like an ordinary person on the outside. Fong Qin's cultivation base was only at the Yin-Yang origin grade. Therefore, this pseudo-saint was very domineering. "I didn't see anything." Fong Qin shrugged. "This is a serious matter. Come back with us for investigation. After the investigation is done, we will let you go if you have nothing to do with this," the pseudo-saint said coldly. As he spoke, some of the Yin-Yang origin grade martialists behind him had already made their move, wanting to suppress Fong Qin and Yuan Venerate Han. "You must have a death wish." Fong Qin threw a punch, and the martialist closest to him was instantly sent flying. This sudden turn of events stunned the pseudo-sanctuary saint. "You are clearly at the Yin-Yang origin grade, yet you are so strong. You must be related to the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint. Capture them." The pseudo-saint gave the order, and the others swarmed over. Rumble! Fong Qin threw a few punches in succession and sent the people swarming, overflying. "I said that we were just passing by and wanted to borrow the teleportation array. Why do you have to do this?" Fong Qin was a little annoyed. Anyone would be resentful if they had been misunderstood for no reason and besieged. "Don't try to quibble." The pseudo-saint unsheathed the sword on his back and got ready to attack. "What did you just say?" Yuan Venerate Han, who had been silent all this while, asked. "You said that you're chasing after the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint? You really know?" The pseudo-saint's eyes flickered with murderous intent. "Do you know how much the victorious Frost Saint contributed to this territory? How many cultivation resources did he bring to the victorious Frost territory? Now that he has fallen, you won't even let his descendants off? The victorious Frost territory belongs to my master. My master doesn't want any mistakes, so all the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint must die." Swish! As he spoke, a dazzling sword light burst out. Holding a long sword in his hand, the fake saint took a step forward and displayed an exquisite swordsmanship. However, in Fong Chen's opinion, his swordsmanship was full of loopholes. Stupid. Yuan Venerate Han released a sage aura that swept across the land and suppressed the pseudo-saint on the spot. How is this possible? The pseudo-saint was shocked and in disbelief. The victorious Frost Saint used to be a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and could be considered my senior brother. Although I have never met him, I can't sit back and do nothing since I have encountered him. Yuan Venerate Han couldn't remain indifferent when the descendants of a senior brother were being hunted down. Swish! Yuan Venerate Han flicked his finger, and a dazzling light burst out. The pseudo-saint was killed on the spot. Buzz! Ripples flickered in the void, and a figure appeared out of thin air. I was wondering who dared to ruin my plans. It turns out that it's a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The person who had come was wearing a black robe and was surrounded by a terrifying demonic aura. Obviously, he was a demonic cultivator. Saint Yunma? Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed. He hadn't expected the person to be Saint Yunma. Soon, Yuan Venerate Han came back to his senses and glared at Saint Yunma. You are also a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Why are you so aggressive when you know the past of the victorious Frost Saint? He didn't understand why Saint Yunma was doing this. Humph! Yuan Venerate Han, who do you think you are? What right do you have to tell me what to do? Saint Yunma sneered. He was a second-level sacred king, and his combat strength was infinitely close to that of a fourth-level sacred emperor. He didn't fear anything in the 9 zones. The victorious Frost Saint obtained a demonic technique back then. My cultivation is stuck at a bottleneck. I must obtain that mystic technique. Saint Yunma said. This was also why he, a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, had come to such a remote place. If you stop me, you will be my enemy. Saint Yunma's voice was filled with killing intent. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Yuan Venerate Han's expression changed before he finally made up his mind. I won't stop you from cultivating the demonic path and searching for a demonic, mystic technique. However, you can't touch the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint. Boom! Monstrous demonic aura emanated from Saint Yunma's body. He took a step forward and the earth shook. Then you can go to hell. Boom! 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 Saint Yunma waved his scepter and unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Oh no! Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed when he sensed the terrifying power. However, just as he was about to resist, a large hand suddenly pulled him away. Bang! The demonic aura that burst out from the scepter struck Fong Chen's body and dissipated. On the other hand, sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of Fong Chen's skin and formed a powerful sword armor. Huh. Saint Yunma was a little surprised when he saw this. Yin-Yang Origin Stage? Saint Yunma was surprised that a Yin-Yang Origin Stage cultivator could actually withstand his all-out attack without suffering any injuries. You must be tired of living. After stabilizing himself, Saint Yunma waved his scepter continuously, and streams of demonic aura swarmed over. Primordial Chaos Sword Technique. Fong Chen executed the Primordial Chaos Sword Technique and easily withstood Saint Yunma's attack. How is this possible? After a fierce battle, Saint Yunma couldn't do anything to Fong Chen and even faintly felt that he was being suppressed. Could he also be a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? At the thought of this, he took a few steps back and stopped attacking. Since we are all disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, why make such a big fuss and hurt our friendship? Yuan Venerate Han remained silent. How about we both take a step back? Saint Yunma continued. I promise you that I will let go of the descendant of Saint Shinhan and let him leave this place. What do you think? Yuan Venerate Han glanced at Fong Chen. The latter didn't say anything and just slashed out with his sword. Rumble! This sword contained Fang Chen's strongest attack. No. Saint Yunma waved his scepter to resist, but it was useless. The scepter was cut in half in just one move. Pucci! The hidden star sword landed on his body and seriously injured him. You! Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and walked toward Saint Yunma step by step. You are an evil person. Your sins are unforgivable. Pucci! Fang Chen slashed out with his sword and Saint Yunma's head fell off. You will regret killing a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. Saint Yunma's angry roar reverberated in the air. At this moment, Yuan Venerate Han also saw a drop of venom in Saint Yunma's palm. This was demon god venom. Anyone below the 4th level Sacred Emperor realm would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Phew! He took a deep breath and felt a little scared. Chapter 3485. The demon god venom was very precious. It was very difficult for an ordinary sage to obtain such a thing. According to the current market price, it would cost at least 1 billion yin-yang pills to exchange for a drop. The total net worth of a sacred ruler was only about 1 billion yin-yang pills. It was obviously impossible for them to exchange all their net worth for a drop of demon god venom. This fellow is really willing to spend a lot of money. The demon god venom in Sage Yuma's palm spread rapidly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The demon god venom was very special. It had to be stored in a special storage space. Once it was taken out, it had to be used in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it would evaporate. Fang Chen had also discovered Sage Yunma's movements in advance. Therefore, he had immediately taken action and killed him. Thank you, Brother Fang. Yuan Venerate Han took a deep breath and felt a little scared. If Fang Chen had not acted in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable if he had been contaminated by Sage Yunma's demon god venom. Even though he was a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance and had extraordinary means to preserve his life, he would have shed a layer of skin if he had been contaminated by the demon god venom. This was a price he could not bear. The disciples of the heaven-defying alliance are really rich. A sacred ruler can actually take out the demon god venom. Fang Chen sighed. Generally speaking, even some major factions would not waste the demon god venom casually. A faction like the Blood King Palace would not even be able to take out the demon god venom. Sage Yunma has great potential. He specializes in the demonic path. In the heaven-defying alliance, there are a few senior brothers who cultivate the demonic path who pay special attention to him. They usually give him some resources and help him complete some tasks. Yuan Venerate Han pursed his lips. He was also a sacred ruler, but his status in the heaven-defying alliance could not be compared to Sage Yunma's. It was even more impossible for him to take out 1 billion yin-yang pills. 1 billion yin-yang pills is a huge sum. Yuan Venerate Han sighed. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. In fact, there were tens of billions of yin-yang pills stored in Dark Cave Mountain. Wouldn't the outside world go crazy if they found out? Tens of billions of yin-yang pills was comparable to the entire net worth of a sacred ruler. Yin-yang pills were the currency circulating on the market. With yin-yang pills, one could buy whatever one wanted. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. The next time he entered the abyss of god corpses, he would definitely obtain all the yin and yang pills. The two of them chatted for a while. Finally, the topic returned to Saint Xinghan. Saint Xinghan is a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I can't ignore his descendants, Yuan Venerate Han said. His master had once interacted with Saint Xinghan. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they should help. Moreover, Sage Yunma's death had something to do with him. Since their relationship had already deteriorated, he didn't mind helping out a little more. After discussing with Fang Chen, Yuan Venerate Han found the descendants of the Xinghan Saint and wiped out all the loyal followers of the Demon Saint in the Xinghan territory. Once he had made all the necessary arrangements, he took Fang Chen with him and left Victorious Frost Weave through the teleportation formation. Originally, it would cost a lot to set up a teleportation array across territories. It would cost at least 100 million yin and yang pills. However, the descendants of the Shang Han saint were grateful for Yuan Venerate Han's help and immediately used the yin yang pills stored in the Shang Han territory to activate the teleportation array for them. Although the 9 sacred weave wasn't large, it was the core of the 9 surrounding territories and the most prosperous one. This was because there was a branch of the heaven-defying alliance in the 9 sacred weave. The 9 sacred regions branch. The heaven-defying alliance's branches were spread all over the God's Fall battlefield to help the heaven-defying alliance discover outstanding disciples with potential. The cultivators in the God's Fall battlefield were almost all the descendants of the surviving elites. For countless years, they only had one goal, and that was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to survive the next battle of gods. Therefore, they were very eager to join the heaven-defying alliance. The 9 sacred continent, the core of the 9 sacred weave. The 9 sacred regions, branch of the heaven-defying alliance, was located on the 9 sacred continent. Whoosh! On a certain sea, a boat was drifting alone. 2 figures were on the boat. They were Fang Qin and Yuan Venerate Han. The 2 of them had taken the teleportation formation and arrived at the 9 sacred weave. They were now on their way to the 9 sacred continent. After crossing this sea, they would arrive at the 9 sacred continent. Brother Fang, good news. Suddenly, Yuan Venerate Han, who was sitting at the stern of the boat, opened his eyes and smiled. In half a month, the 9 sacred regions branch will publicly recruit a batch of disciples. The heaven-defying alliance would publicly recruit disciples every once in a while. To participate in the heaven-defying alliance's assessment, one had to possess a heaven-defying token and pass the registration threshold to wait for the public recruitment. The public recruitment in half a month also meant that Fang Qin wouldn't have to wait too long before he could participate. Brother Han, why don't you tell me about the heaven-defying alliance's disciple recruitment test? In fact, Fang Qin was more interested in this. He was also very curious about how the powerhouses of the God's Fall battlefield would recruit disciples. The disciple recruitment test is different for every cultivation realm. I participated in the assessment as a Yin Yuan martialist, so the test standards were relatively low. I just had to worship a martialist at the peak of the Yang Yuan realm. Yuan Venerate Han nodded. You can also defeat a heaven-defying alliance disciple at the same cultivation realm as you. At the end of the day, it was still a test of talent. The level of one's cultivation wasn't important. As long as your talent was heaven-defying, you would be recruited even if your cultivation was low. Fang Qin nodded to show that he understood. However, Brother Fang, you are at the perfected Yin-Yang Yuan realm, so the assessment is also based on your true cultivation. Therefore, Brother Fang, the assessment is a piece of cake for you. Yuan Venerate Han had been very shocked by his interactions with Fang Qin during this period of time. Fang Qin's potential was really strong. He even suspected that Fang Qin's potential wasn't any weaker than a Dao Palace disciple's. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ships could often be seen speeding past on the surface of the sea. The heaven-defying alliance's disciple recruitment is quite attractive. Along the way, Fang Qin encountered many ships that were basically going to participate in the assessment. Among them, there were dozens of saints. One had to know that there were only 9 saints in the entire 9 saints territory. There were also quite a few saint realm experts from other domains who had rushed over after hearing the news. As for the Yin-Yang Yuan realm, there were even more. Boom! While Fang Qin was deep in thought, a luxurious ship suddenly appeared in the distance. The ship moved quickly, creating countless splashes. It ignored Fang Qin's boat and rushed straight past it. As it passed by Fang Qin, a man in luxurious robes shot a disdainful look at Fang Qin from the bow of the luxurious ship and casually struck out with his palm. Bang! Yuan Venerate Han's eyes lit up as he blocked the other party's attack with a punch. By then, The luxurious ship had already disappeared, and a disdainful voice was heard. Those two fellows really deserve to die. They actually didn't avoid young master's ship. Young master just doesn't want to kill people. So he struck out with his palm as a warning. Otherwise, how could they have survived? Yuan Venerate Han heard such an arrogant voice. Chapter 3486. The luxurious ship had already left and disappeared into the sea. However, those two arrogant voices still reverberated in Fong Chen's ears. Fong Chen smirked and shook his head after a long while. Were people so arrogant these days? In his opinion, that young man was at most a second-level sacred king. How could he be so arrogant? Yuan Venerate Han's face darkened. He was a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, yet he had been ridiculed. The two of them exchanged glances and saw the displeasure in each other's eyes. However, they didn't say anything. It seemed like that young man was going to participate in the heaven-defying alliance's assessment. As long as he participated, he would eventually meet them. More than 10 days later, the boat swayed and finally sailed out of the vast sea and entered the Nine Saints continent. There are so many people. The primordial spirit of a sage could instantly cover an entire continent. Thus, Yuan Venerate Han easily saw the scene in the Nine Saints continent. Everyone has already gathered in Nine Saints City. Let's go over. A distance of 10,000 miles was nothing to them. A moment later, the two of them arrived in Nine Saints City. Brother Fong, this is the Nine Saints Weaves branch of the heaven-defying alliance. Yuan Venerate Han pointed to a towering tower in front of them and introduced it. Look at the people lining up on the streets. They don't have a heaven-defying token and have to register in person. These people have to participate in all the assessments. Fong Chen looked over and saw that there was indeed a long line of people lining up on the streets of Nine Saint City. Basically, they are all at the Yin-Yang origin grade. Fong Chen scanned the crowd and saw a man in luxurious robes at the front of the line. There were a few guards around the man, who had a very strong aura. The surrounding people seemed to be very wary of this man and didn't dare approach him. Humph! Fong Chen snorted when he saw the man's disdainful gaze and turned to follow Yuan Venerate Han to the tower. Brother Fong, you have a heaven-defying token. You don't have to register like them. I will take you directly to the elder in charge of the public recruitment. With that, the two of them stepped into the tower. The man in luxurious robes frowned when he saw this. Those two fellows went in directly. Could it be that they have heaven-defying tokens? The guards beside him were discussing animatedly. Someone in the crowd recognized Yuan Venerate Han. Isn't that Yuan Venerate Han of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? I heard that he was living in seclusion in the scenic Devil Dominion. Why would he come here? Did you see that? There's a Yin-Yang essence, realm, cultivator following him. He must be the one who recommended you. Everyone came to a sudden realization. At the same time, they were somewhat envious of Fong Chen. If he could gain the recognition and recommendation of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples, his chances of clearing the trial would be greatly increased. Young master! A few guards whispered when they saw that the man in the brocade robe had an ugly expression. That guy should have a heaven-defying order on him. So what if you have a heaven-defying order? Can he compete with young master? One had to know that there were over 10,000 martial artists participating in the open recruitment this time. However, those who possessed a heaven-defying token were less than a handful of them. From this, it could be seen how rare the heaven-defying writ was. After entering the tower, Yuan Venerate Han introduced himself. So it's Senior Brother Han. A staff member smiled and said, "The person in charge of this assessment is Senior Brother Wang, who once walked out of the Nine Zones branch." "Oh, Senior Brother Wang is here?" Yuan Venerate Han was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that Senior Brother Wang would be personally in charge of this assessment. Senior Brother Wang will only arrive in 3 days. The assessment will begin immediately when he arrives. Yuan Venerate Han nodded and explained Fong Chen's situation. After checking Fong Chen's heaven-defying order, the staff member brought Yuan Venerate Han and Fong Chen to an independent courtyard. Senior Brother Han, you can rest here. I will inform you immediately when Senior Brother Wang arrives. Yuan Venerate Han was very polite. Yuan Venerate Han nodded. After the staff member left, Yuan Venerate Han turned to look at Fong Chen. I didn't expect that Senior Brother Wang would be personally in charge this time. Brother Fong, you have to seize this opportunity. Senior Brother Wang is a disciple of the Dao Palace and has unparalleled potential. If you display heaven-defying potential during the assessment, Senior Brother Wang will definitely notice you. As long as Senior Brother Wang puts in a few good words for you, it won't be impossible for you to enter the Dao Palace and even become an unrivaled saint's disciple. Yuan Venerate Han felt excited just thinking about it. Brother Han, who is this Senior Brother Wang you're talking about? Fong Chen was rather curious. According to the staff member, Senior Brother Wang had once walked out of the Nine Regions branch. In other words, he had once passed the assessment of the Nine Regions branch and entered the heaven-defying alliance. Senior Brother Wang's full name is Wang Daoyan, and he is known as Sacred Emperor Daoyan. He has an 8th level saint as his master. He has heaven-defying potential and is well known in the Dao Palace. Fong Chen sighed after hearing Yuan Venerate Han's introduction. There were too many evildoers in the heaven-defying alliance, in a certain inn in Nine Saint City. Young master, I've asked around. The person Yuan Venerate Han brought in is called Fong Chen. He came from the Wasteland Weave, and his cultivation base is at the Yin-Yang origin realm. He shouldn't be too strong, a guard whispered as he walked into the inn quickly. The man in the brocade robes nodded. Does a nobody think he can join the heaven-defying alliance just because he obtained a heaven-defying order by luck? The first time they had encountered Fong Chen's boat, the man in the brocade robes had attacked because Fong Chen hadn't dodged and hadn't bothered to kill him. He had only casually waved his hand. The second time they had met, he was still high and mighty, thinking that Fong Chen was a nobody and that he couldn't be bothered to kill him. Now that he knew that Fong Chen had a heaven-defying order, he wanted to kill him. He had such a powerful background, yet he still hadn't been able to obtain a heaven-defying order. How could a nobody obtain a heaven-defying order so easily? He couldn't accept it. Humph. If we meet in the assessment, I'll let you know that an ant will always be an ant, the man in the brocade robes said gloomily. A moment later, his expression returned to normal. By the way, is there anything worth paying attention to among the martialists participating in the assessment this time? Young master, I heard that Mad Bladely is here. That person from the Duanma family is also here. It said that the princess of the Tianqin family obtained a heaven-defying order. After hearing the guard's introduction, the man in the brocade robe stood up with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding great confidence. In this assessment, not only will I join the heaven-defying alliance, but my name will also shake the 9 domains. His voice was brimming with confidence. No matter who it is, they will all become my stepping stone. Young master, the one in charge of the assessment this time is Wang Daoyan. Hearing the name Wang Daoyan, the man in the brocade robe's expression changed. Wang Daoyan? He was surprised. The Wang Daoyan who was once known as the number one of the younger generation of the 9 domains? The guard nodded. He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 3487. Wang Daoyan was once a genius warrior in the 9 Saints territory. He rose quickly and joined the heaven-defying alliance, becoming a disciple of the Dao Palace. It was said that there were several invincible saints behind Wang Daoyan. Many elders in the heaven-defying alliance expressed their fondness for Wang Daoyan and wanted to take him as a disciple, but they couldn't compete with others. This time, Wang Daoyan was personally in charge of the recruitment test of the 9 domains. When the news spread, it instantly caused a huge commotion in Nine Saint City and even the entire Nine Saints territory. Countless martial artists who had come to participate in the test wanted to see just how strong the super genius who had once shaken the 9 regions was. For a time, there were many legends about Wang Daoyun in the streets. A few days later, Fang Qin was cultivating. He was comprehending the origin of metal that the Blood Cavalry Saint had left behind. This book recorded the Blood Cavalry Saint's life's work. Metal was extremely sharp, and the origin of metal also contained an extremely sharp aura. Fang Qin had condensed the origin of metal long ago, but it was still difficult to comprehend it. Whoosh! After cultivating for a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. A helpless look appeared on his face. Is it so difficult to comprehend the origin in the yin-yang origin stage? Fang Qin shook his head. The origin could only be comprehended in the Saint realm. It was extremely difficult to comprehend it in the yin-yang origin stage. At the beginning of the chaos, yin and yang were born, and then the origin of the 5 elements. Fang Qin murmured. He opened the book again, and his gaze fell on a small line of words on the first page. This line of words indicated that the reason why it was difficult to comprehend the origin in the yin-yang origin stage was that the condensed yin and yang contained a thin amount of yin and yang origin stage. This was the biggest obstacle for warriors to comprehend the origin. Looks like it's true. At first, Fang Qin didn't believe it, but now he did. His yin and yang origin stage had reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet, and had even evolved into yin and yang origin stage. He had once used the yin and yang origin stage to block the attack of the origin. Ordinary warriors only had a thin amount of the origin in their yin and yang origin stage. His yin and yang origin stage contained the yin and yang origin stage at the beginning of the world. Therefore, it was even more difficult for him to comprehend the origin compared to ordinary martial artists. Forget it, there's no rush. Although he was still unable to step into the Saint realm, his true combat power could already defeat a 3rd-level Holy King. Brother Fang. Suddenly, Yuan Venerate Han walked in with a delighted look on his face. Senior Brother Wang is already here. I've already introduced you to him. He's quite curious about you and wants to meet you. Oh. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Wang Daoyun wanted to see him? A moment later, Yuan Venerate Han brought Fang Qin to the highest floor of the 9-zone branch tower. The fragrance of sandalwood filled the air, and the interior of the pavilion was very simple. There was a praying mat in the middle, and a middle-aged man was sitting on it. Fang Chen's gaze fell on Wang Daoyun. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying power coming at him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He took a deep breath, and his heart was in turmoil. Senior Brother Wang, Yuan Venerate Han said softly. At that moment, Wang Daoyun slowly opened his eyes. He stared straight at Fang Qin, who felt uneasy all over, as if all his secrets had been thoroughly explored. After a long time, Wang Daoyun looked away. Not bad. He was a man of few words, and only said the word not bad. If the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance knew that Wang Daoyun had such an evaluation of Fang Qin, they would definitely be shocked. Junior Fang Qin pays his respects to Senior Brother Wang. Fang Qin cupped his fists in greeting. After me, no other genius has appeared in the 9-zone branch tower. I hope you won't disappoint me. After all, Wang Daoyun had also come from the 9-zone branch tower. Therefore, he was rather concerned about the geniuses of the 9-zone branch tower. All right, you may leave first. The assessment will begin tomorrow. Go back and prepare. Fang Qin nodded and turned to leave. Senior Brother Wang. Yuan Venerate Han hesitated. Wang Daoyun got up. His potential is very strong. At least in my opinion, he is considered rare in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, what makes me curious is his bloodline. When I probed his bloodline, I actually felt a slight throb. Wang Daoyun was already a peak 6th-level Sacred Emperor. As long as the saints didn't appear, he could dominate the world. His bloodline was also one of the strongest bloodlines in the current era. However, when he probed Fang Chen's bloodline, He clearly felt his own bloodline tremble. Wang Daoyin naturally knew what this meant. Tell me more about him. Yes, Senior Brother Wang. On the way back to the courtyard, Fang Chen was also pondering why Wang Daoyin had summoned him. Could it be just curiosity? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He could sense that Wang Daoyin didn't have any enmity toward him. Forget it. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. A few hours later, Yuan Venerate Han returned. There was a hint of joy on his face, as if he had a very happy conversation with Wang Daoyin. Brother Fang, the assessment will officially begin tomorrow. Don't cultivate today. I'll take you out to relax. Yuan Venerate Han added, Nine Saint City is very prosperous and there are many good places. Furthermore, the number of disciples recruited this time is limited. You can also get to know your opponents in advance. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. It had to be said that as the core of the Nine Saint territory, it was also the most prosperous city. The prosperity of Nine Saint City exceeded Fang Chen's imagination. Perfected yin-yang origin grade martialists were everywhere, and even some pseudo-saints could be seen on the streets. Fang Chen was speechless. After all, Mo Tao of the scenic demon territory was only a pseudo-saint. The path of cultivation is a long one. The higher one's cultivation base, the further one can see. Therefore, they don't care too much about worldly power. They can rely on their own strength to obtain more, Yuan Venerate Han said. Yuan Venerate Han said, only Mo Tao would go to a barbaric weave like the scenic demon weave. No one else would waste their time there. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. The world of cultivation was too cruel. Unknowingly, the two of them arrived in front of a drum tower. The drum tower was thousands of feet tall, and there were 9 bells and drums placed at the top. Every bell and drum was bronze in color, and the faint sound of bells and drums could be heard. Brother Fang, this is the sacred drum tower. No matter what it was, as long as it was tainted with the word saint, it was very unusual. Fang Chen lifted his head and looked at the top of the sacred drum tower. At the moment, there was a dense crowd of martialists below the sacred drum tower. Many of them had come to participate in the disciple recruitment test of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Legend has it that the sacred drum tower was left behind by a saint. Its purpose is to test the talent of the many martialists in the Nine Saint territory. The more bells and drums are rung, the higher the talent of the martialists. Yuan Venerate Han explained. Oh! Fang Chen was surprised. He had not expected that these 9 ordinary-looking bells and drums would actually be left behind by a saint. Actually, what Fang Chen did not know was that the bells and drums on the sacred drum tower had once contained the inheritance and comprehension of the origin source left behind by the saint. Unfortunately, it had already been taken away by the major factions over the years. Now, these 9 bells and drums could only be used to test one's talent. Whoosh! While Yuan Venerate Han was speaking, a figure leaped up and stepped onto the top of the sacred drum tower. Dong! 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 Then he could be seen channeling his power into the first drum. Dong! The first bell let out a long and drawn-out sound. Dong! The second drum was rung as well. The person continued to move to the third drum. Ha! He roared and unleashed his full power. However, he failed at the last step. The third drum was indifferent. Bang! He suffered a backlash and retreated. 2 drums. That's not bad. Yuan Venerate Han nodded as the crowd began to discuss. How can one's talent be determined by the sound of these drums? Fang Chen asked, how many drums did Senior Brother Wang Daoyin sound? 2 drums is normal. Generally speaking, 3 drums is considered not bad. For drums is already considered an outstanding genius qualified to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. 5 drums is considered one of the top disciples in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. 6 drums is enough to enter the Tao Palace. Yuan Venerate Han paused for a moment. Then he enunciated each word clearly. Senior brother Wang once sounded 7 drums in one go, and his name shook the 9 regions. Fong Qin was shocked. He had not expected Wang Daoyun to sound 7 drums. It seemed like his potential was really impressive. At the time, the 9 regions branch contacted Senior Brother Wang and recommended him to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. After some training, he successfully entered the Dao Palace. Now, Senior Brother Wang is also very famous in the Dao Palace. Has no one in the 9 regions been able to sound 7 drums? Fong Qin was curious. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head. Anyone who can sound 7 drums is considered to be at the top of the Dao Palace. After all, the 9 regions branch is located in the most remote areas of the God's Fall battlefield. Cultivation resources are scarce, so it is very difficult for such geniuses to appear. According to my speculations, the top person in the Dao Palace should be able to sound 8 drums. As for 9 drums, that person should be chosen by the heavens, right? Yuan Venerate Han muttered to himself. From time to time, martialists would ascend the sacred drum tower and sound the drums. The sound of the drums echoed for a long time. However, most of them only sounded 2 drums. During this period, there were also people who sounded 3 drums. As for those who sounded 4 drums, they did not appear for the time being. The real top geniuses did not make a move. Yuan Venerate Han said. He told them that Crazy Blade Li, Duanjing of the Duanma family, and the princess of the Tianqin family could sound at least 4 drums. It was even possible that they could sound 5 drums. However, they did not appear. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Immediately after, the crowd opened up a path for him. Huh, it's him? Fong Qin recognized the person. It was the man in the brocade robes. The man in the brocade robe strode toward the sacred drum tower with his head held high. Everyone made way for him. Oh my God, why is this guy here too? This guy is overbearing. We should stay away from him. Chapter 3488. The Duan family was an overlord force in the new expedition territory. Although there were only 3 saints in the family, no forces in the surrounding territories dared to provoke them. This was because one of the saints had reached the peak of the 3rd level, Holy King level. Moreover, Duan Dongyu had great potential among the younger generation and had attracted the attention of many saint emperors and saints. If he could join the heaven-defying alliance, the Duan family's position would be even more secure. Therefore, Duan Dongyu was arrogant and domineering. Duan Dongyu? Fong Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He could tell from the aura that Duan Dongyu exuded that his cultivation should be at the 1st level, Holy King level. Duan Dongyu only recently stepped into the Saint realm, but he already has the combat power of a 2nd level Holy King. Yuan Venerate Han said. Fong Qin shook his head and did not think much about it. No matter how powerful the forces behind Duan Dongyu were, as long as he did not provoke him, everything would be fine. Once you provoke me, then no one in the world will be able to stop you. Duan Dongyu's arrival caused an uproar below the sacred drum tower. Countless martialists avoided Duan Dongyu with some fear. Duan Dongyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked up at the top of the sacred drum tower with a contemptuous smile. I remember that Wang Daoyun sounded 7 drums in one go back then. After joining the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he was valued by all the old monsters and was given endless cultivation resources. This was also the reason for his rapid progress. Duan Dongyu, want to see how mysterious this legendary technique left behind by a saint is, Duan Dongyu said confidently. After saying that, he leaped up and arrived at the top of the sacred drum tower. Duan Dongyu urged the power in his body and poured it into the drums. In an instant, the first drum vibrated and emitted a ringing sound. Then Duan Dongyu came to the second drum in a domineering manner. Dong! Dong! For the first 3 drums, Duan Dongyu didn't use any strength to strike them easily. He is indeed a genius of the Duan family in the new expedition territory. He is really powerful. He struck the first 3 drums so easily. Although Duan Dongyu is a good-for-nothing, he still has the ability. Many people sighed and thought that Duan Dongyu's potential was too great. Dong! He stopped in front of the 4th drum and placed his hands on the drum. A minute later, the 4th drum began to vibrate. Warm applause could be heard from the crowd below. Sounds of discussion could be heard incessantly. Being able to sound 4 bells in a row meant that Duan Dongyu had the qualifications to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The next test wouldn't be too difficult for him. I wonder how many bells this Dong you will be able to sound? Many people saw that Duan Dongyu did not stop and continued to walk to the 5th drum. Discussions broke out. Brother Fong, what do you think? Yuan Venerate Han glanced at Duan Dongyu before asking. He had to admit that this fellow's potential was not bad. He can't sound the 5th bell, Fong Qin said calmly. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, at the top of the Holy Drum Tower, in front of the 5th drum, Duan Dongyu tried his best to make the drum shake slightly, but no sound came out. I don't believe you. Wang Daoyan had been able to sound 7 bells in the past. Now he was encountering difficulties in front of the 5th drum. He was unwilling to accept this. Duan Dongyu roared and displayed the unique skill of the Duan clan. His hands kept waving, and thousands of palm prints appeared in the void, bombarding the 5th drum in unison. Wang, a soft voice could be heard coming from it. However, it only lasted for a second before it came to an abrupt end. Uft! Duan Dongyu's body retreated as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dang! 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 After stabilizing his body, Duan Dongyu stared at the 5th drum with a gloomy expression. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were bulging. He was unwilling to accept this. Almost. Just a little bit more, and I would have been able to sound the 5th drum. Crash! He landed on the ground with a dispirited look on his face. He had originally thought that he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Daoyan. Who would have thought that he would be stopped at the 5th drum? Many people in the crowd shook their heads. Wang Daoyan had been recognized as the #1 genius of the 9 great territories back then. Duan Dongyu's achievements had been entirely due to the cultivation resources of the Duan family. How could he compare to Wang Daoyan? Duan Dongyu was a little annoyed when he heard the discussion in the crowd and got ready to leave. At that moment, he saw Fong Qin and Yuan Venerate Han not far away. He snorted coldly and strolled over before stopping in front of Fong Qin. Kid! Duan Dongyu provoked. What? Is there a problem? Fong Qin shrugged, not afraid of Duan Dongyu in the slightest. Are you mocking me? Duan Dongyu said coldly. Although I, Duan Dongyu, have stopped at the 5th drum, there aren't many in the younger generation of the 9 territories who have greater potential than me. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to mock me? Duan Dongyu directly attacked Fong Qin. Some people in the know knew that Duan Dongyu was jealous that Fong Qin had obtained the Heaven-Defying Alliance and was looking for an excuse to attack him. Mock me? Fong Qin was stunned. He originally wanted to ignore Duan Dongyu, but the latter's behavior was a little too much. Duan Dongyu. Yuan Venerate Han spoke. I remember that the Heaven-Defying Alliance has a rule that disciples cannot interfere with the assessment of other disciples. Duan Dongyu said, Could it be that you are so powerful that you can ignore the rules of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Yuan Venerate Han was furious. A mere 2nd-level sacred king who had not even joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance dared to challenge him. The aura around him rippled as he prepared to teach Duan Dongyu a lesson. The surrounding people also looked over with interest, ready to watch a good show. Others might be afraid of you, Yuan Venerate Han, but I, Duan Dongyu, am not. Duan Dongyu sneered. Buzz! The void suddenly became oppressive as endless pressure came from the sky. A drawn-out voice sounded in everyone's ears. Junior Brother Han, you don't have to interfere in this matter. Everyone was stunned. Even Yuan Venerate Han was a little surprised. The person who had spoken was Wang Daoyan. Given his status in the Dao Palace, no one in the 9 great territories dared to provoke him. Even the 9 saints of the 9-saint territory had to treat him with respect. "Brother Fong, let's go back." Yuan Venerate Han's expression changed as he spoke. Fong Qin shook his head and looked up at the void before turning to look at Yuan Venerate Han. How dare a young master of a mere territory scold a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? Fong Qin said, "Brother Han, you have a special status. You don't have to interfere in this matter. Leave everything to me." After saying that, he gently patted Yuan Venerate Han on the shoulder. "What did you just say?" Fang Chun walked over to Duan Dongyu. "I said, what right do you have to mock me, Duan Dongyu, when you are just a yin-yang origin realm ant? Who gave you the guts?" Duan Dongyu repeated word by word. Fang Chun nodded and ignored the astonishment of the crowd as he ascended the Holy Drum Tower. He looked down at Duan Dongyu from above. "Mock you? You are not qualified for me to mock you." After saying that, Fang Chun circulated the power in his body and poured it into the bell and drum. What is he doing? Has he been provoked by Duan Dongyu and wants to compete with Duan Dongyu in terms of potential? This fellow is a little stupid. He is just a yin-yang origin realm. Does he think that he can challenge Duan Dongyu just because he has Yuan Venerate Han as his backer? Many people shook their heads and felt that Fang Chen's actions were too irrational. Of course, even more people were watching the show and mocking him. Young people these days really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was lucky enough to obtain the heaven-defying token and was brought to 9 Saint City by Yuan Venerate Han. Does he think that he is invincible? I bet that this fellow can only sound the bell and drum 3 times at most. 3? I think he can only sound the bell and drum 2 times at most. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. Yuan Venerate Han was very calm when he saw Fang Chen's actions. He was well aware of Fang Chen's potential. Duan Dongyu smirked and sneered. "Trying to play to the gallery? Dong!" The sound of the bell echoed. By the time everyone came back to their senses, Fang Chen had already arrived in front of the second drum. Dong! 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 The sound of the bell rang 3 times in a row. Everyone below was stunned and tongue-tied. What's going on? Is this fellow's potential so terrifying? Everyone was shocked. Being able to sound the bell and drum 4 times in a row was already comparable to Duan Dongyu's potential. Look, he is walking towards the 5th drum. Some sharp-eyed people saw Fang Chen's actions. Duan Dongyu's face turned pale and murderous intent filled his eyes. Dong! Without any hesitation, Fang Chen's palms landed on the drum and a melodious sound reverberated in the sky above 9 Saint City for a long time. 5 rings. Everyone below was completely dumbfounded. This fellow had actually done what Duan Dongyu had failed to do. Being able to sound the bell and drum 5 times was considered one of the best in the 9 great territories. Even if he entered the heaven-defying alliance, he would be valued and nurtured by the higher-ups. At this time, everyone no longer looked at Fang Chen with hostility. Instead, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Whoosh! Everyone raised their heads in anticipation, waiting for Fang Chen to continue charging forward. This was because he had not used much strength to sound the first 4 drums. It's over? Everyone was disappointed. Fang Chen landed in front of Duan Dongyu with a faint smile. If an ant is stronger than you, then what are you, Duan Dongyu? Are you worse than an ant? Fang Chen's voice echoed below the drum. You! Duan Dongyu's aura surged as he glared at Fang Chen. Young master. Several servants hurriedly stopped the enraged Duan Dongyu. They could not fight in 9 Saint City. Otherwise, the heaven-defying alliance would not sit idly by. Just wait and see. Duan Dongyu threatened before leaving. Countless eyes fell on Fang Chen. He had used his unparalleled potential to crush Duan Dongyu and become famous in Nine Saint City. At this time, on the highest floor of the heaven-defying Alliance's pagoda, Wang Daoyan stood with his hands behind his back. He could clearly see the scene in front of the Saint Drum Tower through the window. He was able to sound 5 drums so easily. Not bad. If he used his full strength, would he be able to sound 7 drums? Even Wang Daoyan couldn't see through Feng Qin and couldn't grasp him. He felt that the latter was hiding some secrets. Chapter 3489. The Saint Drum Tower was a saint's method that could test a martialist's talent. The 9 drums at the top of the Saint Drum Tower had always been a place for geniuses to compete. However, no one in the younger generation had been able to surpass the miracle that Wang Daoyan had created. At the time, Wang Daoyan had appeared out of nowhere and sounded the drums 7 times with a stunning talent, shocking the 9 great territories. After Wang Daoyan, countless young martialists had tried various methods to surpass him, but had all failed in the end. Now, the 9 Domains Division of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was recruiting disciples, so all the young martialists of the 9 great territories had come. They had all gathered in front of the Saint Drum Tower. Everyone knew about Duan Dongyu's potential. He could easily sound the drums 4 times, which was already comparable to the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Although he had stopped at the 5th drum, many people could see that it wouldn't be long before he could sound the 5th drum. If not for Feng Qin, Duan Dongyu might have been the most eye-catching genius. Unfortunately, he had provoked Feng Qin. When Feng Qin sounded the drums 5 times, the martialists below the Saint Drum Tower were in an uproar. Countless martialists were shocked. Even after a long time, when Feng Qin's figure disappeared, everyone was still in shock. When he returned to his courtyard, Yuan Venerate Han said apologetically, "Brother Feng, Brother Feng." Feng Qin nodded, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. Yuan Venerate Han wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. He just nodded and left. The news of Feng Qin sounding the drums 5 times and suppressing Duan Dongyu spread like wildfire. Garden Mansion. A lady in green robes walked gracefully towards the pavilion. She had a slight smile on her pretty face, and her red lips were slightly pursed. She was one of the martialists who had obtained the heaven-defying alliance this time. She was the beloved daughter of the Tianqin family, Qin Yin. "Miss, that's what happened." Qin Yin's fair fingers gently stroked her hair as she listened to the servant's account. Her beautiful eyes flickered when she heard the whole story. Duan Dongyu of the Duan family is ruthless, arrogant, and despotic. Even he gets slapped in the face. Qin Yin said faintly, "However, I'm getting more and more curious about this guy. Where did he get the courage to challenge Duan Dongyu when he was only in the Yinyang origin realm?" Musical Note fell into deep thought. At the same time, the young master of the Duanma family, Mad Saberly, also received the news. Feng Qin's name spread throughout Nine Saint City. The sun slowly rose and dawn arrived. Nine Saint City was packed with people. Countless cultivators had heard the news and rushed over, wanting to see the heaven-defying alliance's disciple recruitment. Brother Feng. Yuan Venerate Han brought Feng Qin to the Nine Saints Plaza. The azure-clothed girl on the far left in front is Princess Qin Yin of the Tianqin noble clan. Feng Qin's heart skipped a beat as he followed Yuan Venerate Han's gaze. However, he soon sobered up. "Is this an illusion?" "Brother Feng, you might not know this, but the Tianqin noble clan specializes in the primordial spirit. The secret techniques they cultivate are all targeted at the primordial spirit of a martialist. Princess Qin Yin is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Tianqin noble clan. She has a charming temperament to begin with. Coupled with the secret techniques she cultivates, ordinary martialists will fall into an illusion if they take a few more glances at her," Yuan Venerate Han explained. While Feng Qin was sizing up Palace Master Qin Yin, she seemed to sense Feng Qin's gaze and turned her head. Fong Qin shifted his gaze and looked at Mad Saberly. This person has a very strong saber intent. Fong Qin was shocked. He uses his body as a saber and cultivates the heaven-defying saber Dao. Then he saw the young master of the Duanma family. The demonic aura on his body was so strong that no one dared to approach him. These people are considered the most outstanding geniuses of the 9 territories. They will most likely join the heaven-defying alliance and be your opponents in the assessment, Yuan Venerate Han said. At the same time, he reminded Fong Qin to be careful of Duan Dongyu. Duan Dongyu was famous for being vengeful. Yesterday, in front of the sacred drum tower, Fong Qin had crushed Duan Dongyu with his absolute potential and made him lose face. Duan Dongyu would definitely try to stop Fong Qin during the assessment. It's fine. Fong Qin was carefree and didn't care. Sounds of discussion spread out in the crowd. Swoosh! A terrifying aura spread out. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with joy. The person in charge of this assessment, the genius Wang Daoyin, had arrived. Wang Daoyin was wearing a white robe and had a calm expression. He stood on the stage with his hands clasped behind his back and scanned the crowd. This time, the Heaven-Defying Alliance's 9 territories branch is publicly recruiting disciples. There are 13,000 people who have signed up. The competition will be fierce, so I hope you will all work hard. After a few simple opening remarks, Wang Daoyin began to introduce the content of the assessment. This assessment is very simple. It is about survival. All the disciples who signed up had to enter the 9 Saint Mystic Realm. Everyone had a token on them, and they had to kill each other to snatch each other's tokens. When the number of tokens reached 100, they could head to the center of the 9 Saint Mystic Realm and leave a mark on the stone wall. Those who left a mark would pass the assessment. Fong Qin was a little surprised by this assessment. It was a little cruel to let tens of thousands of people kill each other. Not long after, the 9 Saint Mystic Realm opened, and a large number of martialists entered. Isn't this too cruel? Yuan Venerate Han couldn't help but ask. The deity fall battlefield is cruel. The weak have no right to speak. Only by working hard to become stronger is the only truth, Wang Daoyin said. The brink of life and death can often stimulate a martialist's inner potential. If they can break through, they have a high chance of becoming a dragon. If they couldn't break through, they wouldn't be qualified to become a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. On a mountain peak in the 9 Saint Mystic Realm, Fong Qin appeared out of thin air and looked around. There was no one there. It seems like they are scattered randomly. Fong Qin said. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Fong Qin began to walk around. In a dense forest, Duan Dongyu's face was ferocious and he bared his fangs. He had gathered with the servants of the Duan family and was encircling a weak martialist. Go to hell! He punched out and crushed his opponent's head before taking his token. Humph, Fong Qin, is it? I want to see how capable you are. In the 9 Saint City, he did not dare to make a move because of the power of the 9 Saint Realm. But it was different in the 9 Saint Mystic Realm. He could kill to his heart's content. Let's collect tokens first, and then leave a mark on the stone wall. Duan Dongyu said. As long as he did not encounter Mad Blade Li, the young master of the Duanma family, Princess Qinyan, and the others, no one was his match. Time flew by. 3 days later, Duan Dongyu had already obtained 80 tokens and was closer to 100 tokens. At this time, there was news that Princess Qinyan had already gone to the Saint Mystic Realm. I have to speed up, Duan Dongyu said coldly. For the past 3 days, Fong Qin had been walking on the wasteland. Sigh. Looking at the few tokens in his hand, Fong Qin sighed. Along the way, he encountered many martialists, many of whom chose to take a detour to avoid him. These martialists had not committed any heinous crimes, so he was not willing to kill them. Along the way, the people he killed were either heinous criminals or people who wanted to snatch his tokens, so he had very few tokens. Kiki! Suddenly, a sinister voice came from afar. Fong Qin spread out his divine sense and instantly saw the scene 1,000 miles away. At this time, a black-robed martialist was brutally slaughtering other martialists. "Young Master Duanma, we will give you our tokens. Please give us a way out." There were countless corpses on the ground, and blood flowed like a river. The remaining small group of martial artists knelt on the ground, begging for young Master Duan Mo's forgiveness. "Humph, it's your bad luck to encounter me." Young Master Duanma opened his mouth, and a small black sword shot out, instantly piercing through the head of one of the martialists. "Demon, you're a demon. Run." Many people fell into a frenzy and desperately fled. However, it was useless. Young Master Duanma was a Saint Realm elite, and they could not resist him at all. Bang! Young Master Duanma's small black sword was shattered by a terrifying fist aura. Those martial artists who were fleeing for their lives were also completely stunned. A figure had appeared in front of them. Fong Qin. After escaping death, many people recognized Fong Qin and cried out in surprise. They did not expect Fong Qin to stand up for them. Fong Qin? Young Master Duanma also recognized Fong Qin and raised his eyebrows slightly as he said coldly, "You want to stop me? They have already handed over their tokens. Why do you still want to kill them all?" Young Master Duanma's demonic aura was monstrous as a terrifying power swept through the world. He used his tyrannical aura to suppress Fong Qin. "Want to kill them all?" Young Master Duanma sneered. "In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. They are weaker than me, so they must die." He cultivated demonic arts and had a dark personality. To him, it was normal to kill the innocent. "What if I insist on protecting them? Then you can die too." The Duan Mo young master roared, and a monstrous demonic aura spread out. His body shot forward like an arrow. "You guys go first." Fong Chen's voice entered everyone's ears. They thanked him gratefully and hurriedly left. 9 Regions Division, Heaven-Defying Alliance's highest floor. Wang Daoyan looked at the scene in the mirror image and muttered to himself, "Although the young master of the Duanma family is strong, he shouldn't be able to stop you." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the battle had already come to an end. In the mirror image, Fong Qin was like a demon god as he defeated the young master of the Duanma family. The latter fled in panic. "What is your upper limit?" Wang Daoyan asked. In the 9 Saints' secret realm, no one knew that one of the strongest candidates, the young master of the Duanma family, had been defeated by Fong Qin. The ground was in a sorry state, full of potholes. Fong Qin picked up the tokens and said, "The demonic arts cultivated by this young master of the Duanma family are really cruel." At the critical moment, if the young master of the Duanma family had not thrown away all the tokens to save his life, he might have died in Fong Chen's hands. "I didn't expect this guy to get so many." A rough count showed that there were more than 200 tokens. This also meant that more than 200 people had died in his hands. This is good too. It saves me the trouble of finding tokens. Chapter 3490. Although young Master Duanma's cultivation was only at the level of a second-level Holy King, his methods were indeed mysterious, especially his attainments in the demon path. They were even more extraordinary. Although Fong Chen's combat power was completely suppressed when fighting with him, he could still feel the deterrence brought about by the monstrous demon chi. Fong Chen's eyes flashed, and a trace of murderous intent flashed. If young Master Duanma had not burned his blood essence at the critical moment, used the forbidden secret technique of the demon path, and threw away all the tokens, he would have been killed by him. But soon, Fong Qin felt relieved. Such a proud person would definitely not give up. As long as he waited in front of the Saint Stone Wall, he would definitely meet young Master Duanma. The Saint Stone Wall was the final test. When Fong Qin arrived in front of the Saint Stone Wall, it was already overcrowded. Roughly estimating, there were about 1,000 people. Whoosh! Fong-Chin stopped and looked at the saint's stone wall. The 1-meter-tall stone wall stood quietly on the ground, and there were complicated carvings on its body. Buzz! When he saw these carvings, Fong-Chen's primordial spirit trembled in his mind, and the blood in his body moved strangely. Rip! He shook his head forcefully and came back to his senses from the carvings. What terrifying carvings! Fong-Chin took a deep breath, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. The saint's methods are really powerful. Although Fong-Chen was good at illusions, he almost fell for it. No wonder many warriors were watching from afar and did not dare to approach the saint's stone wall. At this moment, there were 3 figures sitting cross-legged near the saint's stone wall. They were Mad Saber Li, Princess Qinyan, and Duan Dongyu of the Duan clan. He used the heavenly soul scripture to protect his primordial spirit golden core, and then his gaze fell on the saint's stone wall again. He suddenly discovered that there were 3 marks on the wall. 2 of the marks were relatively shallow, and the saber mark at the top was very terrifying. The aura emitted from the saber mark made everyone stop in their tracks. It seemed that these 3 marks were left by the 3 of them, leaving marks. Fong-Chin murmured, "Puchi." At this moment, a martial artist suffered a powerful backlash. His body flew out and exploded in the air, blood splattering everywhere. The saint's stone wall contained a powerful saint's power. If one was not strong enough, it would be difficult to leave a mark on the stone wall. One might even suffer a backlash and die. This person's death completely intimidated the thousands of martial artists. For a time, there was complete silence in front of the saint's stone wall. No one dared to try. The crowd whispered and discussed among themselves. It could be seen that they were somewhat afraid of the saint's stone wall. Fong-Chin strode towards the saint's stone wall, breaking the silence. Isn't that Fong-Chin? Fong-Chin? Why does it sound so familiar? Oh, I remember now. Is it the new genius who beat Duan Dongyu and beat the drum 5 times on the Holy Drum Tower? It really is him. Why? Is he going to give it a try? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Fong-Chin. Some people were gloating, while others couldn't wait to witness a miracle. Pretentious. Do you think you can leave a mark on the saint's stone wall just because you're talented? You're too naive. You don't say. His potential is stronger than Duan Dongyu's. Maybe he's not too weak. He really might leave a mark. Fong-Chin ignored the argument. He stood under the saint's stone wall, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed. A cool breeze blew on his face, giving him a cold feeling. Sensing the saint's stone wall at close range, Fong-Chin found that the carvings on the stone wall were moving slowly. Fong-Chin was surprised and carefully sensed. Whoosh! Duan Dongyu opened his eyes, full of anger. "Kid, I thought you would hide in a corner and not dare to show up. I didn't expect you to dare to come to the saint's stone wall." As he spoke, Duan Dongyu got up, not hiding his killing intent at all. On the side, Princess Qinyan's beautiful eyes flickered. She curiously looked at Fong-Chin. She was also quite surprised that the man could see through her illusion at a glance. Only Mad Saber Li did not open his eyes from beginning to end. He cultivated the Saber Dao, and his obsession was too deep. To him, only the Saber Dao could attract his attention. Duan Dongyu. Seeing that Duan Dongyu was about to walk to the saint's stone wall, Princess Qinyan spoke. "Although there's a grudge between the 2 of you, he is still leaving a mark in front of the saint's stone wall. If you attack, you will break the rules of the heaven-defying alliance." Duan Dongyu said, "What? Princess Qinyan, are you going to stop me?" Princess Qinyan shook her head. Give him some more time. When the mark is over, I will definitely kill him. Under normal circumstances, it would take at most 15 minutes to know if he could leave a mark on the saint's stone wall. However, Fong-Chin had been standing in front of the saint's stone wall for a full 6 hours, and there was still no movement. "I think he's just playing to the gallery." Some people were quite dissatisfied. He occupied the saint's stone wall so that others could not leave a mark. However, they did not dare to make a move. After all, interfering with others leaving a mark was a violation of the rules. They could not bear the punishment of the heaven-defying alliance. Time passed day after day. 7 days later, Fong Chen was still standing in front of the saint's stone wall. No matter how many people talked, it was useless. Duan Dongyu mocked, thinking that Fong Chen was afraid of his revenge, so he pretended to leave a mark. Princess Qin Yan's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she was thinking about something. Mad Saber Li still had his eyes closed, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Half a month, 1 month, 2 months. In Fong Chen's body, the blood flowed, and the primordial spirit golden core in his mind condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, Fong Chen's primordial spirit golden core was a little illusory. This was because his soul Tao was not stable. However, when Fong Chen came into contact with the saint's stone wall, he suddenly saw the light. The heavenly soul scripture that had been stuck at a bottleneck was operating wildly. After half a year, his primordial spirit golden core was finally solidified. At this time, his primordial spirit became stronger, comparable to a saint emperor. Buzz! Finally, he opened his eyes, raised his finger, and gently drew a trajectory. The next moment, everyone was shocked. A 4th mark appeared on the saint's stone wall. Furthermore, to everyone's astonishment, the power emitted by this mark completely overshadowed the other 3 marks. Dong! 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 The sound of bells and drums came from the saint's stone wall. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping past, which was extremely shocking. What's going on? Someone was stunned, and his throat moved. The crowd was completely stirred. They thought that this strange phenomenon was caused by Fong Chen. Oh my God, what did he do? Why did he cause the saint's stone wall to shake? Could it be that the saint's stone wall contains some inheritance of Tao, and he has comprehended it? The words inheritance of Tao made everyone jealous. They stared at Fong Chen with jealousy, and Duan Dongyu's eyes were shining with golden light. He wanted to suppress Fong Chen directly and uncover his secrets. Princess Qin Yun pursed her red lips, which was extremely seductive. Even Mad Saber Li, who had been indifferent to worldly affairs, suddenly opened his eyes. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Fong Chen. Dong! The saint's stone wall shook 9 times in a row and then fell silent. Everyone's thoughts were pulled back. But when they saw the mark on the saint's stone wall again, their hearts were even more shocked. How strong is he? Oh my God, the mark he left behind is not even comparable to the saint emperor, right? Monster, he's simply a monster. Fong Chen seemed to have obtained some inheritance of Tao, and this spread in everyone's hearts. Many people looked at him with evil intentions. Duan Dongyu finally couldn't bear it and strode toward Fong Chen. The saint's method has a trace of the saints will left behind. Fong Chen murmured and sighed. He didn't expect that by accident he would accelerate the progress of the heavenly soul scripture, and the primordial spirit golden elixir had completely materialized. This was indeed a big gain for him. Boy, what did you get from the saint's stone wall? Why did the stone wall have such a strange phenomenon? Duan Dongyu suppressed Fong Chen with an invincible aura. What does it have to do with you what I got? Fong Chen didn't have a good impression of Duan Dongyu and said coldly, The saint's stone wall is something from the 9 saints' mystic realm, and the 9 saints' mystic realm is shared by the 9 domains. So this saint's stone wall also belongs to everyone here. Duan Dongyu said, You can't monopolize anything in the saint's stone wall. If you obtain an inheritance of Tao, share it with everyone, and we won't make things difficult for you. He deliberately emphasized the words inheritance of Tao in order to make more enemies for Fong Chen. Hee, Fong Chen sneered. His gaze swept across everyone. Although they were very restrained, they couldn't hide it from Fong Chen. Brother Fong, did you really obtain an inheritance of Tao? Princess Qin Yun asked. Her temperament was different from the rest, and she was naturally charming. Many people drooled when they saw her, unable to bear it. It's said that the Tianqin family specializes in the primordial spirit Tao, and their charm is unparalleled in the world. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. Fang Qin shrugged. He saw through Princess Qin Yun's charm with a glance. What, does Princess Qin Yun have the same thoughts as him? Princess Qin Yun didn't say anything. She knew that Fang Qin was asking for her opinion. Light flashed in her eyes as she thought quickly. She was weighing what to do. Fang Qin had great potential. Befriending Fang Qin or offending such a genius for the sake of an unknown inheritance of Tao. Brat, it's useless. Even if Princess Qin Yun doesn't do anything to you, I will still suppress you. Duan Dongyu was very arrogant. If Fang Qin didn't obediently hand over the inheritance he obtained from the Saint Stone Wall, he would definitely die. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Princess Qin Yun's red lips opened slightly. Brother Fang, just as Brother Duan said, the Saint Stone Wall is for everyone to have. Fang Chen waved his hand and interrupted her. Princess Qin Yun's words undoubtedly represented her attitude. There was no need to say anything else. What about you? Fang Qin looked at Crazy Blade. The latter's eyes were deep, as if there were two extremely sharp blades hidden in them. He stared at Fang Qin for a long time, then closed his eyes and didn't say anything. He, Crazy Blade, didn't intend to participate in this matter. Brat, quickly hand it over. Duan Dongyu approached and threatened. The others also looked at him covetously. Chapter 3491. Among the many martial artists participating in the Heaven-Defying Alliance's assessment, the strongest were Princess Qin Yun, Mad Saberly, and young Master Duanma, followed by Duan Dongyu. Now that they were gathered in front of the Saint Stone Wall, their every move would affect the outcome of the assessment. Duan Dongyu was domineering, using his identity as the young master of the Duan clan to oppress Fang Qin and suppress the latter with his aura. Fang Qin did not treat Duan Dongyu as an enemy at all. Even young Master Duanma was no match for him, let alone him. Mad Saber Li did not care about worldly affairs. He was obsessed with martial arts and had already left a mark on the Saint Stone Wall, so he naturally did not want to participate in this matter. With Princess Qin Yun's nod, Duan Dongyu became even more arrogant. The surrounding martial artists were also closing in on Fang Qin, wanting to tear him into pieces. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Fang Qin chuckled and swept his gaze across the crowd. Boom! He stood with his hands behind his back, standing under the Saint Stone Wall, exuding a majestic aura. It was as if one man could hold back 10,000 men. Kid, I think you're courting death. Duan Dongyu did not believe that he did not get anything. After Fang Qin denied it, he opened his palm and released a terrifying force, ready to strike at any time. 9 heavens, divine thunder. Duan Dongyu made his move. With a low roar, he opened his hands and formed a complicated seal. In an instant, the clear sky was covered with dark clouds. In the rolling thunder clouds, there was a terrifying thunder dragon swimming. It's the Duan clan's 9 heavens divine thunder technique. Someone exclaimed. No one expected Duan Dongyu to use his strongest technique right from the start. This was the rhythm of wanting to kill Fang Qin. Princess Qin Yun did not speak from beginning to end. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the battlefield, as if the outcome was already decided. The 9 heavens divine thunder technique was a thunder punishment secret technique created by the Duan clan's ancestors. It was rumored that once the 9 heavens divine thunder technique was used, it would attract the divine thunder above the 9 heavens. The divine thunder condensed was so powerful that ordinary Saint Kings would not dare to block it. I wonder what level Duan Dongyu's 9 heavens divine thunder technique has reached. 100 years ago, a certain itinerant Saint King killed a few disciples of the Duan clan and angered them. Later on, The Duan clan sent out a Saint Stage powerhouse to execute the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique and kill him on the spot. I've also heard that the Saint Plane cultivator had cultivated the Divine Thunder technique of Nine Heavens to the 6th level and was able to condense 6 Divine Thunders all at once. No one below the Saint King realm could match him. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. However, Fang Chen was sitting like an old monk. He stood motionless under the saint's stone wall. He didn't even look at Duan Dongyu, as if the countless lightning dragons in the sky posed no threat to him. How pretentious! Duan Dongyu sneered. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped into the air. Boom! At this moment, the countless lightning dragons swimming in the thunder clouds swooped down and arrived beside him. Divine thunder condensation. Duan Dongyu bellowed. The lightning dragon that was swooping down suddenly slowed down as it neared his palm. Everyone was shocked. Those terrifying lightning dragons were entangled and merged with each other. This was divine thunder condensation. Everyone stared at Duan Dongyu, dumbfounded. It had long been rumored that the Duan clan's Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique was very powerful. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its reputation. 1, 2, 3. Duan Dongyu condensed 4 bolts of divine thunder. Each bolt of divine thunder contained incomparably strong power, the origin of fire. Fang Chen murmured. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique contained the origin of fire and was even more powerful, for divine thunders were enough for him to kill enemies of a higher level. At this time, Duan Dongyu was full of confidence. He controlled the 4 divine thunders with both hands and blasted them toward Fang Chen. Kid, this is the result of going against me, Duan Dongyu. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of thunder resounded through the world. The 4 divine thunders bombarded Fang Chen, causing the void to explode. Thick smoke billowed and thunder rumbled. Fang Chen was drowned in the aura of thunder. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone kept retreating, afraid of being affected by the aura of thunder. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique. Princess Qinyan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She then shook her head. No one present could withstand the attack of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique. Boom! 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 The 4 divine thunders exploded on Fang Chen's body. The terrifying power of thunder continued to spread and penetrated into his body, trying to corrode his internal organs. Buzz! Fang Chen activated the yin-yang origin and triggered the yin-yang qi, completely isolating the power of thunder and trapping it in his body. Then he took out the hidden star sword and displayed the origin sword technique. Swoosh! With one sword, the divine thunder shattered. Puchi! A terrifying sound came from the fog. Everyone was shocked and widened their eyes. They clearly saw the 4 divine thunders exploding. However, a tall figure walked out calmly with a sharp sword in his hand. It's him. When everyone saw Fang Chen's face, they were completely shocked. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique was actually ineffective against him, and judging from his appearance, he didn't seem to be injured at all. Where's Duan Dongyu? Someone exclaimed. The divine thunders collapsed, and the thick fog quickly dispersed. Everyone discovered that there was a corpse lying in the collapsed crater. Whoosh! Everyone took a deep breath and couldn't believe it. Oh my God, Duan Dongyu is dead! How is it possible? Duan Dongyu displayed the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique and died at his hands? The 4th level of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique was extremely powerful, but it was killed by Fang Chen with one sword. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Countless cultivators looked at Fang Chen with fear. Their hearts were in turmoil. Bang! Fang Chen stabbed the hidden star sword into the ground and looked up at everyone. Now, is there anyone else who wants to attack me? Hearing this, everyone kept retreating for fear of angering Fang Chen. The young master of the Duan family in the new expedition, Weave had cultivated the 4th level of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Technique. But he couldn't resist Fong Chen's sword. They knew their own strength and didn't dare to challenge him. Princess Qin Yan's expression changed as she stared at Fong Chen. Even Mad Blade Li, who didn't care about worldly affairs, opened his eyes. Amazing. After looking for a long time, Mad Blade Li shook his head and sighed. He thought that he couldn't kill Duan Dongyu with one sword, so he was inferior to Fong Chen. Whoosh! Fong Chen put away Duan Dongyu's token and finally looked at Princess Qin Yan. Princess Qin Yan pursed her red lips and didn't say anything. Princess Qin Yan, are you not going to say anything? Everyone who had retreated far away trembled. Was he going to settle the score? They panicked and couldn't care less. They fled in panic. However, Fong Chen did not pay any attention to them. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, I will retaliate. This was Fong Chen's principle and also his bottom line. When everyone attacked him just now, although Princess Qin Yan didn't say anything, she also expressed her stance. She also wanted to obtain his inheritance. Since she wanted it, she had to pay a price. Brother Fong, you've really hidden yourself well. Chapter 3492. At this point, Princess Qin Yan could only sigh. I can see that Brother Fong's primordial spirit has reached the core formation stage, but it's not solid enough. I have a primordial spirit visualization technique here that I can give to Brother Fong. Princess Qin Yan said. She knew that Fong Chen wouldn't let it go, so she had no choice but to give in. Of course, there was another more important reason, and that was to take the opportunity to befriend Fong Chen. Primordial spirit visualization techniques were very precious. Even those large domains would find it difficult to take out. She believed that Fong Chen would definitely compromise. Princess Qin Yan has compromised. Many people sighed in the distance. They didn't expect that even someone as strong as Princess Qin Yan would choose to compromise. Fong Chen's strength was already strong enough to make Princess Qin Yan and the others fear him. He killed Duan Dongyu. The Duan family will definitely not let it go. With his strength, it's impossible for him to withstand the Duan family's anger. Let's leave quickly. If the Duan family takes their anger out on us, we'll all suffer. In an instant, only 3 people were left in front of the Saint's stone wall. Mad Saber Li looked at Fong Chen with interest, his eyes overflowing with battle intent. He was a martial arts fanatic. As long as he encountered a genius, he would want to fight. Fong Chen shook his head. I don't lack a visualization technique, Brother Fong. Hearing this, Princess Qin Yan's expression gradually became serious. She said, after all, you're only at the Yin-Yang origin realm. No matter how strong you are, you can't be that strong. Now that you've killed Duan Dongyu, the Duan family won't let it go. I admit that I had thoughts about you before and wanted to obtain the secret technique on you. But now I take back my previous thoughts. Only Fong Chen could make Princess Qin Yan give in. Take this primordial spirit visualization technique, and the grudges between us will be written off. If you're willing to be friends with me, the Tianqin family can protect you. He believed that Fong Chen would weigh the pros and cons. Is that so? The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. You think I'm afraid of the Duan family? Princess Qin Yan didn't say anything as she looked at Fong Chen with a smile. 1 billion yin and yang pills, and you're zither. Could the visualization technique of the Tianqin aristocratic family be stronger than the heavenly soul scripture? Fong Chen didn't think so he didn't ask for it. You, Princess Qin Yan's face changed as she said bluntly, Brother Fong, don't you think this is a bit too much? Overboard? Fong Chen shrugged. Sword Qi surged from his body as he approached Princess Qin Yan. When you joined forces with Duan Dongyu to force me, did you ever think that what you did was too much? Now that I have killed Duan Dongyu with a single sword strike, You fear my strength and want to use a visualization technique to resolve this matter? What do you take me for? Or are you saying that you don't fear me, Fang Chen, because of the Tianqin family behind you? Fang Chen's voice grew heavier and heavier until it was filled with a strong killing intent. He was giving Princess Qin Yun time to consider. One had to pay the price for doing something wrong. I know what you're thinking. You can attack me as much as you want. However, I have to remind you that once you attack, there will be no room for reconciliation between us. Fang Chen pointed at Duan Dongyu in the pit and said he will be your end. Fang Chen's aura was extremely sharp as he stared at Princess Qin Yun. Princess Qin Yun thought for a long time before finally choosing to compromise. This is my zither. Princess Qin Yun waved her hand and handed the zither to Fang Chen. I don't have 1 billion yin and yang pills right now. It's useless even if you kill me. Write an IOU. Princess Qin Yun glared at Fang Chen before writing an IOU. I hope you have the guts to come to my Tianqin aristocratic family and ask for it. Princess Qin Yun said hatefully before she left. Looking at her departing figure, Fang Chen's heart did not waver. He put away the IOU and the zither. Impressive. Clapping sounds could be heard. Fang Chen turned around and saw that it was Crazy Saber crazily. He rarely praised a person, but Fang Chen's actions made him very surprised. With the yin-yang origin realm cultivation, you shattered the 9 heavens' divine thunder and killed Duan Dongyu. Even I can't do such a thing. Mad Saber Li knew the situation very well. Fang Chen was stronger than him. You are the biggest dark horse in this public recruitment. There are 2 extremes in obsession. Either you go crazy or you reach the peak. Everyone says that you are almost crazy, but I don't think so. Fang Chen smiled. Mad Saber Li, young Master Duanma, Princess Qin Yun. Everyone in the 9 domains says that the 3 of you are unique geniuses. However, they don't know that Mad Saber Li has already jumped out and left the others far behind. You flatter me. A rare smile appeared on Mad Saber Li's face. No matter how strong I am, I'm not as strong as you. If I'm not wrong, young Master Duanma should have been heavily injured by you, right? Not long ago, Mad Saber Li had met young Master Duanma. He thought that there would be a big battle, but he was surprised to find that young Master Duanma was heavily injured and didn't have the qualifications to make him fight. Fang Chen nodded and didn't deny it. Mad Saber Li stretched out his hand. How about we be friends? Fang Chen glanced at Mad Saber Li and shook hands with him. Mad Saber Li chatted with Fang Chen for a long time. At the same time, he reminded Fang Chen that the Duan clan wouldn't let Duan Dongyu's death go. After the test, he shouldn't leave 9 Saints City. Once he became an official disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, it would be much safer to leave the 9 domains. As for Princess Qin Yun, she was a problem. The Guqin you took from Princess Qin Yun is the Tianqin family's heirloom, the Qianma Guqin. They definitely won't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Mad Saber Li said. Also, Princess Qin Yun seems to have a fiancé who is a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. You have to be careful. Thank you for telling me, Brother Li. Fang Chen cupped his fists. He didn't care about the Li clan. Time passed, and before the final test, no one left a mark on the Saint Stone wall. After everyone left the 9 Saints' secret realm, the results of the test came out. Wang Daoyun announced it personally on the 9 Saints Square. There were a total of 3 people who passed the test in the 9 Domains Division. They were Mad Saber Li, Princess Qin Yun of the Tianqin family, and Fang Chen. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Many people wondered why young Master Duanma wasn't there. Soon, the news that young Master Duanma was severely injured, Duan Dongyu was killed, and even Princess Qin Yun was blackmailed spread. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Isn't this guy too fierce? Humph, he's so glorious now, but I don't know how long he can live. I heard, that the Duan clan of the new conquest domain is furious. They've already sent saints to Nine Saint City. The great elder of the Tianqin family is also on his way. Many people didn't think highly of Fangchen and thought that Fangchen would definitely die. Chapter 3493. Fangchen had asked for 1 billion yin pills from Princess Qinyan. Moreover, it was an IOU. Some people secretly learned of the news and were shocked. The Tianqin family was a large family with great power. What was a mere Fangchen to them? However, there were also people who said that Fangchen had become a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. With this identity, the Tianqin family would not dare to attack him. Countless people were waiting to see if Fangchen would go to the Tianqin family to ask for 1 billion yin pills. Demonic qi lingered on a mountain outside Nine Saint City. The Duanma young master scanned the city. When he saw Fangchen, his anger soared. However, he did not act rashly. Fangchen could kill Duan Dongyu with one strike and force Princess Qinyan to retreat. This was enough to show his strength. Damn it, this guy is clearly only at the yin-yang origin realm. Why is he so strong? The Duanma young master did not understand and cursed through gritted teeth. He must have a big secret. The Duanma young master licked his dry lips and outlined a vicious plan in his mind. It's all your fault. If not for you, I would have been able to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Thinking of this, the Duanma young master's anger toward Fangchen intensified infinitely. The 9 domains were at the edge of the God's Fall battlefield. Cultivation resources were scarce, and there were few ancient experts. Therefore, everyone here had only one goal, and that was to do everything possible to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Duanma young master was the most outstanding genius of the Duanma family. Even the sleeping expert behind the Duanma family had once said that the Duanma young master might step into the Saint Realm in the future. What did this mean? 1. The Duanma young master sent a message. Young master, we have arrived outside Nine Saints City. Soon, the Duanma family met up with the Duanma young master. Young master, that guy is in Nine Saint City. It's very difficult for us to do anything, one of the elders said. That's right. He can be considered a preparatory disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. If we do anything, Wang Daoyan will not sit idly by. Clearly, the Duanma family did not dare to challenge Wang Daoyan and the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, our Duanma family cannot turn a blind eye to this. It's time to settle things with him. Surrounded by the elders, the Duanma young master stepped into Nine Saint City with a violent, demonic aura. In an instant, the vast Nine Saint City was filled with terrifying demonic qi. Everyone's pupils constricted, and then they were somewhat excited. The people from the Duanma family had arrived. When they saw Duanma young master's expression, they were even more certain that the rumors were true. Young master Duanma's qi and blood are weak. Looks like the rumors are true. To be able to kill Duan Dongyu in one strike, defeating young master Duanma shouldn't be too difficult. The Duanma family came in such a menacing manner. Is it to demand an explanation from Fangchen? Many people were guessing. After all, the hope of the Duanma family had been snuffed out by Fangchen. How could such a huge clan tolerate this? Of course, there were also some who believed that even though the Duanma clan was powerful, they wouldn't dare to make a move against the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples. Voila! The crowd parted to form a path for him. Young Master Duanma walked in front of Fangchen, and behind him, several elders stared at Fangchen fiercely. You're Fangchen? The Grand Elder asked indifferently. Fangchen shrugged and didn't say anything. My Duan family has no grudge with you, but you plotted against my young master, causing him to be unable to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Shouldn't you give my Duan family an explanation? The Duan family was overbearing, and their tyrannical aura pressured Fangchen. Explanation? Fangchen was surprised. Were these people's heads caught in the door? They actually came to ask for an explanation? That's right. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the battle strength of a sage king. I believe that even Wang Daoyan will give my Duan family an explanation. The Grand Elder said. His attitude was strong, and he insisted on an explanation. Kid, if you hadn't sneak attacked me, I would have killed you. Young Master Duanma said gloomily. Humph, you. Fong Qin scoffed. After being provoked by Fong Qin, young Master Duanma was about to attack, but he was stopped by the Grand Elder. Boom! Boom! The Grand Elder took a step forward, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. Buzz! When the power of the talisman spread out, everyone was shocked. The pressure of a sage king. The golden talisman is one of the strongest means of the Duanma family. No wonder the Duanma family dared to come to Fong Qin to ask for an explanation. The golden talisman contained the origin of gold, and it was sharp and domineering. The moment it detonated, it could kill everyone below the Sage King. The Grand Elder flicked his wrist, and the talisman floated in midair. How is it? Seeing the Grand Elder's gloating expression, Fong Qin shook his head helplessly. Fine, since you want an explanation, I'll give you one. Buzz! Suddenly, the hidden star sword appeared in Fong Qin's hand, and sword qi surged around his body. Terrifying sword qi soared into the sky, forming a rain of swords. Primeval Chaos Sword Art. Fong Qin displayed the primeval chaos sword art, and a terrifying sword light pierced through heaven and earth. Retreat! Everyone exclaimed and retreated quickly. You're courting death. Seeing this, the Grand Elder was stunned, and he activated the golden talisman with all his strength. I didn't want to waste this golden talisman, but since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying origin of gold in the golden talisman surged wildly. Everyone thought that a fierce battle was about to break out. They were waiting to see how Fong Qin would resist the golden talisman, which was said to be the nemesis of the Sage King. Crack! However, a second later, they were completely stunned. Wherever their gazes landed, the hidden star sword shattered the golden talisman with an invincible power. Boom! Boom! Then Fong Qin flicked his wrist, and the golden talisman instantly exploded. A terrifying aura swept through the sky. Everyone trembled, and a storm was set off in their hearts. Bang! The mighty origin of gold was defeated by the hidden star sword. When the fog dissipated, Fong Qin was motionless, as if he had never made a move, and the Grand Elder of the Duanma family who asked him for an explanation was already dead. The golden talisman had long dissipated. Whoosh! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Fong Qin, dumbfounded. Even the young master of the Duanma family was stunned, and they could not believe their eyes. The Grand Elder was a sage realm expert, and with the golden talisman, he was invincible under the Sage King. However, he was killed by Fong Qin with a single sword strike? How terrifying was this? How intimidating was this? Dead. The Duanma family's Grand Elder is dead. Oh my God, how strong is this guy? Invincible under the Sage King. He's definitely invincible under the Sage King. After a long time, exclamations came from the crowd. This battle had intimidated everyone. Do you still want an explanation? Fong Qin put away the hidden star sword and asked lightly. No, I don't want it. The young master of the Duanma family wanted to leave Nine Saint City in a panic. You have committed many evil deeds, so there's no need for you to leave. The young master of the Duanma family died with one punch. Young master! The others roared angrily, but they did not dare to stay and fled. Everyone looked at Fong Qin with grave eyes. The news spread quickly, and the 9 domains were shocked. Even Wang Daoyan was full of praise for Fong Qin, and Yuan Venerate Han's eyes widened. Daoist Fong has unparalleled potential and astonishing strength. The Guqin of the Tianqin family will not be disgraced in your hands. Take it as a gift to make friends. As for the 1 billion yin yang pills that you asked for, the Tianqin family cannot take out that many for the time being. This time, we only brought 500 million to give to you. Soon, the voice of the Tianqin family came from 9 Saint City. That day, someone saw Princess Qinyin personally give 500 million yin yang pills to Fangchen. As for the elders of the Tianqin family, they did not dare to appear at all. The Tianqin family and the Duanma family successively compromised. Everyone was in an uproar. One person was suppressing one domain. Fang Chen had the bearing of Wang Daoyan back in the day, and some people even said that his bearing was even greater. New expedition domain Duan family. Today, the atmosphere in the Duan family was particularly solemn. The elders held an emergency meeting, and even the sleeping powerhouse had awakened. In the meeting hall, the Duan family patriarch was dressed in black and had a gloomy expression. Duan Dongyu was his only son. Now that his son had been killed, he had no way of taking revenge. Patriarch, the Duan family cannot let this go. The thief killed the young master. He must be exterminated. Everyone calm down. The person who killed the young master is too strong. He is invincible under the sacred ruler realm. If we are not careful, the Duan family will fall into eternal damnation. Everyone present had heard the news of the Tianqin family and the Duanma family compromising. They were shocked. Could it be that the Duan family also had to compromise? Step back. Just as everyone was arguing, a heavy voice sounded. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked over. Beside the Duan clan's patriarch, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. A vortex appeared on this person's body. It was unfathomable. He is invincible among the sacred rulers in the yin-yang origin realm. That guy is very likely the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse. Moreover, he has become a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. If the Duan family confronts him, we will definitely die. This person was the remaining powerhouse behind the Duan family. Back then, he had participated in the Battle of God's Fall and knew better than anyone how terrifying the heaven-defying alliance was. This matter will end here. The Duan family can develop in peace. One day, it will become a top force in the God's Fall battlefield. The person said, "Do not oppose the heaven-defying alliance at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure dissipated. There was a dead silence in the meeting hall. Even the remaining powerhouse said so. What else could the Duan family do? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wang Daoyun personally brought Princess Qinyin, Mad Saberly, and Fang Qin to the headquarters of the heaven-defying alliance. Undercurrents were surging in the outside world, and it was extremely chaotic. However, the Duan clan remained silent. Everyone was shocked. Even the Duan family chose to step back. Fang Chen's power had been established. It was not an exaggeration to say that he alone suppressed the 9 regions. Even Wang Daoyan was full of praise for him. One person suppressing an entire family. I admire you. Mad Saberly cupped his fists. On the side, Princess Qinyin had a complicated expression. She was silent. Wang Daoyan looked at Fang Chen with a smile. You are now a celebrity in the 9 regions. You are more famous than I was back then. What kind of genius am I in front of senior brother Wang? Fang Chen laughed. Wang Daoyan shook his head. Fang Chen had sounded the drum 5 times at the top of the Saint Drum Tower. Chapter 3494. Heaven-Defying Weave. The core of the entire God's Fall battlefield was also the headquarters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. A single force could occupy such a large territory. From this, one could see how strong the Heaven-Defying Alliance was. A few months later, under Wang Daoyun's lead, the group finally stepped into the Heaven-Defying Weave. Whoosh! Fang Chen and the others saw the scene in front of them and took a deep breath. They were shocked. The heaven-defying weave was shrouded in terrifying power. The void was filled with endless spatial storms. If one barged in carelessly, they would definitely be killed by the spatial storms. There are countless disciples in the heaven-defying alliance, but most of them are training outside. Not many remain in the heaven-defying weave. Wang Daoyan introduced. At the same time, he told the three that although the heaven-defying weave was the headquarters of the heaven-defying alliance, it was only a place for ordinary disciples to cultivate. The most powerful force in the heaven-defying alliance, the Holy Ji Palace, was not here. Where is the Holy Ji Palace? Princess Qin Yin could not help but ask. Wang Daoyan glanced at her and shook his head. The Holy Ji Palace is the most mysterious and powerful palace in the heaven-defying alliance. Its disciples are the most monstrous geniuses in the entire God's Fall battlefield. No one knows the location of the Holy Ji Palace except for its disciples and the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen nodded. He could understand. After all, the Holy Ji Palace gathered many monstrous disciples. Once the other forces found out and attacked the Holy Ji Palace disciples, the losses would be great. Let's go. I'll take you to the official disciple ceremony first. As they spoke, a person hurried over from afar. Greetings, Senior Brother Wang. The person wore black armor and was surrounded by a faint layer of flames. Fang Chen could sense that this person's cultivation should be at the level of a third-level Holy King. I heard that Senior Brother Wang was in charge of the recruitment of the 9 Regions Division and recruited a few good disciples. The news of the 9 Regions Division had already spread to the heaven-defying alliance. Many people were surprised when they heard about Fang Chen. The person in front of them was called Shi Qin. He was considered good among the ordinary disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. Wang Daoyan nodded and pointed at Fang Chen. When Shi Chen's gaze fell on Fang Chen, he instantly changed. Overflowing with fighting spirit, he took a step forward and arrived beside Fang Chen. You're only at the Yin-Yang origin realm, but you have the battle prowess of a Saint King. I heard that you're invincible below the Saint King realm and can suppress an entire clan by yourself. I, Shi Chen, would like to experience it, she said solemnly. Mad Saber Li and Princess Qin Yin looked at Fang Chen, who shrugged helplessly. Senior Brother Shi Chen, the rumors in the 9 regions are too exaggerated. I'm only at the Yin-Yang origin realm. How can I defeat you? Fang Chen politely declined. Shi Chen's face darkened. What? Junior brother, are you not going to give me face? You are no match for him. Wang Daoyun's voice rang out, startling Shi Chen. His expression kept changing. Senior Brother Wang. Shi Chen wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wang Daoyan. All right, Elderly is already waiting. I'll bring them to the official disciple ceremony first. Done talking. Wang Daoyan brought the 3 people and left. Shi Chen's eyes flashed with a murderous aura as he watched them leave. In the square. Ha ha ha, Daoyan! I heard that there are a few good seedlings in your 9 Regions Division. Elderly greeted him with a smile. Elderly, Wang Daoyan greeted him. Fang Chen and the others also cupped their fists. I've brought them here. Can we start the disciple ceremony now? As he spoke, Wang Daoyan took out a crystal ball from his bosom. Elderly took it and poured his power into it. Immediately, images appeared in front of him. The crystal ball recorded the entire process of the public recruitment. It was also used by the heaven-defying alliance to determine whether the recruited disciples were qualified to join the alliance. After watching it, Elderly was amazed. He stared at Fang Chen. Young man, you have great potential. There's hope for you to join the Dao Palace. The Dao Palace was the most powerful palace in the heaven-defying alliance. It had nurtured countless geniuses. There were even invincible saints. Joining the Dao Palace meant that one was destined to become a top expert in the Godfall battlefield. All right, I'll start the disciple ceremony for you. Elderly didn't waste any more time and quickly finished the ceremony. Then, Elderly led Fang Chen and the others to a mountain peak. There was a powerful origin gathering formation around the mountain peak. It could gather the origin aura between heaven and earth. It was a holy land for cultivation for Saint realm martial artists. From the foot of the mountain to the top, there were many caves. This mountain peak is called Origin Gathering Mountain. Most of the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have built caves to cultivate here. The rich origin aura was beneficial for the comprehension of origin. The closer you get to the top, the thicker the origin aura. However, the establishment of caves also requires strength. Only with strength can one build a cave at a high place. Elder Lee explained. There are 2 empty caves at the second step at the foot of the mountain. You too can cultivate here. Elder Lee gave Princess Qin Yun and Mad Saber Lee a cave residence. Then he looked at Fong Qin and pointed to a cave in the middle of the 9th step, halfway up the mountain. Your cave is here. After watching the recruitment process recorded in the crystal ball, Elder Lee couldn't help but sigh. Fong Qin's potential was too strong. With his yin-yang origin realm cultivation, he could unleash the battle strength of a 3rd-level Holy King. It was quite good in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Therefore, according to the division of potential, Fong Qin deserved the cave on the 9th step. Thank you, Elder Lee, Fong Qin nodded. At a glance, there were a total of 18 steps on Origin Gathering Mountain. Fong Qin could get a cave on the 9th step as soon as he arrived, which was enough to show the importance of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. After allocating the caves, Elder Lee handed the 3 of them a jade pendant. This jade pendant records the basic origin comprehension of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, as well as the unique skill of the reverse tablet hand. Every new disciple could obtain the basic origin comprehension and the unique skill of the reverse tablet hand. The unique skill of the reverse tablet hand was a standard for every disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The reverse tablet hand was the foundation. Only by cultivating it to perfection could one cultivate the other unique skills of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. In addition to the first time, each of them was given 100,000 yin and yang pills. This, Princess Qin Yun opened her mouth wide in disbelief. In the outside world, the total value of a Sage King was only about 100,000 yin and yang pills. But in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, giving a new disciple 100,000 yin and yang pills was too extravagant. As expected of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, even Mad Saber Lee sighed. After settling down, Elder Lee and Wang Daoyan left Origin Gathering Mountain. In a magnificent palace. You're back? A black figure appeared out of thin air and looked at Wang Daoyan. Vice Palace Master, this time, our 9 Regions branch has recruited a total of 3 disciples. One of them has great potential. Wang Daoyan explained Fong Qin's situation in detail. The black figure's expression was solemn. Observe him in secret first. If it's as you said, we can recruit him into the Dao Palace. The black figure said. Wang Daoyan nodded. The headquarters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was bustling with noise and excitement. This was because not only were the 9 Regions branch recruiting disciples, but the other branches were also sending disciples over. Many new disciples were very curious about the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Of course, there were also some disciples who were used to being arrogant in the outside world. When they came to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they were disobedient and looked down on others. They were quickly taught a lesson by the senior disciples. Brother Fong, have you heard? Halfway up the mountain, in the 8th cave on the 9th step, Mad Saber Lee and Fong Qin sat on a stone bench and drank tea. The 1st-level Sage King of the Yun Peak branch had one of his legs broken, and the 2nd-level Sage King of the Wushu branch offended an old disciple and was seriously injured and almost crippled. With each person mentioned, Mad Saber Lee's expression became more and more serious. He brought it on himself. Fong Qin said calmly, they were considered top geniuses in their respective territories. They were arrogant, and no one dared to provoke them. This made them arrogant. Now that they had come to the headquarters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, They didn't know how to behave. They deserved to die. Which disciple of the heaven-defying alliance isn't a genius? Fong Qin said. Strength is the most important. No matter how strong one's potential is, it can't be transformed into combat power. Mad Saberly nodded. He understood what Fong Qin meant. But speaking of which, among the disciples recruited this time, Brother Fong, your potential is the strongest, and your strength should also be the strongest, Mad Saberly praised. Fong Qin shook his head. Never be arrogant. Never be arrogant. There was always someone better than you. Brotherly, you didn't come to me just to chat, right? Mad Saber Lee's expression changed slightly. He immediately took out 500 million yin and yang pills from his summa ring and said, Princess Qin Yin asked me to give this to you. Previously, the Tianqin family had given Fong Qin 500 million yin and yang pills. He still owed another 500 million. Now, Princess Qin Yin had made up for it. Fong Qin put away the yin and yang pills. His impression of Princess Qin Yin had changed a lot. Brother Fong, I have one more thing. Brotherly, just say it. Normally, a new disciple can only cultivate on the 3rd step at most, but you went directly to the 9th step. Many new disciples are very dissatisfied with you, thinking that you got it through the back door. Madman Lee continued. In addition, some senior disciples have also developed resentment towards you. They believe that you have occupied the resources that originally belonged to them. There are even people who have threatened to teach you a lesson and let you know that a new disciple should behave like a new disciple. Fong Qin raised his eyebrows slightly. Sure enough, his guess was right. Elder Lee probably had this intention when he assigned him the cave abode on the 9th step. Want to teach me a lesson? I'm afraid you don't have the strength. Fong Qin pondered in his heart. He said, I just want to cultivate in peace. If someone provokes me, I won't be indifferent. This cave abode on the 9th step was assigned to me by the heaven-defying alliance. If they have any objections, they can go to Elderly. Brother Fong, I've said all that needs to be said. You have to be careful. If there's any other news, I'll tell Brother Fong. Mad Saber Lee stood up, cupped his fist to Fong Qin, and left. With his strength, he could only cultivate on the 2nd step. Although he could only come to the 9th step with Fong Qin's permission, those who lived here were all extremely powerful disciples. If someone was deliberately looking for trouble, he couldn't say anything. Chapter 3495. Those who could become disciples of the heaven-defying alliance were all geniuses. Their potential could be said to be the strongest in the world. Geniuses were always arrogant. After learning that a new disciple was living on the 9th step, some senior disciples were shocked. They even openly asked Fong Qin to leave the 9th step. Some disciples even threatened Fong Qin with a duel. In short, because of Fong Qin's arrival, the peaceful heaven-defying alliance was stirred up. Today, many people gathered at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain. The leader was a Yin-Yang origin realm warrior. He was called Yin Tong. His eyes could see through everything, and he was known to be invincible in the Yin-Yang origin realm. He came from the Central Territory. In the entire God's Fall battlefield, no one in the Yin-Yang origin realm could defeat him. His potential was so strong that it made people tremble. As soon as he came to the heaven-defying alliance, a large number of new disciples followed him. He was arrogant and seemed to have formed a small group. Senior brother Yin Tong, Fong Qin, is now cultivating in the 8th cave abode on the 9th step. Behind Yin Tong, countless warriors said, I heard that he hasn't come out since he entered the 8th cave abode. He must have heard some rumors, so he chose to hide. Humph, he's only in the Yin-Yang origin realm. What right does he have to stay on the 9th step? Senior brother Yin Tong is the most qualified to cultivate there. That's right, senior brother Yin Tong. You must teach him a lesson and show him humility. Only senior brother Yin Tong is qualified to stay in the 8th cave abode. A group of people was flattering Yin Tong. Many free disciples were watching from afar. Even some senior disciples on the mountainside walked out of their cave abodes to see the scene. "I've heard of Een Tong. He has good potential," someone commented on the mountainside. "Unfortunately, he's not smart enough to be used as a tool." Another person sneered. Obviously, it wasn't Een Tong who wanted to deal with Fang Qin, but Lin Yi, who is known to have the most potential among all the disciples recruited this time. Lin Yi also comes from the Central Territory. The Lin family is one of the top 10 factions of the God's Fall battlefield. His potential is indeed great. He is truly invincible in the Yin-Yang Essence realm. It is said that he once killed a 3rd-level Holy King on his own. With such potential, he was placed on the 7th step. You can imagine that he was very unhappy, so he wanted to cause trouble for Fang Qin, said the person from before. However, I'm also very curious. What kind of ability does Fang Qin have to be able to reach the 9th step? Several veteran disciples were curious. At this moment, at the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain, Een Tong had already begun to challenge Fang Qin, but the latter remained indifferent. Bang! Not long after, someone brought Mad Saberly over. Een Tong waved her palm and suppressed Mad Saberly. "I heard that you're very close to Fang Qin?" Een Mu questioned. "Humph." Mad Manly snorted coldly. His expression was cold, and he was not afraid of the sound pupil at all. "Go, give me Fang Qin, or I don't mind taking your life," Een Tong threatened. "If you want to challenge Brother Fang, go ahead and find him. What's the use of such dirty tricks?" Mad Saberly seemed to have gone mad. "I think you're most likely afraid of Brother Fang, so you're using me to threaten Brother Fang, right?" He was called Mad Saber because he was very bold. Even facing Een Tong, he wasn't afraid. "You're courting death." Een Tong was furious to be humiliated by a little holy king. Bang! 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 However, before she could do anything, some disciples behind her beat her to it. Senior brother Een Tong has unparalleled potential. He's invincible in the Yin-Yang Essence realm, and his combat ability is comparable to a 3rd-level Holy King. Who do you think you are? How dare you order senior brother Een Tong around? Several disciples joined forces to beat Mad Saber. However, Mad Saber was very stubborn. He didn't make a sound from the beginning to the end. "I'd like to see how long you can be stubborn." A group of people continued to beat and kick Mad Saber. Mad Saberly was a genius in the 9 Realms branch, and he was very powerful. However, in the entire Godfall battlefield, he was nothing. The people following Een Tong were all proud sons of heaven from various territories. They were much stronger than Mad Blade. "Fang Qin, you're not bad. Come on. Do you want to watch your brother die because of you?" Een Tong's voice contained strong power. It passed through the barrier and sounded halfway up the mountain. There was no movement in the 8th cave residence halfway up the mountain. Seeing this, Een Tong's face darkened. "Are you a coward? Seems like you're nothing." Een Tong mocked him coldly. If he hadn't been afraid of the rules of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he would have stepped onto the 9th step alone and killed Fang Qin. How can trash like him cultivate on the 9th step? He doesn't even dare to accept senior brother Een Tong's challenge. How can he be called a genius? It's a disgrace to be in the same sect as you. Many people were humiliating Fang Qin. 2 figures stood at the top of the mountain in the distance. One of them had an imposing appearance and gave people a feeling of emptiness. Beside him, a woman in a purple dress stood gracefully. "Brother Yi, it seems that Fang Qin doesn't dare to accept the challenge." A sweet smile appeared on the pretty face of the woman in the purple dress. It could be seen from her eyes that she was infatuated with Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around and prepared to leave. He had thought that Fang Qin was a great genius, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. "Brother Yi, you come from the Central Territory and have the greatest potential. You're truly invincible in the Yin-Yang Origin realm. How can a disciple from the barbaric territory compare with you?" The woman in the purple dress followed him closely. However, right at this moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly rippled over from afar. Lin Yi stopped and turned his head to look. The gate of the 8th cave residence opened, and Fong Qin walked out. Swish, swish, swish. Fong Qin arrived at the foot of the mountain in a few strides. He glanced at Mad Blade Li, who was covered in wounds, and then his eyes fell on Yin Tong. "You're looking for me?" Fong Qin asked. "You're finally not a coward anymore." Yin Tong sized up Fong Qin and sneered. "Since you're here, let's fight. If you lose, give up the cave residence on the 9th step and get out of the heaven-defying alliance." "What if you lose?" Fong Qin asked expressionlessly. In fact, those who knew Fong Qin well all knew that he was extremely furious. "Brother Fong, don't agree." Mad Blade Li stood up with difficulty and yelled, "It's not Yin Tong who wants to deal with you. It's Lin Yi, who's said to be invincible in the Yin-Yang origin realm." Lin Yi. After hearing these 2 words, everyone's expression changed. Noisy. Yin Tong was annoyed and slapped Mad Blade Li bang. However, before his slap landed, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Rip. Then a big hand calmly took Crazy Blade Li away. Boom. Chapter 3496. Fong Qin looked at Mad Blade Li apologetically. The latter was implicated because of him. "Don't worry. I'll make them pay double for what you've suffered." He patted Mad Blade Li's shoulder heavily and made him retreat to a safe place. Since when did a lackey become so arrogant? The word lackey stung Yin Tong. Like Lin Yi, he came from the Central Territory, but Lin Ye's potential was slightly higher than his. The Lin family could give him everything he wanted, so he chose to follow Lin Yi. His first battle in the heaven-defying alliance was to prove his value to Lin Yi. At this moment, being called a lackey by Fong Qin, Yin Tong was burning with anger. "You're courting death." Yin Tong roared angrily and opened his eyes. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out. Buzz! Fong Qin's mind moved, and the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin quickly condensed into a sword armor. Bang! 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 No matter how powerful the beams of light were, they couldn't break through the sword armor's defense. I remember that the Heaven-Defying Alliance has a rule that the grudges between disciples can be settled in the martial arts arena. Fong Qin said leisurely, "Under Jiyuan Mountain, if I don't agree to fight with you, you can't attack me. Strictly speaking, you've already broken the rules by attacking Brother Li." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. They weren't Lin Yi, and they were naturally afraid of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's punishment. "Humph, are you trying to scare me?" Yin Tong sneered. "I dared to come today because I'm prepared. Not long ago, Senior Brother Lin, you personally found Elder Li and explained his intentions. Elder Li also agreed to let us challenge you." Hearing this, everyone cheered. "Now, it's not up to you to refuse." Yin Tong closed in with a fierce aura. He took a step forward and came to Fong Qin's side. "Kid, I'll give you a chance to fight fairly. How about it?" Fong Qin looked at Yin Tong and shook his head slightly as if sighing. "You're no match for me. Let Lin Yi do it." "Humph! Why should Senior Brother Lin Yi fight an ant like you?" Yin Tong was furious. Terrifying aura spread all over his body. He opened his heavenly eye and used his most powerful eye sorcery. 1. 2 terrifying glows gathered in his eyes, forming a terrifying storm. "A technique?" Fong Qin murmured. Everyone in the crowd shook their heads. None of them were optimistic about Fong Qin. Among the new disciples, Yin Tong's potential is second only to Lin Yi. This Fong Qin is probably not her match. It's said that Fong Qin came from the 9 regions. How strong could he be in such a barbaric place? That's right. A genius like Senior Brother Wang, Daoyun doesn't appear all the time. Back then, Wang Daoyun's rise had made the world aware of the 9 regions division. But now a disciple from the 9 regions branch was actually occupying the 9th step of Origin Gathering Mountain. This was intolerable. Demon God, Eyes of Heaven's End. After she finished accumulating her power, Yin Tong let out a low roar. The light in her eyes shot out at an unbelievable speed. The terrifying light contained an extremely powerful origin energy. Yin Tong had already touched the threshold of origin and formed the shape of origin. He was only one step away from comprehending origin. Actually, with senior brother Yin Tong's potential, he could have entered the Saint Realm long ago. He just didn't want to. The others nodded. Yin Tong was consolidating his foundation. He even wanted to comprehend origin in the Yin-Yang origin realm. In this way, once he entered the Saint Realm, his combat power would reach a whole new level. This ice sorcery isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's too weak in your hands. Fang Qin also had some understanding of ice sorcery. After all, he had absorbed the supreme ancestral eye and knew some simple uses of ice sorcery. He immediately saw the flaw in Yin Tong's ice sorcery. His light is at its weakest when it's 1 inch away from me. Fang Qin thought to himself. Whoosh! Under the control of Yin Tong, 2 terrifying glows shot toward Fang Qin. When they were 1 inch away from Fang Qin, they suddenly slowed down. However, because the ice sorcery was too strong, none of the surrounding disciples noticed it. Break! However, at this moment, Fang Qin attacked first. He clenched his fists and punched at the 2 glows. Everyone cried out in alarm. Was he crazy? Blocking the ice sorcery with his bare hands? How was that possible? Many people thought that Fang Qin was crazy and would do anything in a panic. You're asking for death. Yin Tong sneered and increased the power of the eye sorcery. You can't block my eye of the heavenly demon. Yin Tong was very confident in his eye sorcery. He was a natural pupil. His golden eyes could see through everything. But soon, the smile on his face disappeared. His golden eyes shone with dazzling light. He saw the trajectory of Fang Qin's fists. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only he knew the trajectory of his ice sorcery. Even Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. How could a Yin-Yang origin realm cultivator figure it out when he saw it for the first time? He didn't believe that Fang Qin had found the flaw of his ice sorcery. It's a coincidence. Yin Tong comforted himself and sped up the attack. Boom! Fang Qin's fist radiance carried an unparalleled force as it heavily smashed into the 2 terrifying rays of light. At this moment, the 2 glows were exactly 1 inch away from where Fang Qin had been. When the 2 glows were at their weakest, Fang Qin succeeded. Boom! 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 Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the ice sorcery shattered. Fang Qin returned to his original place, unharmed. The void was trembling, and the sound I was greatly stimulated. No, it's impossible. His golden eyes clearly saw the scene just now. Fang Qin attacked when his ice sorcery was at its weakest. Have you seen my demon god's ice sorcery? Yin Tong quickly steadied himself after his attack failed. He asked coldly. Everyone around was speechless. It was dead silent. The demon god's ice sorcery was said to be invincible, but Fang Qin had cracked it easily, and it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength. What on earth was going on? Everyone was astonished. Fang Qin shook his head. Your ice sorcery is full of flaws. How dare you say it's invincible? Yin Tong was furious. He attacked again. Bang! This time, Fang Qin gained the upper hand by making the first move. He directly sent him flying with a punch. Crack! Yin Tong's body fell heavily to the ground. His bones were broken. He lost his combat ability. His eyes were dim and lifeless. No, Yin Tong couldn't accept this fact. He went crazy. Unfortunately, he couldn't fight anymore. In the distance, Lin Yi, who was about to leave, couldn't help but say, "What a loser." Chapter 3497. He defeated the arrogant sound pupil with 1 punch. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that sound pupil was known to be invincible, but Fang Qin could find the flaw in his pupil technique. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed and rubbed their eyes hard. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Pucci! Sound Pupil wanted to stand up, but he was too injured to do so. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he couldn't fight anymore. Among the new disciples, Sound Pupil's strength was second only to Lin Yi, but he was defeated by Fang Qin. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. They looked at Fang Qin in shock. The man they looked down on was so strong. Fang Qin stood at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain with his hands behind his back. Not far away, Mad Blade Li's eyes were shining. Fang Qin had indeed hidden his strength in the test. Mad Blade Li even suspected that Fang Qin hadn't used his full strength. He felt that Fang Qin was unfathomable. Beside him, Palace Master Qin Yun's beautiful eyes kept flashing. She was scared. Fortunately, she took the initiative to return the 500 million yin and yang pills. Otherwise, the Tianqin family would be destroyed if they provoked such an enemy. Whoosh! She took a deep breath and tried to calm down. She looked at Fang Qin with her beautiful eyes. What kind of person was he? Why did he keep creating miracles? Now, we're not enemies, right? Princess Qin Yun pursed her lips. Someone walked to Sound Pupil and helped him up, ready to leave. Senior brother, Sound Pupil, we can't stay here for long. Seeing that Sound Pupil didn't want to leave, the person continued to dissuade him. Where there's life, there's hope. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Senior brother, Sound Pupil, let's leave first. He wasn't sure if Fang Qin would continue to attack Sound Pupil. Humph, Fang Qin, I'll remember you. Yin Tong snorted coldly and left after saying those harsh words. You were the one who was arrogant and thought I wasn't qualified to live on the 9th step. You were the one who told me to get lost, right? Where's your arrogance? Fang Qin's voice sounded faintly. The sound I stopped and turned to glare at Fang Qin. When you were dealing with me, you were so aggressive. Now that you've been defeated by me, you're leaving like a stray dog? Fang Qin sneered. Although he disdained killing Yu Tong, it didn't mean that he was a pushover. Fang Qin, I admit that you are indeed very strong. I, Yin Tong, have nothing to say about being defeated by you today. However, if you want to use this opportunity to humiliate me, you will regret it. Even now, the sound I was threatening Fang Qin. He came from the central weave and had a huge force behind him. As for Fang Qin, a martial artist from the barbaric weave, what was he? Regret. Fang Qin sneered. It seems that you still don't understand your situation. Saying this, Fang Qin flicked his finger, firing a brilliant ray of light. Pucci! The sound I had no time to dodge, and his legs were broken. With a bang, he fell to the ground and screamed. Ah! The sound I bared his teeth and glared at Fang Qin. You! The sound I wanted to rush up several times, but he couldn't do it. With his current strength, it was difficult to repair his broken legs. Fang Qin, that's enough. Senior brother Yu Tong has already lost to you. What else do you want? Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Senior brother Yu Tong has senior brother Lin Yi behind him. If senior brother Lin Yi intervenes, there will be no end to this. Many people stood up for the sound eye. Fang Qin glanced at the crowd and stretched out a finger. 1 billion yin and yang pills. This is the end of this matter. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone opened their mouths wide. Fang Qin was simply asking for too much. After all, the Heaven-Defying Alliance only rewarded the new disciples with 1 billion yin and yang pills. How could he take it all at once? What? Fang Qin raised his eyebrows. He humiliated me first and threatened to kill me. Now that I defeated him, he's pretending to be pitiful? If we were in different positions and I was defeated, would he still let me live? The sound I was silent. Fang Qin was right. If the sound I won, then Fang Qin would not be able to escape unscathed. At least he would be half disabled. Fang Qin, you've gone too far. Someone couldn't help but curse at Fang Qin. Slap. Fong Qin swung his hand, and a crisp sound was heard. The person who had just spoken had a red handprint on his face. Damn it! The sound I was burning with anger, but he restrained himself in the end. Know your place before you speak. Fong Chen's attitude was very strong. This time he had made a show of force. The others didn't dare to plead for the Sound Eye anymore. The Sound Eye felt ashamed. Countless hot eyes looked at him. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. 1 billion yin and yang pills. I'll give it to you. Clatter! The Sound Eye threw 1 billion yin and yang pills to Fong Qin. Before he left, he said some harsh words. I hope you'll be alive to spend the 1 billion yin and yang pills. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples shook their heads when they saw this. This guy's strength is not bad, but it's easy to break. His action will bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to himself. Just watch. Lin Yi will be here soon. Sure enough, Lin Yi arrived while they were talking. The crowd opened up a path, and a tall man in black armor slowly walked over with a woman in a purple dress. There was a smile on his face from beginning to end. He gave people a harmless feeling, but in fact he was very dangerous. It's Lin Yi. Is senior brother Lin Yi here? Is he the one who is known as the strongest among the new disciples? After seeing Lin Yi, the entire foot of Jiyuan Mountain was in an uproar. Lin Ye's name had long been famous. His potential was unparalleled in the current generation. He had vaguely become the leader of the new disciples. Not bad. Lin Yi stood not far from Fong Qin and said, It was not hard to imagine how strong Fong Qin's performance was for Lin Yi to praise him like this. Are you finally willing to show up? In fact, Fong Qin had already known that Lin Yi was watching from afar. I, Lin Yi, have fought countless genius disciples in my life, but looking at the past, you're the one with the strongest potential I've ever seen. Lin Yi said leisurely. However, no matter what, the Sound Eye is working for me. You shouldn't have broken his legs. All of a sudden, Lin Ye's tone changed and became fierce. Lin Ye's cultivation cave was not as high as Yin Yang Origin Realm disciples. He was not convinced, but he was not willing to lower himself to fight. Therefore he found the Sound Eye. The latter was working for him. As the saying goes, one has to look at the owner before beating a dog. However, he still broke the Sound Eye's legs when he knew. This was a provocation. Provoking Lin Yi? Haha. Lin Ye's ferocious eyes flashed with a trace of a sneer. It was as if Fong Qin was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Working for you. So you're not satisfied with the cave abode I assigned to the 9th step? Fong Qin said. Lin Yi did not deny it and nodded. Fong Qin, although you have great potential, you're from the wasteland domain. How can you compare with Brother Yi? The purple-dressed woman, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she spoke. Her body emitted a soft light that moved people's hearts. Her beautiful figure and flawless face made her look like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Even Princess Qin Yin had to lower her head in front of her. Fairy Zixio. I heard that Fairy Zixio is in love with Lin Yi and has been pursuing him. It seems to be true. Fairy Zixio is also from the central domain. Her Z family is one of the top forces and is on good terms with the Lin family. In everyone's eyes, Fairy Zixio was the kind of fairy who was high up in the mountains, untainted by dust. Only Lin Yi was a good match for such a wonderful woman. So what if I can't compare? Fong Qin spread his hands. The cave abode was assigned to me by Elderly. If you're not satisfied, you can go to Elderly. Fairy Zixio wanted to say more, but was stopped by Lin Yi. The latter waved his hand. Wait, there are some things that we have to settle, right? He pointed in the direction that Yin Tong had left. Yin Tong is one of my people. You broke his legs. Don't you think you have to give me an explanation for this? Fong Qin sneered. This Lin Yi was really cunning. He immediately shifted the focus to Yin Tong and did not mention that he wanted to occupy the cave abode on the 9th step. Yin Tong provoked me, and I broke his legs. He asked for it. Fang Qin responded domineeringly. My principle is that I won't attack unless I'm attacked. If I'm attacked, I'll attack back. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. The air was filled with coldness. Fairy Zixio snorted and looked at Fang Qin as if he was an idiot. This guy dares to challenge senior brother Lin Yi. He's courting death. That's right. Does he think he can challenge Lin Yi after defeating Yin Tong? Well, let senior brother Lin Yi teach him a lesson. Let him know that there's always someone better than him. Almost all the new disciples were not optimistic about Fang Qin. They absolutely supported Lin Yi because the latter had dominated all his life and his battle record was too outstanding. He was invincible in the same realm. Oh, Lin Yi said, so you're saying that you're looking down on me? Fang Qin did not speak. 3 moves. If you can take 3 of my moves, today's matter is over. If you can't, then don't blame me for being rude. Everyone could hear the murderous intent in Lin Ye's voice. Brother Fang, don't agree, Madman Li shouted. Lunatic Li shouted. It was obvious that Lin Yi wanted to use this opportunity to cripple Fang Qin. Fang Qin waved his hand and stood at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain with an imposing aura. The path of the strong is full of thorns and difficulties. Only by facing them head-on and cutting through all obstacles with the sword in hand can one climb to the top. A domineering aura was released from Fang Qin's body. I've never been defeated in the same realm before. I won't be defeated now, and I won't be defeated in the future. He wanted to use the next battle to tell the world who was truly invincible in the same realm. Many people trembled, and a word appeared in their minds. Arrogant. At this time, Fang Qin's aura was no weaker than Lin Ye's. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples were also curious. Chapter 3498. 3 moves. Lin Yi was too confident. He thought that Fang Qin couldn't withstand 3 moves from him. As soon as he said this, even the new disciples around him were shocked. Lin Yi was facing a monster who had defeated Yin Tong with 1 punch. Didn't his words mean that Yin Tong couldn't withstand 3 moves from him? Someone murmured. Lin Yi had once said that the sound eye was nothing in his eyes. Yin Tong didn't deserve to be his opponent. When this news came out, everyone's hearts trembled even more. Such arrogant words were truly shocking. Just how strong is Lin Yi? The question of Lin Ye's strength spread like wildfire. Many disciples were discussing it. Truly invincible in the same realm. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows at Fang Qin's words. He looked at Fang Qin with a half-smile. Ha! How long has it been since someone dared to call themselves invincible in the same realm? Lin Yi sneered. Being invincible in the same realm wasn't as simple as saying, I once killed a 3rd-level peak Holy King when I was in the Yin-Yang origin realm. Lin Yi stood with his hands behind his back. He was arrogant. I even fought with a 4th-level Holy King. Although I was at a disadvantage, I had no problem protecting myself. I want to know what you have to fight me. Where does your confidence come from? Buzz. Lin Yi opened his hands. A wisp of flame spread out from his palms. As soon as the flame appeared, the space at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain became turbulent. It was as if they were in the middle of a boiling sea. What a terrifying origin of fire! Countless disciples retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. Rumor had it that Lin Yi had mastered 2 types of origin. They were fire and metal. The reason why he refused to enter the Saint Realm was that he wanted to comprehend more origin forms. From this, it could be seen how ambitious Lin Yi was. First move. Lin Yi growled. He clenched his fist. Flames enveloped him as he punched lightly. It looked like a simple punch, but it contained 70% of Lin Ye's strength. 70% of my strength is enough. The flaming fist carried endless power as it rushed towards Fang Qin. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and was even refined. Too powerful. 70% of his strength is enough to kill an ordinary third-level Holy King. Many people were discussing this. Seeing Lin Yi make a move, the corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. Since you want to be in the limelight, I'll let you be. As his voice fell, the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin instantly condensed into a sword armor. The half-perfect blood in his body quickly circulated and merged into the armor. His invincible sword chi and sword armor worked together to form an invisible barrier in front of his chest. Boom! The terrifying fist radiance shuttled through the void and arrived in front of Fang Qin in an instant. From an outsider's point of view, Fang Qin was hit by the fist radiance without any resistance. The raging fire instantly enveloped his entire body. Seeing the scene, everyone trembled. The strong man who defeated Yintong with one punch had no resistance against Lin Yi? Humph! How can you imagine Brother Ye's strength? Fairy Zixio snorted coldly, looking at the flame at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain with disdain. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples did not think so. This guy is interesting. What they saw was completely different from the new disciples. This guy's sword body is really powerful. It works together with the sword chi, raising his defense to the highest level. Yes, the power of Lin Ye's punch is enough to kill an ordinary third-level Holy King, but it has no effect on him. The few of them were still quite shocked in their hearts. As they watched, the raging fire was extinguishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is it over? Seeing this, many people shook their heads. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Oh no! Everyone turned their heads to look, and they were all stunned. After the raging fire was extinguished, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. He had been swallowed by the fire, but why was he unharmed? Moreover, when the crowd saw the invisible barrier around him, they were even more shocked than before. What? Lin Ye's attack did not even break through his defense? How did this guy do it? What a terrifying sword chi! I feel my primordial spirit trembling. Fairy Zixio frowned, very displeased. Humph! So what if he withstood it? Brother, ye only used 70% of his strength just now. If he had used all his strength, he would have lost without a doubt. Fang Qin gently patted the dust off his clothes. Is that all you can do? Fang Chen's words completely enraged Lin Yi. The latter roared, and with a jerk of his feet, his whole body rose into the air, suspended in midair. His whole body was covered in flames. In the sky above his head, a red sun instantly appeared. This is Lin Ye's unique fire element technique. The new disciples from the central domain thought of something, and their bodies suddenly shook. Gosh, Lin Yi is really angry. I've heard of this unique fire element technique. It is said that only those who have completely comprehended the origin of fire can cultivate it. But Lin Yi did not believe it and cultivated it for 300 years. No wonder he is the strongest genius of the Lin family. In the second move, Lin Yi showed his full strength. Heavenly Fire Prairie. Lin Yi displayed his unique fire element technique, and his hands suddenly rose up, grasping the red sun. Burn everything. His body flashed, and in an instant he was in front of Fang Qin. The red sun in his hands pressed down on Fang Qin like a mountain. Once suppressed by the red sun, anyone below the 4th-level Holy Emperor would be half dead, if not half dead. Lin Yi had the intention to kill, but he did not dare to do it openly because of the heaven-defying alliance. Ha! Fang Qin looked up and smiled meaningfully. He was still indifferent, and the sword Qi linked together, and then injected his half-perfect blood, formed the strongest defense. My half-perfect blood can at least be ranked in the top 3. Combined with the sword body, my defense has greatly increased, and it is comparable to a 4th-level Holy Emperor's body. You can't break it. Boom! The red sun pressed down, and it was above Fang Chen's head. Just as everyone was looking forward to what would happen, the red sun suddenly stopped moving. It was as if it was imprisoned in the void, and it did not move at all. Even the aura it emitted was restrained. What's going on? The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Even Lin Yi, who was hovering in the air, was somewhat astonished. Below, Fang Chen remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Burn! Lin Yi continued to increase his strength, and with a stomp of his foot, he controlled the red sun to press down. Crack! A crack had actually appeared on the red sun. Furthermore, the crack was still expanding. Finally, Lin Yi realized that something was wrong. The number 1 genius of the central domain is only SOSO. Fang Chen shrugged. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Everyone was stunned. Lin Yi had used all his strength, and he had even condensed the strongest red sun with a fire elemental technique. But he still could not do anything to Fang Chen. Humph, he only has a strong defense. He still can't be compared to Brother Yi. Fairy Zixio tried to save Lin Ye's face. She saw Fang Chen as someone who was weak in offense but strong in defense. She thought that he was lucky to have obtained a powerful defensive technique that could restrain the red sun. Crack! The more Lin Yi pressed down, the more obvious the cracks in the red sun became. In the end, the red sun could no longer hold on, and it exploded. Bang! 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 The terrifying explosion forced Lin Yi to retreat. The latter landed on the ground, stabilized himself, and hurriedly looked at Fang Chen. Lin Yi did not know what to say at this moment. Fang Chen was unharmed, and even his defense was not broken. This was a huge blow to Lin Yi. 2 moves, Fang Chen reminded him lazily. I'd like to see how long your defense can hold on. Lin Yi opened his palm, and a long spear suddenly appeared. Buzz! The long spear exuded a terrifying aura. A pinnacle holy treasure. Boom! 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 Lin Yi held a pinnacle holy treasure and constantly bombarded the invisible barrier in front of Fang Chen. With every bombardment, the invisible barrier would weaken a little. Although ordinary people could not see it, Lin Yi could sense it very clearly. Oh my God! Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Lin Yi had taken out a pinnacle holy treasure, and even with such continuous bombardment, he could not cause any harm to Fang Chen? Humph, wait and see. He can't hold on much longer. Fairy Zixio snorted coldly, still looking down on Fang Chen. Halfway up the mountain, the faces of several veteran disciples were completely solemn. They looked at each other, their hearts full of shock. Is this still a new disciple? If he didn't hide his aura, then his talent is enough to join the palace. No wonder Elder Li arranged for him to be on the 9th step. After this battle, several veteran disciples were already convinced of Fang Chen's strength. I wonder what that person will think when he hears the news. While several veteran disciples were discussing, the invisible barrier finally could not withstand the bombardment of the long spear and shattered. Crack! The invisible barrier cracked inch by inch. Lin Yi held the long spear in his hand and looked down at Fang Chen. 3 moves have passed. Fang Chen suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Fang Chen would make a move next. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would mention this? Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Yi. Lin Ye's expression changed, and he glared at Fang Chen fiercely. Your defense is quite good, but that's all. Lin Yi put away the long spear and landed beside Fairy Zixio. I, Lin Yi, am a man of my words. Since you have withstood 3 of my moves, then today's matter is over. I hope you will take care of yourself. After that, Lin Yi turned and left. In fact, he was not calm at all. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. If he continued to fight, he might not win. In order not to lose face, he had to give up. You were the one attacking just now. Now it's my turn, right? However, Fang Chen did not intend to let Lin Yi leave just like that. Hearing his words, Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked coldly at Fang Chen. One move. I will only use one move. If you can withstand it, today's matter is over. Chapter 30, 499. Lin Yi had been arrogant and claimed that he could defeat Fang Chen in 3 moves. However, the 3 moves that he unleashed with all his might did not hurt Fang Chen at all. His arrogance disappeared and was replaced by hatred. He hated Fang Chen for making him lose face in front of so many new disciples. His heart was burning with anger, but he knew that Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Yi stopped and turned to look at Fang Chen. 2 rays of light shot out from his deep eyes. The battle intent around him was rising rapidly. In the center of his palm, the flames condensed into a bewitching flower. Enough. Fairy Zixio spoke. She walked towards Fang Chen step by step. Her face was gloomy, and she was still disdainful of Fang Chen. Brother Yi fought with the Saint Emperor and suffered internal injuries. That's why you took advantage of him. Now, Brother Yi doesn't want to pursue the matter of Yin Tong, but you're so aggressive. Do you really think you're invincible in the same realm? Fairy Zixio deliberately said this to mislead the crowd. Sure enough, after hearing this, the crowd was enlightened. I see. No wonder Senior Brother Lin Yi was at a disadvantage in the previous battle. The strength of a Saint Emperor is extraordinary. Senior Brother Lin Yi's injury must have affected his battle strength greatly. No wonder. Many people nodded and began to support Lin Yi again. Even Lin Yi's expression kept changing. Some of the insiders knew that Fairy Zixio was giving Lin Yi a way out. Haha, Fang Chen sneered. Are you really injured, or are you afraid? Fang Chen's words were sharp and pierced Lin Yi's heart. Lin Yi was furious. He took a big step forward and arrived beside Fang Chen. His lustful eyes stared at Fang Chen. Brother Yi. Fairy Zixio was worried about Lin Yi. She called out in a low voice, trying to stop him. Get lost. Lin Yi roared angrily. Today Lin Yi, had lost all of his face. Rather than leaving quietly like this, he might as well start a fight. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The anger in Lin Yi's heart was unprecedentedly strong. Your arrogance will eventually bring you disaster. The surrounding crowd dispersed, leaving enough space for the 2 of them. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, and the yin and yang essence within his body began to crazily revolve. Dong dong dong. His body was brimming with fighting spirit. Above his head, yin-yang primordial energy rapidly condensed. What's that? Suddenly someone exclaimed. Above Fang Chen's head, a black and white yin-yang fish was rapidly condensing. In the blink of an eye, it was already over 100 zhang tall. Yin-yang essence. After being stunned for a moment, everyone finally recognized him. Dong dong dong. A terrifying gust of wind reverberated in the air like thunder. Fang Chen's yin-yang origin energy ignored everyone's shock and continued to gather and strengthen. 10,000 feet. Before long, the yin-yang essence had already condensed to a height of 3,000 meters. Everyone present was completely shocked. Even Lin Yi furrowed his brows. Fairy Zixio, who was not far away, widened her eyes and exclaimed. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples curled their lips. 10,000 feet of yin-yang essence. In our heaven-defying alliance, he can be ranked in the top 5, right? No wonder Elder Li directly arranged for him to be in the cave abode on the 9th step. With this amount of yin-yang essence, he is qualified. That's right. His yin-yang essence is still growing. Suddenly, the black-robed disciple who had been silent all this time spoke. Several veteran disciples raised their heads and were stunned. The growth of yin-yang essence, did not slow down at all. At this time, his yin-yang essence had already reached 2,000 feet. Can it break through 2,000 feet? Several veteran disciples were paying close attention to the situation. Boom, boom, boom. Since he was going to stand, he would fight to deter everyone. With Fang Qin as the center, a terrifying power swept through the world, and the yin-yang essence continued to soar. Soon, the yin-yang essence broke through to 2,000 feet. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. 2,000 feet of yin-yang essence was too rare. Even in the entire God's Fall battlefield, it was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. However, this was not the final result. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Fang Chen's yin-yang essence stopped at 3,000 feet, everyone was dumbfounded. They were tongue-tied. At this moment, their inner feelings could not be described with words. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence was unparalleled in the world. Such a genius was fully qualified to become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. However, the funny thing was that Lin Yi had called himself the #1 genius. At this moment, his cheeks were burning. Mixed element sword art. Ignoring everyone's shock, Fang Qin directly performed the mixed element sword art. The power of the 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence combined with the mixed element sword art reached the extreme. Whoosh! The terrifying sword light stirred the world and pierced toward Lin Yi. Heavenly fire prairie. Seeing this, Lin Yi was shocked. However, he had no way out now. He could only fight to the death. He performed a fire elemental unique skill while activating his special body constitution to construct a powerful defensive armor. Boom! Fang Chen's hidden star sword arrived in front of Lin Yi as fast as lightning. With unparalleled power, it bombarded his armor. Crack! In the distance, everyone saw that Lin Yi had almost no power to resist. His armor shattered, and one of his arms was cut off. His body barely dodged with the help of the spear, a top-tier sacred treasure. Whoosh! Lin Yi, who fell to the ground, suddenly lost his ability to fight. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, before falling asleep, his heart was filled with fear and unwillingness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A breeze blew past, and in the blink of an eye, the terrifying aura in the sky was blown away. Fang Qin had returned to his original state, and the hidden star sword had been put away. He stood with his hands behind his back as if nothing had happened. If it were not for Lin Yi, who had fainted, proving that there had just been a shocking battle, everyone would have thought that what they saw was an illusion. This is his true strength. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples were confused. At the foot of Jiyuan Mountain, Fang Chen defeated Yin Tong and Lin Yi consecutively with absolute strength. Especially in the battle against Lin Yi, he showed an unparalleled posture. Lin Yi was known to be invincible in the same realm, but Fang Qin, with the same cultivation, seriously injured him with one strike. Who was truly invincible in the same realm? It was clear at a glance. This battle brought great prestige to Fang Qin, and it also brought about a great impact. The news spread quickly like a kite. All of the new disciples no longer dared to find trouble with Fang Qin. They recognized Fang Qin from the bottom of their hearts. The talent and strength that the latter had shown were too terrifying. In fact, they even had the misconception that facing Fang Qin was like facing a sage emperor. This battle made Fang Qin the leader of the new disciples. Even some veteran disciples who had been in seclusion were shocked and asked about Fang Qin. In front of an illusory palace, the deputy palace lord stood quietly. The wind whistled. Wang Daoyan had arrived. Deputy palace lord. The deputy palace lord nodded. That guy's potential is much stronger than you and I imagined. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence is unprecedented. The higher-ups of the palace have already held an emergency meeting. Wang Daoyan nodded and listened quietly. After a while, he left. After he left, The Deputy Palace Lord's figure flashed and came to a mysterious space. "Old Fong, what are you doing here?" Several voices came from the mysterious space. "Our heaven-defying alliance has a monstrous genius." Hearing the Deputy Palace Lord's words, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. One was a white-haired old man in plain clothes, holding a walking stick. The other was wearing golden armor and had an eye on his forehead. The last person was a woman in green. These 3 were the 3 palace lords of the palace. The 3 of them had all survived from the ancient times and had experienced the battle of gods. Their cultivation was unfathomable. Usually they would cultivate in this mysterious space. Genius. The white-haired old man with a walking stick looked at the Deputy Palace Lord in surprise. The heaven-defying alliance had originally selected geniuses from various domains in the battle of gods to cultivate. Their disciples were basically all geniuses. However, since the Deputy Palace Lord had come to them personally, this genius must be extraordinary. How's the genius potential? Is he stronger than Wang Daoyan? This was because the palace had only added 1 disciple in the past 1,000 years, and that was Wang Daoyan. Therefore, the black-armored, 3-eyed old man compared Fong Qin to Wang Daoyan. The woman in green smiled but didn't say anything. "He's only strong, not weak." The Deputy Palace Lord pondered. He organized his words and told the 3 palace lords the details of the battle between Fong Qin, Yin Tong, and Lin Yi. When the 3 palace lords finished watching the mirror image, they fell silent. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence is unparalleled in the world. I've never seen such a powerful yin-yang essence before, so I can't make a decision on my own. In the heaven-defying alliance, the leader was the strongest and most mysterious expert. He was known as the strongest in the battle of gods. However, the leader had disappeared for countless years, and no one knew where he was. Now, the 3 palace lords were the true upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance. Phew! The white-haired old man with a walking stick breathed heavily. "Have you investigated his identity? Are you sure he's not the reincarnation of an ancient expert?" The Deputy Palace Lord shook his head. "I'm sure he's not the reincarnation of an ancient expert. He's not the reincarnation of an ancient expert and has cultivated for such a short time, but he has such monstrous talent. It's really rare in the world." The black-armored, 3-eyed old man said. Even the green-clothed woman spoke up. Such talent can be considered one of the strongest in the ancient era. The 3 of them knew very well what Fong Chen's appearance meant. Perhaps a new era was about to arrive. After a brief discussion, the white-haired old man with a walking stick said, "Old Fong, this is a serious matter. We need to discuss it. During this time, you must ensure the safety of this guy. Should we bring him to the Dao Palace to cultivate?" The Dao Palace was safer and had more cultivation resources. The woman in green shook her head. "Although his talent is strong, he hasn't experienced enough setbacks. Let him cultivate in Origin Gathering Mountain for the time being." The Deputy Palace Lord understood what the woman in green meant. Chapter 3500. Origin Gathering Mountain, the 8th cave abode on the 9th step. The cave abode was resplendent. Fong Qin sat on a cushion, comprehending the sky, severing alchemy technique. Now his yin and yang energies had reached their limits, and he could not advance any further. So he had already begun to break through. My yin and yang energies are so vast. If I want to break through, I will definitely consume a large number of yin and yang pills. Fong Qin murmured. He had obtained 1 billion yin and yang pills from the Tianqin family, and then from Yin Tong and Lin Yi, respectively. This way, the number of yin and yang pills in Fong Chen's hands had reached 13 billion. For a new disciple, this was definitely a huge sum. Even the heaven-defying alliances, Saint Emperors, were not much. That Lin Ye's talent is indeed not bad. It's a pity that I met him. Thinking back to that day's battle, Fong Qin sighed. He had originally thought that Lin Yi would be a strong opponent. Who would have thought that Lin Ye's strength was far from his? Fang Chen's eyes flashed. He had yet to use his strongest trump card, the sky-severing alchemy technique. According to his estimation, if he really used it, even a 4th-level Saint Emperor would have to avoid it. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. In the few days after the battle, he had entered an epiphany and completely digested the experience he had gained from the battle. Now, he was even more determined on his path. The first origin to break through to the Saint Realm was the origin of metal. At the beginning of the chaos, Yin and Yang were born, and the 5 elements were derived. There were 5 origins in the world, known as the origins of the 5 elements. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 origins complemented each other and used the 5 elements to maintain the stability of the chaos dimension. If he wanted to step into the Saint Realm, he had to comprehend the origins. My invincible sword Dao is abnormally fierce. It can cut through the sky. This is the sign of the origin of metal. Fang Chen continued. Along the way, the sword techniques he cultivated were known for their sharpness and fierceness. Now he had even condensed a wrinkled origin from the hidden star sword. This made him even more determined to comprehend the origin of metal with all his might. Of course, he was confident in making this decision. After all, Fang Chen had a book on the metal origin source left behind by the invincible sage. With this realization, it would be much easier to comprehend. These days, the Heaven-Defying Alliance was bustling with activity. Everyone was discussing the battle between Fang Chen and Lin Yi. Some new disciples even declared that they wanted Fang Chen to be their leader. They believed that only Fang Chen was qualified to lead the new disciples. Of course, Fang Chen ignored this. What he needed to do now was to break through with all his might. Fang Chen flipped open the Origin Perception book and read it carefully. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period, Fang Chen had never left the cave residence. Some veteran disciples had wandered in front of his cave several times, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. Gradually, many veteran disciples began to lose patience with Fang Chen and threatened to have Fang Chen come to accept his punishment. He was just a new disciple. What right did he have to fight at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain? This completely affected the cultivation of the veteran disciples. Of course, everyone knew that this was just an excuse to deal with Fang Chen, Senior Brother Chiu. Everyone's expression changed drastically, especially Mad Saber Li and Princess Qin Yin. They were very anxious after knowing. Rumor has it that Senior Brother Chiu is a powerful 4th-level Holy Emperor. He publicly attacked Brother Fang. Should we inform Fang Chen? Princess Qin Yin's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked. Ever since Fang Chen defeated Lin Yi, Princess Qin Yin's resentment towards Fang Chen completely disappeared. In terms of sides, she chose to stand on Fang Chen's side. After all, the 3 of them were from the 9 Regions branch. Brother Fang is in seclusion. If I'm not wrong, he should be trying to break through to the Saint Realm. Mad Saber Li shook his head. At this critical moment, we must not disturb Brother Fang. Then, let them say what they want. I don't believe that Senior Brother Chiu dares to rush into Brother Fang's cave residence. The situation became more and more intense. In the end, everyone was looking forward to Fang Chen coming out of seclusion. However, during this period of time, some unexpected things happened. For months after the battle, Yin Tong successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. As soon as she broke through, she directly stepped into the 2nd-level Holy King Realm. The confidence that she had lost was completely recovered. She was eager to seek revenge on Fang Chen. Boom! In the cave residence in front of Fang Chen, there was an endless amount of powder. These were all fragments of yin and yang pills. In the past 4 months, Fang Chen had absorbed 5 billion yin and yang pills. The gold origin wrinkle in his body was becoming more and more substantial. He looked inside his body and found that the wrinkle of origin was rotating. The yin and yang vitality of 3,000 feet was gradually merging into the wrinkle of origin. Wow! 5 billion yin and yang pills is only half of the transformation. Fang Qin couldn't help but exclaim. Normally, 500 million yin and yang pills were enough for a yin-yang vitality realm warrior to transform the wrinkle of origin into an origin sea. However, his yin and yang vitality was too large. It had reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet. Therefore, the amount of yin and yang pills he absorbed was also extremely large. According to Fang Chen's estimation, he needed at least 10 billion yin and yang pills to fill the wrinkle of origin and transform it into an origin sea. Continue to absorb. With his previous experience, Fang Chen's speed of absorbing yin and yang pills increased significantly. Another 2 months passed. It had been half a year since he defeated Lin Yi. On this day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. Looking at the yin and yang pill powder all over the ground, Fang Chen couldn't help but be speechless. In half a year, he had absorbed a total of 9 billion yin and yang pills. The wrinkle of origin was full and couldn't absorb any more. However, he realized something. His comprehension of the origin of metal had reached a bottleneck. He was only 1 step away from reaching the threshold, but he couldn't break through it. Golden fire herb? Fang Chen seriously flipped through the book on comprehending origin and learned about the golden fire herb. He was now stuck at a bottleneck, and only the golden fire herb could solve this problem. According to the book, I need at least 3 stalks of golden fire herb. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen got up and left the cave abode. When Fang Chen appeared at the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain, it instantly caused a commotion. The news spread quickly, and countless warriors were watching him. Fang Chen frowned. What happened? Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Princess Qin Yun and Mad Saber Li ran over, panting. Brother Fang, you've finally come out of seclusion. Mad Saber Li sized up Fang Chen and felt that the latter was becoming more and more unfathomable. What's going on? Fang Chen asked. Not long after you went into seclusion, Senior Brother Chiu, one of the veteran disciples, threatened to punish you. Mad Saber Li explained the situation in detail. Senior Brother Chiu is said to have some relationship with Lin Yi and should want to stand up for Lin Yi. Brother Fang, don't be rash. Senior Brother Chiu? A cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. I don't care who he is. I don't have time to care. If he provokes me, I won't be indifferent. With that, Fang Chen left the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain. Soon he found Elder Li. Kid, you're really troublesome. Elder Li looked at Fang Chen with a smile. What's wrong? Did you encounter any difficulties? Elder Li, I did encounter some difficulties in breaking through to the saint stage. I'd like to ask Elder Li for advice. Elder Li waved his hand. Tell me what's going on. I need the golden fire herb. Elder Li frowned and muttered, You're comprehending the metal origin? After saying that, he recalled the battle half a year ago and added, That's right. Your sword technique is fierce and sharp, very suitable for the metal origin. The golden fire herb is very precious, and there are many circulating in the market, but they're basically controlled by some large chambers of commerce. My heaven-defying alliance has a lot in stock, but they're all in the Dao Palace. You're not a disciple of the Dao Palace yet. You don't have it here? Fang Chen asked. There's one in the Treasure Pavilion. A 6th-level Saint Emperor disciple accidentally obtained it not long ago. He cultivates the water origin, and the golden fire herb is useless to him, so he took it out to exchange for some treasures with my heaven-defying alliance. How can I get it? Fang Chen asked. The Treasure Pavilion's price is 5 billion yin-yang pills. Other than this one, there's nothing else. He needed 3, and now there was only 1. He was still short of 2. Don't tell me you want to. Under normal circumstances, One would be enough if one was at a bottleneck. Fong Chen chuckled and did not hide it from Elderly. My situation is a little special, so I need 3. You. Elderly stared at Fong Chen with his eyes wide open. After a long time, he said, "What a monster." He told Fong Chen that Peak Master Yin Luo also had one. Apart from that, he did not know. Peak Master Yin Luo? Fong Chen muttered. After bidding farewell to Elderly, Fong Chen returned to his cave residence and called Princess Qin Yin and Crazy Saber Li over. "Brother Fong, why are you looking for us?" Crazy Saber Li asked. "I need 1 billion yin yang pills now. Do you have any way to get it?" Fong Chen said bluntly. Crazy Saber Li frowned and pondered. Princess Qin Yin spoke up. "I can get it." Fong Chen looked at Princess Qin Yin in surprise. The latter explained, "There's a Saint Emperor in the Heaven-Defying Alliance who once had some ties with the Tianqing clan. I can borrow from him." "All right. I won't use the 1 billion yin yang pills for nothing. When I recover, I'll definitely return it double." Yin Luo Peak was also one of the main peaks in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Peak Master was a 7th level sage, and there were many disciples in the peak. Fong Chen arrived at Yin Luo Peak. "Who are you?" The guard stopped Fong Chen and scolded. "Disciple Fong Chen requests to see Peak Master Yin Luo." "Humph, you think you can see the Peak Master just because you want to." The guard sneered. He did not know Fong Chen. If it were a disciple of the Dao Palace or one of the top disciples of Jiyuan Mountain, he would definitely let him pass. "Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." Just as the guard was about to chase Fong Chen away, a voice came from not far away. "Fong Chen, is that you?" A woman in a black dress walked over with a smile. Fong Chen was stunned. He did not know this woman. Chapter 3501. Fong Chen had reached a bottleneck in his attempt to break through to the Saint Realm, so he had to look for some rare sacred herbs. Because what he comprehended was the origin of metal, he needed the metal-type spiritual herb, golden flame grass. Because he had absorbed 9 billion yin and yang pills, he only had 4 billion left. With the 1 billion borrowed from Princess Qin Yin, he could go to the treasure pavilion to buy a golden flame grass. However, Fong Chen needed 3 in total. He came to Yunluo Peak to ask to see the Peak Master of Yunluo Peak to see if he could get the golden flame grass from her. However, the sudden appearance of the black-dressed woman caused Fong Chen to be somewhat stunned. When he heard her words, he shrugged. He didn't expect that, after half a year, they still remembered his battle with Lin Yi. "I'm Lu Lanqi, a disciple of Tianjin Peak." The woman in the black dress introduced herself. Hearing this, Fong Chen suddenly realized that she was a disciple of Tianjin Peak. If he remembered correctly, there were disciples of Tianjin Peak cultivating in Jiyuan Mountain. "I saw the record of your battle with Lin Yi. You have great potential. I admit that I can't compare to you." The woman in the black dress smiled. "What brings you to Yunluo Peak?" "I want to see the Peak Master of Yunluo Peak," Fong Chen said directly. "You want to see the Peak Master of Yunluo Peak?" The woman in the black dress asked in surprise. Logically speaking, Fong Chen was a new disciple and shouldn't have any interaction with Yunluo Peak. Could it be that the Peak Master of Yunluo Peak wanted to take Fong Chen as her disciple? Miss Lu Lanqi. The guard who had scolded Fong Chen earlier saw Lu Lanqi, and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. At the same time, he also apologized to Fong Chen. "Junior brother Fong Chen, the strongest genius among the new disciples. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding." Fong Chen didn't argue with him. "Coincidentally, I'm also going to see the Peak Master of Yunluo Peak." "Come with me," Lu Lanqi said. Fong Chen nodded and stepped onto Yunluo Peak with Lu Lanqi. There were many disciples on Yunluo Peak, and the strongest among them had already become a 7th level saint. When he passed by the martial arts field, many disciples were cultivating. When they saw Lu Lanqi, They all looked over. Isn't that Ms. Lulanchi? Who was the man beside Miss Lulan? Could he be a senior brother from the Dao Palace? The seniors of the Holy Ji Palace are all famous. He shouldn't be a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Why does he look so familiar? Someone in the crowd recognized Fang Chen. He is the new disciple, Fang Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, many disciples were stunned. Soon after, they glared at Fang Chen in an unfriendly manner. Walking side by side with Lulanchi, Fang Chen could smell the faint fragrance on her body. Lulanchi was a gentle and elegant woman, a typical lady from a wealthy family, graceful and generous. I'm very curious. How did you cultivate? Lulanchi asked curiously. Before Fang Chen joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance, the Heaven-Defying Alliance had done a comprehensive test on him. His age could be faked, but his foundation couldn't be faked. He had only cultivated for a short period of time, but he had already reached such a level. Lulanchi was puzzled. Of course, it was more out of curiosity. She had a unique view of people and things. She rarely misjudged a person. She had been curious about the rumors about Fang Chen before. When she saw Fang Chen not long ago, she was even more convinced of her intuition. Fang Chen's potential was much stronger than the rumor said. She was happy to befriend such a genius with unparalleled potential. Fang Chen shrugged. It was indeed a hard journey. But how could it be so easy to reach the peak? Seeing that Fang Chen didn't answer, a meaningful smile appeared on Lulanchi's pretty face. Everyone had their secrets, so Lulanchi didn't continue to ask. Damn you! You just came to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and you're already so restless. You defeated Yin Tong and Lin Yi consecutively. Now, it's only been half a year, and you want to hook up with Miss Lulanchi? Humph! He's not worthy of Miss Lulanchi's noble body. Many people were filled with righteous indignation and hated Fang Chen. Among them, a man with a folding fan walked out of the martial arts field and went straight to Lulanchi. Miss Lulanchi, long time no see. However, Lulanchi ignored his greeting and left with Fang Chen. This scene made the man's face darken. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Fang Chen and Lulanchi had already left. It seems that Miss Lulanchi is quite attractive. Fang Chen could feel that the people in the martial arts field hated him. It must have something to do with Lulanchi. Lulanchi pouted and took Fang Chen to a garden. Old man, I'm here. In the pavilion in the center of the garden, an old man with a white beard was drinking tea. You're here? Hearing the voice, a kind smile appeared on the old man's face. However, Fang Chen's pupils constricted. He felt a tremor from the depths of his primordial spirit. Just a look could make Fang Chen tremble. Peak Master Yin Luo? Fang Chen exclaimed. Other than Peak Master Yin Luo, who else could have such power? At the same time, he thought of how the guard called Lulanchi Miss Lulanchi, and how Lulanchi dared to call Peak Master Yin Luo old man. He instantly understood. As expected, what the old man said next confirmed Fang Chen's guess. Girl, you're so rude. How dare you call your grandfather that? Who told you to force me to cultivate every day? Lulanchi pouted. Peak Master Yin Luo. The unfathomable old man in front of him was the legendary Peak Master Yin Luo. He was also the person Fang Chen wanted to meet this time. I didn't expect to meet Peak Master Yin Luo so easily. Fang Chen was surprised. Girl, you haven't come to me for a long time. This time, you brought someone with you. Let me guess, why did you bring him here? Peak Master Yin Luo looked at Lulanchi dotingly. Grandfather, it's not what you think. Lulanchi stomped his feet. Fang Chen was shocked. Did the old man think he was his grandson-in-law? His name is Fang Chen. He joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance half a year ago. He has great potential and once defeated Lin Yi with one strike. Today we met on Yin Luo Peak. He said he was looking for you, so I brought him here, Lulanchi explained. Oh, you're Fang Qin? Obviously, Peak Master Yin Luo had heard about what happened half a year ago. However, he had never left Yin Luo Peak and had never seen Fang Qin, so he didn't recognize him. Junior Fang Qin is here to meet Peak Master Yin Luo. Fang Qin saluted with his fists. Not bad. I didn't believe it when I heard the rumors, but now that I've met you, I realize that you're even more powerful than the rumors say. Peak Master Yin Luo was a saint with countless disciples. He could tell that Fang Qin was extraordinary at a glance. I met that kid from the Lin family when he was very young. He has great potential. If he continues to develop normally, he won't have a problem joining the Doctrine Palace. Peak Master Yin Luo stroked his beard and said, You defeated him with one strike. You're invincible in the same realm. I was just lucky. Fang Qin was humble. You weren't so humble when you fought Lin Yi. Lu Lanqi teased. I heard that someone is very arrogant. Fang Qin shrugged helplessly. Now that you've met my grandfather, why are you looking for him? Can you tell me now? Lu Lanqi asked. Senior, I've reached a bottleneck in breaking through to the Saint Realm and need golden fire grass. I heard from elderly that you have golden fire grass, so I'm here to ask for it. Fang Qin said seriously. Golden fire grass? It seems that you're comprehending the origin of metal, Peak Master Yin Luo said. There's a golden fire grass in the treasure pavilion. You can buy it with 5 billion yin and yang pills. To tell you the truth, I need 3 golden fire grass to break through. Fang Qin smiled bitterly. What? Lu Lanqi was shocked. Peak Master Yin Luo studied Fang Qin with his deep eyes as if he wanted to see through him. Fang Qin felt uncomfortable. After a long while, Peak Master Yin Luo looked away. I can give you the golden fire grass. Peak Master Yin Luo waved his hand and a beam of golden light shot toward Fang Qin. Fang Qin instinctively reached out and saw that it was golden fire grass. This, Fang Qin was shocked. Golden fire grass was very precious and hard to find. He didn't expect Peak Master Yin Luo to give it to him so easily. Many of his disciples cultivated the origin of gold, but they couldn't get it even if they wanted it. Thank you, Senior. May I know what price this junior has to pay? Fang Qin asked after calming down from his excitement. He didn't believe that Peak Master Yin Luo would give him golden fire grass for no reason. I've been guarding Peak Master Yin Luo for countless years and rarely go out. There aren't many that catch my eye. You give me a strange feeling. Furthermore, Little Lucky is the one who brought you here. This stalk of golden flame grass is good karma. Okay. I've given you the golden fire grass. You can leave now. Peak Master Yin Luo asked him to leave. After Fang Qin left, Lu Lanqi stared at his grandfather with wide eyes. Grandpa, didn't you say that the golden fire grass was for Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan was a very talented disciple of Yin Luo Peak. Yin Luo Peak Master thought highly of him. He's not simple. His potential is the strongest I've ever seen. Peak Master Yin Luo sighed. If he doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become an invincible saint. An ordinary saint and an invincible saint were two different things. It was different if he became an invincible saint. Lu Lanqi was surprised by his grandfather's words. He didn't expect his grandfather to think so highly of Fang Qin. Good granddaughter? The Peak Master of Yin Luo looked at Lu Lanqi with a smile. What do you think of Fang Qin? He's a good person. Lu Lanqi nodded subconsciously, but when she saw her grandfather smile, she became angry and said, Grandpa! What do you think? Do you want to think about it? Peak Master Yin Luo said seriously, I raised you, and what I want most is to see you find a good cultivation partner. Many people on Peak Master Yin Luo are pursuing you, but you've never been nice to them. But today, you brought someone you've never met before to see me. Okay, stop. I'm just curious about him. Lu Lanqi ran out of Peak Master Yin Luo's sight. Chapter 3502. After leaving the garden, Fang Chen passed by the martial arts practice field again. Lu Lanqi hurriedly ran out after Fang Chen. She greeted Fang Chen and left. Miss Lu Lanqi, the man with the folding fan, called out loudly. However, Lu Lanqi ignored him. The man's face darkened. He vented all his anger on Fang Chen. Fang Chen was about to leave when the man with the folding fan blocked his path. "Kid, you better stay away from Miss Lu Lanqi," the man said fiercely. Fang Chen frowned. He was unhappy with the man. However, he didn't say anything and left. "Stop." The man with the folding fan was completely enraged. A new disciple dared to disregard him like this? "I said you'd better." Boom! Before he could finish his words, he felt his body being hit by an extremely strong impact, and he was sent flying with a loud bang. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground. His throat moved slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared at the sky in anger. However, when he got up from the ground, Fang Chen had already left Yin Luo Peak. Damn it! The man with the folding fan was furious. However, there was also a trace of shock in his heart. Is his strength really that strong? The other disciples in the martial arts practice field looked at each other. Although they were disciples of Yin Luo Peak, they were only the most ordinary disciples. They were all Saint Kings. The man with the folding fan was the strongest among them. He was already one step away from becoming a Saint Emperor. However, if even he couldn't withstand Fang Chen's attack, they wouldn't stand a chance. Everyone was talking about it. After leaving Yin Luo Peak, Fang Chen went to the treasure pavilion. After stating his purpose, he used 5 billion yin-yang pills to exchange for a golden flame herb. At this point, he already had 2 stalks of golden flame grass in his possession. There was only 1 stalk left. If only I was in the Holy Ji Palace. Fang Chen pursed his lips. Elder Li had personally said that there were countless resources in the Holy Ji Palace. Spirit herbs like the golden fire herb were freely available to the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. However, there were only 2 of them here. Fang Chen sighed and shook his head helplessly. Let's return to Mount Juyuan first before thinking of a solution. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Very soon, Fang Chen arrived at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain. He looked up and saw a group of disciples gathered at the foot of the mountain. Senior Brother Fang is here. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone immediately opened up a path for Fang Chen. Fang Chen. At the front of the crowd, Yin Tong glared at Fang Chen, gnashing her teeth in hatred. He was from the Central Weave, and in terms of talent and strength, he was second only to Lin Yi among the new disciples. The battle half a year ago was a humiliating battle for him. In the past 6 months, he had been cultivating like crazy. Finally, the yellow sky did not disappoint the hardworking. He had broken through to the Saint Realm. Now he was here for revenge. When I was in the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, I could already fight against a 3rd-level Saint King. Now that I've stepped into the Saint Realm, I fear no one below the Saint Emperor. In Yin Tong's opinion, he had stepped into the Saint Realm before Fang Chen and could suppress him. Thump, thump, thump. Every step Yin Tong took shook the ground. An extremely terrifying aura was released from his body. Countless martial artists retreated one after another. Half a year ago, Yin Tong was defeated by Senior Brother Fang with 1 punch. Now he's here for revenge. I don't think highly of Yin Tong. Senior Brother Fang's strength is obvious to all. Even if he steps into the Saint Realm, it won't help. The battle half a year ago made all the new disciples acknowledge Fang Chen. Now, they respectfully called Fang Chen Senior Brother Fang. Fang Chen glanced at Yin Tong and ignored him. He walked around him and walked toward Jiyuan Mountain. What? You were so arrogant half a year ago, but now you don't dare to fight? Yin Tong took a step forward and blocked Fang Chen. I'm not interested in fighting a loser. Fang Chen said coldly. You Yin Tong flew into a rage and slapped out. Buzz! Fong Qin didn't move. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin dissolved Yin Tong's power. Humph! So what if you're good at talking? Fight me if you dare. I'll avenge the humiliation I suffered half a year ago. Yin Tong's voice was thundering. Fong Qin looked up and studied Yin Tong seriously. After a while he said, "You were no match for me half a year ago, and you're still no match for me half a year later." After that he didn't forget to add, "It should be said that you'll never be able to surpass me." "Go to hell," Yin Tong growled. Yin Tong growled and released a terrifying sound wave to attack Fong Qin's primordial spirit. Boom! One punch, a simple punch. It was exactly the same as the battle half a year ago. Fong Qin's punch carried endless power as it landed on Yin Tong's body. There was a loud explosion. Everyone saw Yin Tong's body hit the ground like a kite with a broken string, creating a big pit. Phew! Everyone took a deep breath, their hearts trembling. One punch, and Yin Tong passed out. He's too strong. It's unimaginable. Although Yin Tong has entered the Saint Plane, he's far from being comparable to Senior Brother Fong. Senior Brother Fong has become stronger. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Everyone looked at Fong Qin in awe, watching the tall figure step onto Jiyuan Mountain. On the 9th step of Jiyuan Mountain, in the 8th cave residence. "Yin Tong is courting death," Madly said coldly. "Half a year ago, Brother Fong defeated him with one punch. He was already merciful. I didn't expect that he would dare to come looking for trouble now. He entered the Saint Plane and thought he could fight Brother Fong to avenge his humiliation. Who would have thought?" Princess Qinyan thought for a long time and thought of a word to describe Fong Qin. Freak. The more she interacted with Fong Qin, the more she felt that the latter was unfathomable. He was simply a freak. Sometimes she even wondered what kind of environment could create such a terrifying freak. "Help me spread the news. Say that I need a golden flame herb. Don't worry, Brother Fong. Leave this to me." Princess Qin Yun and Mad Blade began to spread the news. Soon, most of the new disciples already knew that Fong Qin was trying to break through to the Saint Plane. A treasure like the golden flame herb is very difficult to obtain. I heard that the one in the treasure pavilion was also exchanged by Senior Brother Fong. Senior Brother Fong's yin and yang energies have reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet. It must be very difficult to break through. He needs a lot of energy. Many of the new disciples were busily trying to find out more information. This was a good opportunity to make friends with Fong Qin. How could they miss it? Some of the older disciples had also heard the news, but none of them had expressed their opinions. A few days later, Mad Blade came to the 8th cave on the 9th step. "Senior Brother Fong, I've already asked around. The other senior brothers don't have any golden flame herb." Fong Qin nodded. He had already guessed this. "Forget it. I'll think of something." He took out his communication token, ready to ask Elderly. Just then, Elder Li's message came. "You're so lucky. I didn't expect Peak Master Yun Luo to give her golden flame herb to you so easily," Elderly joked. "By the way, I heard that you've hooked up with Peak Master Yun Luo's granddaughter. I'm warning you. You should be careful. That old man is famous for being protective. If you break Lu Lanqi's heart, he'll fight you to the death." Fong Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. What the hell was this? "Elderly, I've only met Lu Lanqi once. It's not what you think. You don't have to explain. I understand." Elder Li's vulgar laughter came from the communication token. Fong Chen was speechless. At this time, Elder Li's voice became much more serious. "The news that you got Peak Master Yun Luo's golden flame herb has spread. You should be prepared. The disciples of Yun Luo Peak will definitely make things difficult for you." After some explanation, Fong Chen learned that Peak Master Yun Luo had prepared the golden flame herb for her disciple, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is very strong. He's already a Saint King. He's been in seclusion all this time. He's also pursuing Lu Lanqi. If he comes out and knows that Lu Lanqi took you to see Peak Master Yin Luo and gave you the golden flame herb that originally belonged to him, he'll definitely hate you. Elderly, you didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Fang Qin changed the topic. Of course not. I did come here for something important. Elderly told him that the mission hall had issued an important task not long ago. It required 5 disciples to complete it. 4 of them had to be senior disciples, and the last one was a new disciple. In fact, this was the tradition of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Don't tell me that it's given to me. You defeated Lin Yi. There's no doubt that you'll be the first among the new disciples. Naturally, you have the priority to choose this task. Elderly said, What? You don't want to go? If you don't want to go, I'll find someone else. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Golden Flame Herb has appeared at the location of this task. Hearing the words Golden Flame Herb, Fang Qin stood up abruptly. His eyes shone. Hee, Elderly, you must be joking. Since the sect has given me such an opportunity, how can I refuse? That's more like it. Hurry up and get ready. Come find me in 3 days. With that, Elderly hung up the call. Wang Daoyan appeared behind Elderly. This guy is immediately interested when he heard about Golden Flame Herb, Elderly said with a smile. Although he was an elder, Wang Daoyan was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. His status was much higher than his. Thank you, Elderly, Wang Daoyan nodded. I'm Daoyan. Since his potential is so high and he's already reached the threshold of the Holy Ji Palace, why didn't you take him in directly? Elderly couldn't understand. Wang Daoyan's eyes were deep as he looked in the direction of Origin Gathering Mountain. How could one succeed without tempering themselves? Geniuses tempered their will, tempered their bodies, polished their organs, and solidified their foundations in ice and fire. In Wang Daoyan's view, Fang Qin still had too little experience. No, to be precise, in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Holy Ji Palace. After all, some of the upper echelons had experienced the Battle of Gods. Chapter 3503. 3 days later in the square. When Fang Qin arrived at the square, Elderly was already waiting for him. Beside Elderly stood 4 disciples. They were all veteran disciples. Fang Qin looked at the 4 of them and was surprised. He did not expect to see someone familiar. Not long ago, when he stepped onto Yin Luo Peak, he met the man with a folding fan. The latter looked at him with resentment. Fang Qin shrugged. It was all because of Lu Lanqi. All right, everyone is here, Elderly said. Elderly said, Fang Qin, let me introduce you. These 4 are your mission partners for this trip. The tallest and burly man was called Meng Ta. He was a 3rd-level holy king. He was skilled in the way of the saber. His saber skills were invincible. Nice to meet you. Meng Ta smiled at Fang Qin. Fang Qin nodded. Elder Li continued with the introductions. The warrior in gray beside Meng Ta was called Hua Tsang, Holy King. He was skilled in the secret technique of fire. His cultivation was the same as Meng Ta's. The man with a folding fan was a disciple of Yin Luo Peak. He also came from the Central Territory. He seemed to be related to the family behind Lin Yi. This person was called Baiyang. The last person was Meng Ta's sister. She was called Meng Sha. She wore a light blue dress and looked like a lowly. This is the content of the mission. After introducing the 4 disciples, Elderly took out a file and handed it to Fang Qin. Fang Qin opened the file and quickly finished reading the mission content. Tsang Kingdom. The destination of their mission was a place called Tsang Kingdom. Tsang Kingdom is a big country in the northwest of the God's Fall battlefield. It may be a small country, but its territory is comparable to an ordinary territory, Elderly said. The strongest person in Tsang Kingdom is Lord Tsang. His cultivation has reached the 5th level Holy King realm. He is not to be underestimated. You must be careful when you go to his territory. After hearing Elder Li's words, Fong Qin finally understood. The so-called Tsang Kingdom was established solely because of the Tsang Emperor. Fong Qin sighed. In the God's Fall battlefield, as long as you had enough strength, you could occupy a territory and establish your own sect. Not long ago, our heaven-defying alliance received news that Saint Kengi's relics had appeared in the Tsang Kingdom, so we sent a few disciples to explore. Who would have thought that they would never return? In the end, after waiting for half a month, their life slips shattered. At this point, a cold glint flashed across Elder Li's eyes. The heaven-defying alliance was the pinnacle faction of the God's Fall battlefield. The disciples they recruited were basically the most monstrous geniuses since ancient times. In the future, they would definitely become top powerhouses and stand at the top of this world. The death of every disciple was a great loss to the heaven-defying alliance. The heaven-defying alliance was very protective and overbearing. No matter what happened, regardless of whether they were in the right or wrong, they had to fight first and talk later. They could not tarnish the reputation of the heaven-defying alliance. If a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance was assassinated in the outside world, the heaven-defying alliance would spare no expense to seek revenge. Of course, although the heaven-defying alliance was protective, it was not to the point of blindness. If that was the case, it would definitely inflate the arrogance of the disciples of the sect. Therefore, the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance drew up a rule and announced it to the world. If a disciple was killed in a one-on-one fight, they could only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. The heaven-defying alliance would not care. However, if they were outnumbered or used tricks to ambush the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance, the heaven-defying alliance would not let it go. This time, the disciples sent by the heaven-defying alliance to the Tsang Kingdom to explore Saint Kengi's relics were killed. They suspected that it was most likely the Tsang Emperor's doing. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. The specific details of the mission are in the file, Elder Li said. When you go to the Tsang Kingdom, try not to clash with the Tsang Emperor. Focus on investigating Saint Kengi's relics. Not long after, Elder Li arranged everything. Then, a breeze eagle carried the 5 of them into the clouds. Whoosh! Behind Elder Li, Wang Daoyin suddenly appeared. The Tsang Emperor is a 5th-level holy emperor. His strength cannot be underestimated. Although Meng Ta and the other 3 are 3rd-level holy emperors and can fight above their level, dealing with a 4th-level holy emperor is not a problem. But against the Tsang Emperor, they do not have much of a chance of winning. Not to mention, there is still Fong Qin. Wang Daoyin smiled and looked at Elder Li. What? Elder Li, do you think Fong Qin is a burden? No matter how strong Fong Qin's potential is, it can't be turned into actual battle strength. Now that he has not stepped into the Holy Realm, he cannot use his origin energy to fight. This is his weakness. No matter how strong his battle strength is, it is impossible for him to withstand the attack of a 5th-level holy emperor. Elder Li said, Who is the Tsang Emperor? He single-handedly established the Tsang Kingdom, causing many surrounding territories to be wary of him. With such an iron fist, how can he not see the true strength of the 5 disciples we sent? With the Tsang Emperor's insight, he could see that Fong Qin was the team's weakness with a single glance. He would definitely use thunderous methods to continuously attack the team's weakest link. Only by targeting the weakest would he be able to achieve the best results. No matter if he can't even pass this hurdle, Wang Daoyin laughed. In the clouds, a huge breeze eagle soared. On its back, Fong Qin and the other 4 sat cross-legged. I say, brother, aren't you a little too fierce? You just joined the heaven-defying alliance, and you already caused such a big commotion? The burly man, Meng Ta, smiled at Fong Qin and said, Junior brother Fong, you don't have to worry. With the 4 of us here, the Tsang Emperor can't do anything to us. Meng Sha had an unperturbed look. I don't know what the sect is thinking. This mission is already very dangerous. Why bring a burden? The one who spoke was the man with a folding fan by Yang. He had some resentment towards Fong Chen, and his gaze towards Fong Chen was filled with hatred. To this, Fong Chen just laughed. There was nothing to say, and there was nothing to explain. The reason he participated in this mission was for the golden flame grass. He glanced at Bai Yang indifferently and then turned his head away. Seeing Fong Chen's casual attitude, Bai Yang stood up and a violent aura spread out. He stared at Fong Chen and said word by word, "Kid, I don't like you. I hope you stay away from Miss Lulan, or I don't mind crippling you." "Bai Yang, you've gone too far." Meng Sha frowned and was somewhat unhappy. "We're brothers from the same sect, and we're going to do the mission together. How can you say that to junior brother Fong?" Meng Sha had a good impression of Fong Chen and hated Bai Yang. "You'd better not meddle in my affairs." Bai Yang didn't give Meng Sha any face. Bang! The burly Meng Ta suddenly stood up and was 1/2 meter taller than Bai Yang. He widened his eyes and said fiercely, "Bai Yang, show some respect to my sister." Seeing Meng Ta, Bai Yang's expression changed, and he snorted coldly, no longer speaking. From the beginning to the end, Hua Song Saint King didn't speak. He closed his eyes, and a layer of flame light surrounded his body. This person's control of flames is really amazing. Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim after watching for a while. Hua Song Saint King's comprehension of the fire origin had reached an extremely high level. However, Fong Chen had a nagging feeling that there was something wrong with his flames. After a long time, Fong Chen spoke. "You've been injured." Hearing this, the others looked over, and Hua Song Saint King, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, also slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Fong Chen but didn't speak. "You've injured your internal organs, causing a part of your meridians to reverse, which caused you to be unable to reach the perfect level when condensing the flame armor." Fong Chen said, "Every time you want to condense the origin armor, your 3-yin meridian and Sky Chong meridian will ache. Moreover, as time passes, the pain will become stronger." Buzz! The flames on Huatsong Saint King's body surged and dissipated in the air. His eyes were burning as he stared at Fong Chen. "How did you know?" Not only the Meng siblings, but even Bai Yang was surprised. Not long ago, Hua Song Saint King had fought with him, and he didn't see that the other party was injured. For a moment, Bai Yang's face was a little ugly. Hua Song Saint King's meridians were in reverse, and he was unable to condense the origin armor, so his combat strength was greatly reduced. And his battle with Hua Song Saint King was only a mutual loss? Didn't this mean that he was no match for Hua Song Saint King at his peak? He couldn't accept this fact. "Humph!" Bai Yang snorted, waiting to see Fong Chen make a fool of himself. "You think you can see through everything just because you know a little about fire?" Hua Song Saint King ignored Bai Yang's sarcasm towards Fong Chen and came to the latter's side, asking anxiously, "That's right. Just as you said, 1/2 a year ago, I fought with someone and was seriously injured. It was that time that my internal organs were damaged, causing my meridians to reverse." Hua Song Saint King said. Meng Ta and Meng Sha widened their eyes in disbelief. Junior brother Fong Chen was able to see through Hua Song Saint King's injuries. It was too abnormal. "You major in fire, and your secret technique is fierce and overbearing. This has accelerated the reversal of the damage to your meridians. Now, every time you circulate your secret technique and condense your origin armor, it will cause serious damage to your internal organs. If you don't treat it in time, it will most likely affect your future cultivation." After hearing Fong Chen's words, Hua Song Saint King could no longer sit still and asked anxiously, "Since you can see through it, you should have a way, right?" Hua Song Saint King said, "I know a little about fire. Let me take a look for you first." Fong Chen placed his hand on Hua Song Saint King's meridians to check his pulse. "Big brother, isn't junior brother Fong too magical?" Meng Sha looked at Fong Chen curiously. She always felt that Fong Chen was too mysterious. I never thought that Huatsong's Saint King would actually be injured. I wonder how junior brother Fong could tell? Half a year ago, Fong Chen defeated Lin Yi with a single sword strike, and he had already shown his prowess. Now, Meng Ta believed the rumors about Fong Chen even more. This guy, Meng Ta grinned. Bai Yang's face was gloomy as he looked at Fong Chen with a cold, killing intent. Chapter 3504. Actually, there was a reason why Fong Chen was able to see through Huatsong's hidden injuries. Firstly, he was proficient in the Tao of Fire and had almost comprehended the true essence of fire. Secondly, his half-perfect bloodline was different from the rest. He could sense that there was a problem with the flames around Huatsong's body. It was nothing to Fong Chen, but to the others it was shocking. Huatsong looked at Fong Chen excitedly. He had heard rumors about Fong Chen before, but he didn't believe it. In his opinion, even if a new disciple had heaven-defying potential, so what? Potential didn't represent battle strength. Many peerless geniuses fell midway. Only those who persevered to the end could be called true geniuses. Among the 5 of them, Huatsong was the strongest. Bai Yang was second, so he wasn't willing to get close to Huatsong. Pretentious. Seeing Fong Chen pretending to take Huatsong's pulse, Bai Yang sneered. Shut up. Huatsong frowned and scolded. His injuries had been hindering his cultivation. He looked at Fong Chen with a hopeful gaze, hoping that he could find a solution. After a long time, Fong Chen opened his eyes and said with a smile, Your injuries aren't as serious as you thought. How is it? Huatsong asked anxiously. Your 3 Yin meridians and Sky Chong meridians are twisted and can't be stretched, causing your meridians to be blocked. This is also the most fundamental reason. Fong Chen said, The blocked meridians cause the blood clots in the internal organs to be unable to be discharged, causing the internal organs to be unable to recover for a long time. As a result, impurities appeared on the origin armor condensed by Huatsong. I once saw a description of this illness in an ancient book. He had seen this illness in the ancient books left behind by the blood cavalry saint, so he knew how to treat it. Do you have a way? Huatsong seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. There is a way, but you need a fire heartgrass. As long as you can get it, your injuries will most likely be healed. Hearing this, Huatsong was stunned and smiled bitterly. The fire heartgrass was a fire elemental spiritual grass and was extremely rare. It would be extremely difficult to obtain it. I know about the fire heartgrass. The ancient god merchant guild seems to sell it. However, the price is ridiculously high. Meng Ta, who was standing aside, recovered from the shock and said, Fire heartgrass was a priceless treasure to fire-type cultivators. Moreover, this spiritual grass was extremely special. It grew in the northern part of the God's Fall battlefield, in a forbidden land known as the Endless Sea of Fire. Even saint kings did not dare to carelessly enter the flames of the Sea of Fire. Saints would think twice before entering. Therefore, there were very few fire heartgrass in the outside world. Ancient God Merchant Association? Fong Chen was astonished. He knew nothing about the ancient God Chamber of Commerce. But soon Meng Ta explained to him. The battle of ancient gods involved far too many forces. It directly shattered the entire space. Countless powerhouses perished, but there were also some lucky survivors. A powerful village, Azi, had established the ancient God Chamber of Commerce, which specialized in collecting treasures from every corner of the God's Fall battlefield. The ancient God Chamber of Commerce was spread all over the territories. As long as you had enough wealth, you could get anything you wanted. 10 billion yin-yang pills? Fong Chen sighed. A stalk of fire heartgrass was actually worth 10 billion yin-yang pills. It was simply frightening. Junior brother Fong, I'm afraid you don't know how popular the fire heartgrass is. 10 billion yin-yang pills is just the lowest price. The actual price is far above it. The fire heartgrass was something that could be encountered, but not sought. Once it appeared, it would definitely be fought over. Fang Qin looked at Sacred King Huatsong, who had a grave expression. Senior brother Huatsong, don't worry. Our mission this time is to explore the ruins. We might be able to find other fire-type spiritual grasses. Although their medicinal effects are not as good as the fire heart grass, it's better than nothing. Fang Qin comforted. Sacred King Huatsong said, Junior brother Fang, if I get the fire heart grass, can you help me? Sacred King Huatsong found it hard to speak the latter part of a sentence. After all, he did not have any interaction with Fang Qin before. Why would he help him? It's just a small matter. As long as senior brother Huatsong needs it, I will definitely not decline. Sacred King Huatsong nodded heavily and looked at Fang Qin with admiration. Seeing this, Baiyang was even more jealous. I say, junior brother Fang, do you really have a way? Meng Sha was in disbelief. One had to know that Sacred King Huatsong had looked for many senior brothers at the Saint Emperor level, but none of them had a way. He was only at the Yinyang origin realm. Could it be that he was more powerful than senior brothers at the Saint Emperor level? Meng Sha looked at Fang Qin with suspicion. The latter grinned and did not explain. What is that? Just as Meng Sha was about to ask Fang Qin, Meng Ta suddenly exclaimed. In the distant horizon, black clouds rolled over. The black clouds were filled with terrifying fiendish energy. Roar! A loud and clear cry rang out. Following that, a golden-winged roc spread its wings and soared towards Fang Qin and the others. Crash! The breeze eagle that Fang Qin and the others were riding trembled. After all, the golden-winged roc was the king of birds. The breeze eagle was unable to resist its aura. There's someone. Meng Ta stood up and stared ahead. On the back of the golden-winged roc stood a man holding a saber. It's coming for us, Meng Sha whispered. The other party did not hide his killing intent. Under the pressure of the golden-winged roc, the breeze eagle stopped in the void, trembling. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Meng Ta asked. The man with a saber on the back of the golden-winged roc shot out a dazzling saber light. Bang! The saber light was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Sacred King Huatsong in an instant. Sacred King Huatsong, how have you been? The saber man sneered. A loser still dares to appear in front of me? Sacred King Huatsong was very calm. Last time, I lost to you by a single move. I can't accept that. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Fang Qin and the others suddenly understood. It turned out that he was here for Sacred King Huatsong. Boom! The saber man made his move and rushed towards Sacred King Huatsong. Seeing this, Sacred King Huatsong tiptoed and rushed into the void, fighting with him. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the sky. Fang Qin and the others looked up. It was dark and they could not see anything. Although senior brother Huatsong is injured, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that guy. That's right. The Meng siblings were very confident in Sacred King Huatsong. Dong! A moment later, a terrifying sound came from the sky, followed by a layer of powerful ripples that spread rapidly. Whoosh! The saber man swooped down, his body covered in blood. Damn it! He roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. He sped up and rushed towards the breeze eagle. Not good, Meng Ta exclaimed and was ready to attack. However, at this moment, Fang Qin's body flew out involuntarily and collided with the saber man. On the breeze eagle. Chapter 3505. The moment he was pushed out, Fang Qin cursed inwardly. However, it was too late and he was forced to make a move. Buzz! The sword Dao armor condensed, and terrifying sword Dao ripples covered the armor. Kacha! The saber man held the saber and fiercely slashed down, ruthlessly slashing at Fang Qin's sword Dao armor. Junior brother Fang. This sudden turn of events shocked the Meng Ta siblings. Meng Ta shouted and was about to make a move, but at this moment a crisp sound rang out. Some cracks appeared on Fong Chen's sword Dao armor, but it still blocked the Saberman's crazy counterattack. "You're courting death." Huo Tsang Saint King descended from the sky and sent the Saberman flying with a punch. "Kacha!" Then Huo Tsang Saint King took a step forward and chased after the Saberman, smashing his head into pieces. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying aura in the sky gradually dissipated. Huo Tsang Saint King returned to the Breeze Eagle and looked at Fong Chin. "How is it?" He didn't expect that the Saberman would choose to attack Fong Chin and the others after being defeated. "Junior brother Fong, why are you so reckless?" Meng Ta said. From Meng Ta and Meng Sha's point of view, Fong Chin flew out to block the Saberman's attack. Fong Chin shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He glanced at Bai Yang not far away and didn't say anything. At this time, Bai Yang's face was a little ugly. Just now, when the Meng siblings were attracted by the Saberman, he took the opportunity to push Fong Chin out. Originally, he thought that the Saberman in a crazy state should be able to kill Fong Chin, but who would have thought? Fortunately, Fong Chin didn't say this matter, otherwise he would inevitably have a conflict with Huo Tsang Saint King. Fong Chen's injuries weren't serious, which made the Meng siblings even more curious. How strong was Fong Chen? In such a powerful explosion, even the two of them would be injured. However, Fong Chen's sword Dao armor only showed signs of cracking. It was unbelievable. What a freak! Meng Sha muttered softly. After this incident, everyone was relatively safe on the road. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Tsang Empire. Phew, we finally reached the border of the Tsang Empire. Meng Ta took a deep breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Along the way, they were too bored. Sometimes Meng Ta would even attack the ferocious birds that passed by. On the other hand, Meng Sha's beady eyes moved about curiously. "I heard that the Tsang Empire has a lot of delicious food." "Sister, we're here for a mission, not to eat," Meng Ta reprimanded. At this time, Holy King Huatsang's transmission token rang. Within the Tsang nation, someone had sent him a message, informing him of the details of the situation. "Senior brother Huatsang, where are we going now?" Manta asked. "Let's go to Forgetful City first." The Breeze Eagle spread its wings and soared toward the Forgetful City. Forgetful City was located in the eastern part of the Tsang nation. It was an extremely prosperous city. After the group arrived at Forgetful City, they found an inn to stay in. "Senior brother Huatsang, that's basically what happened." In the courtyard, a young warrior said slowly. He was the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciple in charge of secular affairs, and also the Tsang nation's liaison. He was the one who received the group of disciples who came to the Tsang nation to explore the ruins. "You're saying that they found clues to the ruins and were killed when they went to explore it?" "Holy King," Huatsang pondered. "Not long ago, there was a rumor in the Tsang nation's royal family that the Tsang Emperor had reached a critical point in his cultivation and urgently needed some treasures. The royal family even ordered a large number of warriors to search for the ruins. The disciple said, I'm guessing that the Tsang nation must have known that our heaven-defying alliance was also exploring the ruins. They didn't want us to know the location of the ruins, so they secretly killed them. No matter what, this matter must have something to do with the Tsang nation's royal family." Meng Ta said, "But that Tsang Emperor knew that you were our heaven-defying alliance's disciples, yet he still dared to kill you? Isn't he afraid of the heaven-defying alliance's revenge? As long as we can't find any evidence, we can't do anything to him. Besides, when a Saint Realm warrior reaches a bottleneck, they will do anything. It's not easy to find a ruin. If the Heaven-Defying Alliance obtains it, it will be equivalent to cutting off the Tsang Emperor's cultivation path. He will definitely take the risk." The few of them analyzed. Only Bai Yang sat in the corner, not saying a word. Tsang nation's royal family. In a hidden secret room, the Tsang Emperor, dressed in a yellow python robe, sat cross-legged on a futon. In front of him, there was a bright pearl. "Your Majesty, the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance are here," the imperial preceptor whispered. "There are a total of 5 people this time. 4 of them are third-level holy kings, and one of them is in the Inyang origin realm." Hearing this, the Tsang Emperor's expression changed. Inyang origin realm? This Inyang origin realm is called Fangqin. He is a new disciple with unparalleled potential. He has the battle strength of a third-level holy king. The imperial preceptor said, among the other 4 disciples, "There is Holy King Huatsong." The Tsang Emperor heard this and nodded. A hint of lust flashed in his eyes. The heaven-defying alliance is really persistent. Do they think the Tsang kingdom is afraid of them? The Tsang Emperor said, "Since you have brought the materials here, don't blame me for not being polite. I will leave them to you, imperial preceptor. Remember to do it cleanly. Don't leave any evidence behind. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Soon I will bring their blood." With that, the imperial preceptor turned and left. At this moment, a black figure walked out from a dark corner. The black figure was shrouded in a black aura and wore a fierce mask on his face. "These idiots from the heaven-defying alliance. We just threw out the news of a suspected relic, and they sent us so much nourishment." The black figure sneered. The Tsang Emperor stood up and looked at the black figure. The heaven-defying alliance is one of the top forces in the God's Fall battlefield. Is it really okay for us to hunt their disciples like this? In fact, the Tsang Emperor was a little worried about this matter. "Don't worry. It won't take long for the blood to be collected. When the time comes, I will help you break through and take you away from here to join us." The Tsang Emperor was stunned and immediately became excited. "By the way, does the relic of Saint Kangi really exist?" They used the relic of Saint Kangi as bait to lure the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance to explore this place. In fact, the black figure didn't know if this relic really existed. "For countless years, I have searched every corner of the Tsang kingdom, but I didn't find anything. I think the rumor should be false," the Tsang Emperor said. The black figure nodded and disappeared. Looking at the direction where the black figure disappeared, the Tsang Emperor's eyes turned thoughtfully. "Saint Kangi," he whispered in his mouth. Fang Chen and the others who were far away in the Forgotten City didn't know that a crisis was coming. As soon as they stepped into the Tsang kingdom, they were already known by the royal family of the Tsang kingdom. Even their every move was clearly known by the other party. Chapter 3506. After many inquiries, the place where the ruins appeared should be in a mountain range 100,000 miles west of Oblivion City. This mountain range was called the Death Mountain Range. Death Mountain Range. Oblivion City, inside the inn. Meng Ta was a little surprised after hearing the news, brought back by the secular disciples. Before they came, they had a detailed understanding of the Tsang kingdom, so they knew about the Death Mountain Range. "You're saying that the ruins might be in the Death Mountain Range?" Meng Ta was puzzled. The last place where the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance were last seen was in the Death Mountain Range. After that, their life slips shattered. The secular disciple nodded. If they didn't find something, why would they go to the Death Mountain Range for no reason? One had to know that it was a forbidden area for humans. Legend had it that during the Battle of the Ancient Gods, a terrifying stream of light fell from the sky and bombarded the Death Mountain Range, causing the Death Mountain Range to be formed. Because this power contained an extremely strong water origin power, it caused the soil of the Death Mountain Range to mutate. In fact, every inch of the soil contained a terrifying golden corrosive water. If a Saint King martial artist entered, they would be instantly corroded by the golden corrosive water. Even a Saint King expert would find it difficult to resist the corrosion of the golden corrosive water. This was why Meng Ta was a little surprised when he heard about the Death Mountain Range. "All right, you can leave first." Saint King Huatsong, who had been silent all this time, said. After the secular disciple left, Saint King Huatsong looked at the others and asked, "What do you think?" The Death Mountain Range is a forbidden area for humans. Even if St. Kengi's ruins are inside, how can we go in? The 5 of them hadn't reached the St. King level, so they couldn't resist the golden corrosive water. Meng Ta shook his head. On the side, Meng Sha rolled her eyes. Think of a way to confirm if there really is St. Kengi's ruins in the Death Mountain Range, and then confirm if the senior brothers died in the Death Mountain Range. Maybe the Tsang King didn't do anything at all. They accidentally entered the Death Mountain Range and were corroded by the golden corrosive water. Bai Yang said coldly, "That's right, I agree. Maybe the Tsang King doesn't even know where the ruins are." Meng Ta and Meng Sha nodded, agreeing with Bai Yang. Saint King, Hui Tsang turned his head and looked at Fang Qin. "Before my senior brothers died, they didn't even have the time to send a message. If they died from the metal corroding water, they should have had the time to send a message, right?" Fang Qin shrugged. "Is it possible that Lord Tsang knew about our heaven-defying alliance's operation and lured our senior brothers to the Death Mountain Range, and then secretly killed them?" Hearing Fang Qin's words, the others' expressions changed slightly. "You mean, did the Tsang Emperor use the corrosive metal water to kill our heaven-defying alliance's disciples?" Meng Ta asked. Fang Qin stood up and said slowly, "Our heaven-defying alliance is a top force in the God's Fall battlefield. A mere Tsang kingdom naturally wouldn't dare to openly attack our disciples. But you also said that the Azure Emperor's cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and he urgently needs heavenly treasures. Furthermore, Saint Kengi was most likely the ancestor of Lord Tsang. Based on the above, the Tsang Emperor must be searching for the ruins as well. He would never allow anyone else to get involved. Not even the heaven-defying alliance, using the corrosive metal water to kill the heaven-defying alliance's disciples. Even if the heaven-defying alliance investigated, they wouldn't find any evidence. If what Junior Brother Fang said is true, then the appearance of the Kengi ruins in the Death Mountain Range is most likely a scam." Huatsang analyzed. A scam targeted at the heaven-defying alliance's disciples. But isn't the Tsang Emperor afraid of inviting trouble? Meng Sha asked. "This is the purpose of our trip. Aside from exploring the ruins, the other mission is to confirm whether our senior brothers died in the hands of the Tsang Kingdom." Huatsang's tone was heavy. No matter what, the trip to the Death Mountain Range was unavoidable. "We'll rest for 3 days, then go to the Death Mountain Range to investigate." Huatsang made his decision. "Oblivious City, City Lord Mansion. Lord Imperial Tutor, why are you here?" The Oblivious City Lord greeted the Imperial Tutor with a smile and invited him into the meeting hall. At the same time, he waved his hand and dismissed the servants, leaving only him and the Imperial Tutor. "I am here this time for an important matter." The Imperial Tutor told the Oblivious City Lord the plan in detail. The latter's expression changed when he heard the news. After all, they were hunting down the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. Once the matter was exposed, they would die without a doubt. Lord Imperial Tutor, the Oblivious City Lord was a little afraid. "Don't be afraid. Just do as I say." The Oblivious City Lord was perturbed. In the end, he nodded and hurriedly left to arrange the mission. The next day, the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance found Huatsang and the others again. He told them the news he had heard. What? Someone accidentally entered the Death Mountain Range and found the Kengi ruins? Meng Ta stood up with a start. He was very surprised. Huatsang frowned and pondered, while Meng Sha asked curiously. Fang Qin and Bai Yang were silent, as if they were thinking about something. That's right. The news came from the Oblivious Chamber of Commerce. It said that 2/3 level holy kings accidentally entered the Death Mountain Range and found the Kengi ruins. One of them died on the spot from the corrosive gold water, while the other abandoned an arm and dragged his heavily injured body to escape. The news came from the man with the severed arm. It seems that the Kengi ruins are really in the Death Mountain Range. Huatsang stood up and glanced at the 4 of them. "Get ready. We'll set off now. Oblivious City, City Lord Mansion. Lord Imperial Tutor, the 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have already left Oblivious City. They should be heading to the Death Mountain Range. The Oblivious City, Lord reported. The Imperial Tutor sat on the armchair, resting with his eyes closed. Everything was within his expectations. The Death Mountain Range will be their burial ground, the Imperial Tutor said coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too nosy. The 5 of them rode on the Breeze Eagle, and the journey was unimpeded. A few days later, they arrived at the edge of the Death Mountain Range. Is that the Death Mountain Range? Meng Sha cried out in surprise. As she gazed over, the area ahead was covered in a dusky expanse, and it gave one the feeling of a magnificent fairyland. Let's go. Hua Tsang jumped off the Breeze Eagle and approached the Death Mountain Range. Buzz. The closer they got, the more they could feel the terrifying aura coming from the Death Mountain Range. Hua Tsang looked down. The ground under his feet was shrouded in mist, forming a fierce conflict with the flame runes on the surface of his skin. Hiss! Hiss! He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face aghast. It is said that the gold corroding water covers the entire Death Mountain Range. Once you enter it, you will be corroded. Hua Tsang took a deep breath and stabilized his body. I have 5 talismans in my hand that can resist the corrosion of the gold corroding water for a short period of time, but it won't last for long. Once the talisman's power is exhausted, you must immediately withdraw. Hua Tsang took out 5 benefits from his bosom and distributed them to the other 4. This was a talisman that contained the origin of fire. After it was activated, it would release the origin of fire and form an origin armor to resist the gold corroding water. In the distant horizon, whoosh, 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 dark clouds covered the clear sky, and it suddenly became dark. Numerous black shadows quickly traversed through the gloomy sky. Hee hee, what a bunch of idiots. The leader wore a black mask and black armor, and his body emitted a terrifying fiendish aura. He stood on a cloud and looked up and saw Fong Qin and the other 4. In a while, directly attack and kill them, then drain their blood and throw their corpses into the Death Mountain Range. The masked man ordered. Boom! Fong Qin and the other 4 were discussing the matter of entering the Death Mountain Range. All of a sudden, they felt a terrifying aura coming towards them. Their expressions changed drastically. Not good. Fong Qin cried out, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. Scam! He remembered something that he had guessed before. Tsang Emperor. Hua Tsang stared angrily at the black shadow that was shooting over. Kill! The masked man roared and slapped out. Suddenly, the void shattered, and a terrifying palm print shot toward Fong Qin and the others. Scram! Hua Tsang was furious, and he faced the attack head-on and punched the palm print. Crack! With almost no power to resist, Hua Tsang Saint King was directly sent flying. With a bang, his body smashed onto the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Saint Emperor, Meng Ta exclaimed, feeling fear. How is this possible? When did the Tsang Empire have so many Saint Emperors? Meng Sha couldn't believe it. In just one exchange, the strongest Hua Tsang was seriously injured, and Fong Qin and the others were in danger. Humph, what bullshit, Heaven-Defying Alliance disciples. The masked man sneered. Trash like you are worthy of us personally taking action. Who are you? How dare you plot against us, Heaven-Defying Alliance disciples? Aren't you afraid of Heaven-Defying Alliance's revenge? The burly Meng Ta stood out and questioned. Stupid. Since we dared to deal with you, we have a foolproof plan. Now you want to scare us with Heaven-Defying Alliance. The masked man flipped his hand and slapped Meng Ta away. Attack together, let's end this quickly. As soon as the masked man's voice fell, countless black shadows attacked. Too strong, I can't resist at all. Fong Qin thought. Whoosh! At this moment, a black shadow quickly approached him. Without thinking, Fong Qin directly swung his sword and forced the black shadow back. At the same time, his body was also retreating. In a flash, Meng Ta and the other two were repelled. They kept retreating and came to the entrance of the Death Mountain Range. From behind, they could feel the terrifying corrosive power of the golden corrosive water. And in front of them, there was a Saint Emperor level enemy. What should we do? We are no match for them at all. Meng Ta said anxiously. The Song Empire came prepared and wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Escape into the Death Mountain Range. Bai Yang, who had been silent, spoke. His eyes were filled with madness. They looked at each other, nodded, and then moved together into the Death Mountain Range. Courting death.